Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning. Actually, it's already midnight. Yeah, Ghetto President Kausho reveals that there are plans to ouster Raila Odinga. We have also seen our president, the fifth president, William Ruto, Akosaisi, Uganda. That is the fourth trip. The first trip was to UK. Second trip was to US. The third trip was Ethiopia. Now the fourth trip to Uganda. Those are just 4 trips within 25 days. These are happening to a country where we say that we met the treasury, which was completely empty. Can we justify? Then when you look at the trips that have been made within those 25 days, they are not economically viable. So are we speaking from both sides of the mouth that the economy is bad, yet we are in a spending spree? It seems we are still on a honeymoon and we have not settled down to work. So we want to have a conversation this weekend on what is happening in Kenya. Do you think those planning to oust Baba Raila Odinga will manage? We have seen an economic bloc in the name of Nyanza economic bloc led by proposed CS Eliud Owalo. I saw some PL Lumumba and the rest there trying to come up with economic plans for Nyanza. But some say this is just a silent revolution that is going on. Ruto is setting up his troops to ensure that Raila Odinga is completely vanquished from political scene. Will they manage? Talk to us. So you're welcome. Talk to us through the comment section. Talk to us through joining the studio. Let me share the link in the comment section. And let's have a conversation with you this weekend. Okay, Francis. How are you, my brother?
I'm very fine.
Yes. Unaona kama hii kitu ya ousting Raila Odinga is something very easy ama itakuwa ngoma?
Kwani huyo Walo na kina Pati Lumumba wamezaliwa leo ama walikuweko? If there is, you know, if they are new, in Kenya,
are you new in Jerusalem?
Yes, if they're not, I don't think it will be very possible, because one thing, when you look at the politics of Raila Odinga is not a politician of Luo Nyanza. That's one thing that people should get it clear. That is why Raila has a command of 6 provinces. Raila does not command 1 provinces or 2 like the way Ruto commands. Raila commands 6 of them. North and south of Nyanza, Western, Ukambani, Coast, and the other one is where? I think they're around 6, apart from Rift Valley, the northern part, and the whole of Central. So when you are talking about ouster in Raila, it becomes a problem because they think that Raila is a kingpin of Luo. No, that's not.
I know you wanted to talk about South Rift.
Yes, when you look at the South Rift, Raila is the kingpin of Maasai. By the way, he has been controlling Maasai and he has a very large support in Maasai community. So whoever is saying that we want to ouster Raila Odinga being the leader of maybe the South Nyanza, that is like cheating himself. Because what I know, Raila command a base that is so big. That's why when you take the population of the Luo, the voters, that is 2.2 million, you less from 6.9, Raila had approximately 4.7 million votes that were not belonging to his community. Then how will you answer that one? Because now you want to ride on tribalism. How will you ride on 4.7? They need to come up with a clear thing if they want to get followers, not to fight somebody. It will not succeed. Remember one thing, as I told you, I tell supporters and those people who think that Raila is a man of tribal. That's a lie, because Raila commands come from ideology. That's why you see Raila is the only politician with suicidal supporters, because this is a man who speaks something that makes sense, something that gets into our heart. We follow him not because he's a Luo. We follow him because he believes, he says what we believes in. So how will he change that one from my heart now that I believe Raila is the best man to lead the country? It becomes possible. Those are just are being short-sighted. You can try. People like Mungaro tried, they failed. Even Ruto tried when he was in ODM, he failed. So many of them tried, so it's not something new. It has become a problem. Eh? Ni kama leo mtu aje aseme eti anakuja kutaka replace followers wa Prophet War. I don't think he will be replaced. Instead, we offer a better version than Prophet War. Eh? So that aside, then I was looking at I was going around some social media, and one of the things that I've noted with high concern is the number of meetings that are being held day in, day out with no apparent action. These are things that are being publicized to show that Kenya is in the right trajectory. But the truth of the matter is that Kenya is not in the right trajectory. And I said earlier here that we have a president who is a social media propagandist, a very bad one, in a such way that he publicizes every movement that he makes. He publicizes everything that he does. This is a president who wants attention of social media than the real attention about the GDP, about the economy. I was looking at an article from the New York Times that says that the Americans are closely monitoring the countries that will vote against a resolution to punish Russia in the United Nations. Now I'm asking myself that Ruto said that he's willing to trade with Russia. Will he side with Russia and vote against that resolution? Will Kenya abstain, or will it side with the United States of America? Then the other question that appears with it is this way. Should Kenya side with Russians and the West decides to pull out the donation that are given to Kenyans? Will Kenya survive? The Russians, what benefit will Kenya get from Russia? Does those benefit outweigh the benefit we get from the West? These are the things that we look at them. And economy is not doing at all good. This is a president who need to sit down to plan. These trips were there. Moi made those trips. Kenyatta made those trips. Uhuru made those trips. Kibaki made those trips. And if indeed trips were to change anything, today Kenya could be the G8 country. You need to sit down. Magufuli was able to transform the economy from being a low-income country to a medium-earning country. He never made these kind of trips in and out. For example, let me ask you, how many budget is being spent on those trips? Imagine somebody going today to Uganda, spending night there, so that tomorrow he can attend the Independence Day. How far is Uganda that he cannot travel? He cannot travel in the morning. How is it far that he cannot make it in the morning, that he has to go and sleep there? What is that so big that it has to be discussed there overnight? These are expenditure which we are saying that these are expenditure which can be avoided. These are the things that we really wonder, because Uganda ni mahali unaweza ingia gari tu asubuhi na saa tano umefika, umefanya chenye unafanya, umerudi. So when you going to sleep there, what about if I ask just a rhetorical question? If the army now decides to do something to do with mutiny, how will he able to compel that?
Francis,
Yes.
nataka kuambia zoea rais wako. This is your president who campaigned for 4 years. Expect him every day in the field.
No,
Utamuona kila siku on campaign trail. Not just local but internationally.
But one thing that I've also Literally, how do you travel 24 hours making so many trips? Now even the American ambassadors, they have even vacated from their own embassy. They are now in State House. 7 meetings within 20 days. What are they discussing with Kenya? Has Kenya become so special that more than other countries that they are making trips in, out in the State House? Any country that United States of America has ever engaged to that position, it has never come out well. We can take of Libya, you can talk of Somalia during the time of Said Barre, you can talk of even Egypt and Rwanda before the genocide of 1994, you can talk of DRC Congo when the CIA were involved in plotting of the murder of that man, Patrice Emily Lumumba. These are the things that Americans are well known for. America are not there to make you powerful, they are there to make you subjects. So the question is, will Kenya be safe with this kind of trips in, day in, out by American ambassadors? What are they discussing that is so special that they have to make frequent meetings in that house? You know, and those are the things that if Kenyans will not be able to raise, and you know one thing, and there's a Kenyans.
Was our treasury empty?
To me, I say Kenyans are the one who have allowed themselves to be cheated. They have allowed and they will be continue to be cheated as much as Kenyans will be able to listen to lies. Budget is prepared by revenue that will be collected in future, or treasury is filled by the currency or money collected from payee, taxes, and maybe other source of income like loans, donation, grants, and court fines. So wherever he's saying that treasury is empty, he should tell us that nobody paid payee on September, nobody paid payee on October. He should inform us that. If he inform us that one, we'll know that the coffers of treasury are empty. He should tell us nobody paid VAT. He should also tell us nobody paid income tax. So if that one nobody paid, therefore we believe that the coffers are empty. But as long as the worker salary are getting slashed because of salary, the treasury has money. And that is something that you cannot be disputed. Because if you are collecting tax and the treasury is empty, then you have to explain where the money is. Because this money is going to the government. So the money is there. The only thing which is happening now is that the money that was used in election to campaign for 4 years, the promises that were made to different people, the money that was used to buy MPs from Azimio and other fraction of political parties, all that money has to be, all those kind of promises and bribing has to happen, and it has to use money. And then you add an equation of Kenyans who want a unga of 70 shillings. You have to add it there. So it becomes a problem. It becomes complicated. Because I've seen even the, yes?
Thank you. Just have a pause there. I play this short clip, and then we proceed from there.
Democrats who believe in Africa and using African wealth for the benefit of the African people have not been able to get power to do so. And the international monopoly capital is not comfortable. When you're talking about making Kenya a manufacturing hub to supply the whole of the Eastern and Central African region, those people are not happy with you. That is the language they don't want to hear. When you're talking about beneficiation, value addition to local raw materials, so that you don't export bauxite, you export aluminum products. You want to export copper ore, you export copper products, including cables. You don't export iron ore, you export steel. You don't export, there's coffee seeds, you talk processed coffee, and so on and so forth. That is going to competition against international monopoly capital. And that is the problem that we are going through. That is the reason why they don't want us to go in there. But we cannot forever remain servants of international monopoly capital. Africans must rise up. And there's a solution to this. The solution to this. Those the stooges don't look at this, what's happening here. Basically, stooges have been used. But if this does not work, this other one will work. And we know what will work. That's why we are saying that, comrades, there's still work to do. It is the work in progress. Comrades must come together, gather together and move forward. Victory is coming. Victory is certain. We have a right. When those days when they
Yeah, Francis, you can pick from there, no?
So actually, what Raila raised is something that Kenyans, you need to be very careful with the Americans. Those kind of trips they're making to State House, they should worry you more than even the people you are saying that people like Raila who you fear. Raila has no problem because Raila is a Kenyan. Raila cannot destroy Kenya. If you wanted to destroy Kenya, you could have done in 2007, in 2013, in 2017, in 2022. But Raila loves Kenya. The person you're supposed to fear are those ambassadors who are making trips. If I can recall a bit of history so that you get to know how these people they are, the former UN Secretary General died in DRC Congo. Nobody knew his presence in Congo until his death was announced that he got an aircraft crash in Democratic Republic of Congo. In 2017 or 2018, if I'm not wrong, the France ambassador was killed in Congo in mines of minerals in Congo. What was he doing there, whereas other ambassadors were in embassy? The other thing, you look at it in this way, Americans, they always engaged with a nation that is looked like promising so that they control it so that it cannot enlighten others. Americans are known to be sabotagers of African evolving nation. When Muammar Gaddafi came up with a policy of one Africa, one currency, what happened? It was what we call they instigated something we call the 2015 Arab Spring or the 2011 Arab Spring to ouster all those leaders who they believed they were coming to unite nations that belong to Africa. You can even recall somebody like the former leader who was from South Sudan was about to be the president, John Garang. They assassinated him through Yoweri Kaguta Museveni because he's a man who had a promising future about the Sudanese. And you can even recall people like Samora Machel. They are people, they were assassinated by the same individual. So these are the people who should worry you more than those you think that within the country that are dangerous. Because at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose. Should Kenya get destroyed, they just move the embassy to another different country. Then they have no business in Kenya apart from getting your minerals and money. And it seems that the president is encouraging them. Look at even the GMO. The GMO, the president lifted the ban on GMO on an individual basis without even consulting different ministry to look at what their opinion. He just lifted it because maybe in one of another he was under pressure and maybe he was told by different companies, you do it or you don't do it, you will take away some donation. So these are the things that Kenyans should be worried. And once you get into their hands, there is nothing you can do about it. You have to follow it or you get perished. Congo was a good country until when the CIA got in. Patrice Emily Lumumba was assassinated. It has never had peace since that time up to today. And this is a work of Americans. These are work of the West. These are the people who want accountability, but they have malicious things at their back. As long as you are seeing them, they're saying, this is a good country, or we love Kenya. No, there is something that they have seen. They cannot love country for no reason. So Kenyans, we need to stand up and to question things and to ask things explanation. Simply because you are a new DA supporter does not mean you have to shout, my president is doing work, is meeting different people. Is meeting people to do what? Who are these people who are meeting? How is their history? Are they known people who are helping the country to grow? Are there people who known to bring countries down? You ask yourself. I told you there is no opposition in Kenya, and it will not be there. The opposition is me and you, who are not enjoying any government salary, government pension, or government benefit. We are the opposition. All of us who voted for that government and those who voted for Raila, we are the opposition, because there's no benefit you're enjoying from the government. And there's nothing like being a government blogger. There's no job like that. So stop hiding your head on sand, whereas your house is burning. Because at the end of the day, there's nothing we gain benefit, because this country will be destroyed. And when we'll be running in Uganda or Tanzania, we shall be running, all of us. Nobody will be left aside because it belongs to the government. So we need to question some things that we are seeing. Because I was shocked, and I asked myself a very simple question. Just to finalize, Ruto has traveled overnight to Uganda. You remember Milton Obote was overthrown when he went to attend an EACC meeting in Tanzania. The former late president of Burundi, Pierre Nkurunziza, in 2015, there was a mutiny when he was away. There was a mutiny also under Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who is the president of Turkey, when he was away. Now I'm asking myself, should the army follow the same suit? Who will be able to calm down that situation? It even occurred in Tanzania in 1964, and the person who was able to calm down it was the Oscar Kambona. So the president needed to be told it's time to sit down, work for Kenyans. These international trips have some very little benefit, which can be even overwritten by the expenses that is being used. He should be careful with them. He should be very vigilant with this we call trips and the foreign powers. Magufuli did it without help from the West or any other African country. Why can't Kenya not do the same? And Kenya has a very big GDP in the eastern of Central Africa. I think we need to get our mind clear and our ideas clear. We can achieve great if we get what really Kenya is about it. I think you can do great thing if we get that clear, that Kenya needs this and this and this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Before I move to next, let me share this kidogo too.
Sisi Waislamu tunaomba Kristo, tunaifuata Yesu, naifuata Muhammad, naifuata Buddha, naifuata wa King Selassie. Kwa nini mjasika hao ndio muzike mimi? Hao na wengine pia wanaomba ng'ombe. Sikeni wale, then mkuje muzike mimi. Mi president wangu ni Raila Amolo. Huo ndio president wangu. Mimi nawaambia kwa sababu tunajua kitu state wanapanga. Ya kwamba wamobilize watu 2 million ama 1 million. Pande hiyo sana ulia Kidero certificate eti ile chama yake sisi inaitwa aje. Pande hiyo anaweka watu wengine kwa ODM hapo eti wavuruge Raila, watu wana Raila Odinga ameisha na vijana wengine hapo. Alafu pande nyingine tu wanaweka Okoth Mbado, alafu pande analeta Walo eti minister hapo, eti sasa waanze kunini Raila Odinga. My friend, endeni musome historia. Raila Odinga ndiye akue kingpin ya Wajaluo. Hakufanyiwa dayo kwa miti. Hakuitwa kwa Bukungu 1, Bukungu 2, Bukungu 3, sasa hivi tunaenda Bukungu 7. Hakuitwa hiyo. Wajaluo ni roho. Nikukiona ile udini ya Wakurino ama ya Lejo Maria ama roho. Watu wanapiga drum kidogo, wara roho tunapustuka mtu hey. Hiyo ninaongoza Wajaluo. Hiyo ninaongoza Wajaluo my friend. Hiyo ninaongoza Wajaluo. Hakuna mtu anaweza plantiwa Luo Nyanza kukua kingpin ya Wajaluo. Nataka niwaambie. Na mkileta huo mkamugiuna na hiyo hesabu. My friend kitamba fike Kabana atakuwa amesweat. Atakuwa amesweat hiyo siku mmepea maskari life bullet mmepea
Sawa, network iko chini, tuta revisit hiyo clip baadaye. So Rhoda, how are you?
I'm fine, but I have been not feeling well when I think about Kenya. But, I'm still praying for Kenya that God will raise up Kenya again. I'm still praying. You know me, I'm a prayer warrior. Actually, I love to pray. I pray every day for Kenya that God will raise up Kenya again. The rise shine again for Kenya. So, what's the message today? Can you please tell me, because I came late? I don't understand. But I'm really salute to the Francis Mukungi. You are just amazing. You speak. You can talk. You're a very good politician. Maybe next time you'll be the governor of Nairobi. We never know, because you have a lot of knowledge and a lot of wisdom. Okay, tell me, Wakesa, what is the topic today?
Yeah,
Please.
I normally put the topics down there. There's Raila ouster. There's Ruto has made the fourth trip in 25 days. Then Raila says that EU has the candidate in this election. And then the last one was Uhuru skipped the peace talks that he was supposed to hold in South Africa. So those are 4 short topics that you can pick one or any or all.
Yeah. For me, I can try to pick it for my daddy, President Uhuru Kenyatta. He's my dad and he's my king. He's a man I love and I respect. He's always my spirit all the time. I pray for him every time. He'll stay long and healthy. So for me, I understand him. Why he go to the Africa to you remember what they did for him in nations, what they treat him. He's a human being. They didn't respect him. They didn't show him love. They reject him. I can understand how he feels. We need to have a feelings about other. I can imagine if people they treat you bad, you cannot do it. You have to be healed because he have been wounded, his soul. And I can even me the same. I cannot attend. And Uhuru is a man who is really respected whole world. He's a man who have been traveling and represent about Kenya. Kenya have been respected because the way, even I'm talking about whole Africa, the way he have been representing about, he loved Africa. Uhuru is somebody who loved Africa. He's a proud to be a black man and he's a proud to be African man. He has been representing our Africa continent. When he go and talk about the meetings about the climate crisis, it's somebody need to be respected, like the way we have been respected those presidents they have been going before. So I can imagine maybe that's why he's a former president. President Ruto didn't show him love the beginning. So I can imagine how he feels. So we need to give him chance and we give him time for him to be healed. It's not easy for people wounded. It's even me, I get hurted because of that. I have been not feeling well for that. I've been sick. Sometimes even have problem breathing. When I saw how they treat him, I have been very sick. I have been getting a lot of cancer to cancel me. So we need to love one another, because the problem with Kenyans, we forget where we come from and we don't know where we are going. We need to love one another. No matter which the tribe you come from, no matter the language you speak, even Ruto, when he come, they retired, he want us to respect him and we salute him. Everybody want to be respected. Nobody want to feel behind, So I think that's why I did a TED. Maybe have a lot of something to do, but I can imagine how he feel, how he was rejected. In fact, as a Kenyans, we need to repent, because he was a president. For me, I have been repenting myself, and because that was not good, how the people, they treat him. Because the Bible says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Because all the presidents have been there before. I remember when Moi was retired, he was really respected. We respect him a lot. And Kibaki respect him. And you remember Moi is somebody have been punished, even my community, Kikuyu community. He punished people even who die, like Matiba. He was studying with the for Asiri. He was punished, and even he went to the grave because he get disease. And Moi punished him a lot when they were doing Kamukoji ground with Raila to bring the multiple party and our democracy. So, and President Mwai Kibaki, we told him, we are the one who told Mwai Kibaki, don't punish Troy Chitarap Moi. And Kibaki reasoned us. Our grandmother, they talk with him, don't do it. So why him? He didn't respect our former president. We know Troy Chitarap Moi, when we take the flight to Kabarak in the State House, they eat dinner together, and then he went to the Kabalak, Nakuru, where he was going with private jet. Do you think we can forget? I'll never forget 2002. I'll not forget. And the same thing when Uhuru, former President Uhuru, take the power, and he give to the Kibaki. You know, he respect him. It's about respect to one another. I'm always saying nobody perfect. Nobody righteousness. It's only God. I'm saying nobody. You know, in the Bible, there's a different God. There is a God of Yahweh, Elohim, the God of righteousness. We are not righteousness. We need the grace of God, you know. So we need to love one another. Kenya, something can deliver our country. It respects every community and love one another, no matter who you are. And something can deliver in our country, no matter your skin color, whether you are black and white. There is one song Rake Dube used to sing, different color, we are one color. No matter you come from Australia, even Australia, there is a tribe was living there, Australia, by the way. There's a tribe. Before white people, they come, you know me, I know a lot of history about European country. Before black people, they come, before white people, they come to Australia, there is a tribe living there in Australia. And right now, the white people, they say, no, it's us. All the countries have the history. Like the country I'm living right now, 1980s, when I'm talking about 1818, I'm living in a country called Sweden. Sweden is in Scandinavia. I know the history about this country. 1918, it was a poverty. They have nothing. There was a sickness, nothing. And they don't forget, and it was 18. And now we're 19th century. Do you think Swedish people, they'll never forget? They'll never forget. And that's what they always say. We know where we come from and where we know where we are going. That's the way the politicians, they used to say. They don't forget. When it was raining, there was no hospital, there was nothing, it was darkness, nothing. But because of the God grace, reached this country. The politician of this country, God give them grace here to develop their country. That's why we have a very good health care. We have a good hospital. We have children, they get the table lunch at school. School is a free of charge from class nursery, primary school, high school, to university. Everybody, you have opportunity to go to school here as long you don't want. But according to the law, because this is a country ruled by the law and the constitution, and everybody here treated the same right. Whether you are working cleaning, you see a white man cleaning. Whether you are black, you are treated the same shit. The same work I'm cleaning, even if I'm clean toilet, you see a white man or woman clean the toilet. The same thing. Nobody that because you are white, that you have more favor. No. This is a country that is not discriminations. And that's what I want to make my country. There is no discrimination. If somebody treat me bad because I'm a black, I have right to take in the court. And if court, they say he did something or she will pay me a lot of money back, because it's a country about, there is focus about humanity. And that's what I want to change in my country. Humanity. Respect one another. Not to see white people like God. They're not God. Even them, they have, even America have been poverty. We have to know the history. We always forget the history. In Kenya, we know we are colonized. We cannot forget the history. Then we don't know really who we are. And that's the mistake we do. And that's why, because we always assume, we arrogance, forget where we come from. May God help us. May God give us grace and mercy to understand as Kenyans where we come from and where we are going. That's where tutatorea ukombozi. That's all I would speak. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Francis.
Yes.
This week we witnessed there are two guys, John Walke and Wahungu. One to be sentenced for 67 years, another one 9 years. Are we winning war against graft or witch hunt? and why is it that a number of them were acquitted? Their cases were dropped. Like, for example, when you talk about Waititu, remember he was accused of spending money for peace talk in Sudan as a governor. Yes. He also was accused of funding the retired president. And the retired president comes from Nyeri. He doesn't come from Kiambu. So that was misappropriation of county money. So how comes he was acquitted and then we have Waluke being sentenced for 67 years? Wahungu. Yeah, as we are talking, Nani, Jacob Zuma had just finished, I think, was it 4 years or 4 months?
It was 15 months. 15 months.
Yeah,
yes.
He finished yesterday, his term.
No, it's not finished. He was just acquitted because I remember earlier he had been acquitted on grounds that his age was deteriorating his health. Then the court ordered him to go back. Then he went for appeal. Today he was released. He cannot finish 15 months in jail. That man is very old, by the way. He cannot finish that one.
Okay. Yeah, proceed now.
So, one of the things to do with the court cases for that of Waluke and Grace Wakungu, these are cases involving which has taken more than 8 years being persecuted. And that time, I think the person who was the minister for agriculture during that time was the current president, William Samoei Ruto. And that's the scandal of NCPB that you hear people talking about it. So, for first to be held accountable, the court has to be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that you conspired, or you are involved, or you are a beneficiary of the money that was stolen from the fake tender. That the word of tender that you promised to supply maize from foreign country and you never supplied. So you can be in a ministry whereby you are minister or you are a permanent secretary, you are junior still, but because you cannot really substantiate between is it you, the PS or the CS, or are your juniors who have stolen the money, for clarity of things, the minister has to resign to pave way for investigation so that you will not be acting as a stumbling block to the investigation. That's why you find in most cases, corruption cases occur. Corruption cases. Then what happens is that the minister gets acquitted, but their juniors are jailed because maybe they acted without the knowledge of the minister. But the minister asked to resign so that he gives us a clear indication of things, that he's not among the people being involved. And if he's the one involved, he should not use his position to influence or manipulate witnesses. So that is a good step toward telling Kenyans that no matter how long you take, your corruption cases will be dealt with and you'll get punished. Is that we need to progress. We cannot stop, continue with such thing. We need to encourage such kind of ruling, because we cannot say Waluke ameonewa because it's just a step. We cannot convict all of them at the same time. Their cases occurred at different times of the year. They are being held by different judges. So let's give them time. That's a good gesture that corruption can be punishable in Kenya. Let's continue in that. Let's not have a sacred cows, those who will be able to escape. But let's rule of law cut across everybody, everyone, so that we Kenyans, we shall get the value of the money that is being collected as taxes in our country. So the other thing also I was wanting to talk about is the Uhuru skip of the Ethiopian peace talks. And to me, actually, if you ask me, Uhuru Kenyatta did the best thing, because the conflict of the Tigray conflict is something more than what the Kenyans and maybe some of individual can see. And I will challenge you to look at this scenario. The Nile River has three sources. One is from Lake Victoria, another one is White Nile from Khartoum, and the Blue Nile from Ethiopia. Then this one, the Blue Nile from Ethiopia, during the time of Mele Zenawi, who was the former prime minister, started construction of what you call the Grand Renaissance Ethiopian Dam, that is supposed to be the biggest dam in Africa. And once the dam started, we had somebody like El Mariam Desalegn who continued, and then the Abiy Ahmed who completed the dam. Now the problem comes in this way. Should the dam be open? Should they block the Nile River completely? It will take possibly 12 years to fill the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. Now, if they block, it means the water levels of Nile River will reduce. This one will affect Egypt and Sudan, who their greater percentage of their country are deserts. So that to mitigate and to try to sabotage Abiy Ahmed, the crisis is the crisis, and there's nothing to do much with it. They have nothing to do with the Ethiopian, much of Ethiopian. Tigray are just used. The Tigray touch what Abiy Ahmed is trying to do in that country, so that he can be able to portray him like a bad man, so that the forces can be the forces who are trying to use the Tigray people, they can achieve something. You remember even during when he started getting the power, he be given the Nobel Peace Prize because of the changes that he was able to bring into the country. Now you wonder, why does that man have to change to become a war change? But rather it is external that are reasons to bring conflict. Because whatever they have no reason to fight at all. So the Tigrayans are being used by the external forces to fight the Abiy Ahmed administration. So that's why you see when true, because these people are not fighting for anything tangible about their country. Rather, they are fighting to achieve external factors, which therefore they are against what Ethiopians want. And that's why you see this conflict is becoming it's becoming so difficult to solve. So to me, Uru's keeping that one was better, because how can you attend to something that has no clear thing? What do they want? Because even the Tigrayans, when you ask them, when they have been asked, the rebel forces, they have nothing they want, because they have been in power for the past 27 years under Mele Zenawi. In 1984, after the death of El Mariam Desalegn, El Selassie, there was Megisud. Then 1991, we had Mele Zenawi. Mele Zenawi ruled for approximately 27 years. They had all the opportunity, the privilege of the government. Today, what they are fighting, they are trying to sabotage the government. And that's why the problem, the conflict has no solution at all. So Uhuru's keeping that conflict was the best thing that you could have done, because it could be involved in something that has no solution at the end of the day. So then the other thing you look at it is this way. These are just educatory to some extent. When you look at the Kenya, when you look at the Kenyans who are asking, how do the foreign powers influence an outcome of an election of a country? Remember this way, that Facebook can be able to control the message that you view, can be able to control what you can view in Facebook, what you can see, what you can be able to reply, and so forth. They are able to do that. So what they do, they try to minimize some campaign of a certain individual, then sponsor a certain rhetorical, like they can sponsor something like Raila is the old man who cannot lead the country. So if they sponsor that, therefore, what does it mean? It means that Kenyans will be able to see more that on Facebook, that Raila is an old man, he cannot rule. It impacts people that this man cannot be able to rule. You remember in United States when the Russians sponsored that ad that says Biden was suffering from dementia. So they were portraying that Biden is a weak candidate who cannot lead America. And they made sure that everywhere that ad was appearing everywhere. So that's how the foreign nation tries to manipulate election. They even also try to manipulate by giving money and resources. So if they know that Kenyans want money, so they give a lot of money to Kenyans, so that at the end of the day, you receive the money, you go and vote because you received the money, without knowing that this money was given to a particular candidate to influence a particular outcome. These are how these foreign powers influence election. They have been able to do that in every corner of this country, in this continent. So when Raila is talking about that one, it might appear so strange to you, but it always occurs. I will challenge you to go and read about the current administration of Iran that was headed by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. It was installed by the Americans. It was installed by the Americans, but today is against the same Americans. So you look at those issues, there are things that Raila is talking is things that they are live and they are happening everywhere. For example, when you look at Rwanda, France has always been accused of sponsoring the genocide of 1994 about Rwanda. They sponsored it, hoping that the Tutsi will be killed, Hutu will rule, then they will be able to access the natural resources without problems, because they could have harbored a tyrannical rule of that country, so that they will be able to achieve whatever they want. So these are the way these nations are influencing our election. They are trying as much as possible to influence our election. And that's why you see them, they are not in Somalia, because there's nothing in Somalia to steal. Will you steal Al-Shabaabs? I think no, you cannot steal that one. That's why they are not even interested. Do you think that the Somalia crisis is so big than the Vietnam War? Do you think it's so big than the Afghanistan war? It is very small. But why are they not involved? Because there is nothing they can gain from that particular nation. Thank you.
Hey guys, I want to say that we love one another and to respect one another because we are all Kenyans and we can make our country forward. Just love one another. Love is only the key, and yeah, love is only nothing else. And forgive one another. You know, like it's not good to say that, oh, you have done like this. I think the key is love one another and forgive one another and love one another. We know that, like us as Mira Umoja, we were expecting like Baba to win elections, and we know what happened with elections. Tujua vile kulifanyika, and Baba amekuwa very strong. It's been not easy for him, and he's continue healing. Yeah, you know, it has been quite long journey, and we believe and trust in God that God will restore, will bring back our country. We continue praying that the economy will grow and development, and everybody can live good life, and we can come unity. We are all Kenyans, one, because unity is very important. We are one Kenya, unity. It's not good to live in the country divisions. I'm always against divisions. For me, let me tell you, I love Kenyans so much. There is nobody who loves Kenyans like I love Kenyans. I'm always proud when I meet Kenyans, even here. Sometimes they don't want to talk with me, but I'm always open up to talk with them. I want to give them a hug because we are all Kenyans. If somebody talk against about Kenya, you're my enemy, because we're all Kenyans, and all Kenyan people are amazing people. Kenya is a country very, very respected. People, they used to say Kenyan people are very kind and they're very honest and they're very friendly. So we have a very good name as a Kenyans, and we continue to keep that spirit, and we'll be respected whole world. Whole world, they want to be like a Kenyans. Even Africans, some country in Africa, like West Africa, they always, oh, I love Kenyans. When I meet people from like maybe Senegals, oh, I love Kenyans. Even Nigerians, then they want to be a Kenyan. So Kenya is a very blessed country, and we keep this spirit of love one another. And no matter who you are, which language you speak, whether you have a disability, God love you as you are. Whether you have disability, whether you are rich, or God doesn't look how much money you have or how you look like, you have disability or what. You are very important in eyes of God. God loves you so much. Even me and you, nobody better than other, nobody smart like other. It's about wisdom, and God doesn't, even God, when he didn't have an education, even his disciples, and God used those disciples, they came prophet, and they came somebody. So Kenya is a very, we are very nice people, and Kenya people are very, me, when I meet Kenyans, I feel happy. Even one woman was telling me, oh, you love Kenyans? Yes. We usually have like here in East Africa, parties. But when I mean, but like Ugandans, they're a little bit arrogant. I mean, we don't, communication sometimes doesn't work, because when we go to the party with the Uganda and Tanzania, sometimes we used to fight with Ugandans, and Burundis, they have a little bit. I'm always difficult to integrate with people from Burundi. At least Tanzania are more easy. Tanzania is always, I feel at home when I meet people from Tanzania. But Ugandans, they're a little bit not really. I don't feel comfortable with them. But Tanzania, they are really, I feel like they are really my brothers. So Kenya, we have a very fantastic country, and we keep that spirit for love one another, and we stay one Kenya united, and everybody can live anywhere you are living Kenya, no matter like me. I don't I remember I met some people, they were from Kajiado, Masai, and I'm the one who was talking with them. I could see them, they don't want to talk with me. They were a little bit tribal, but I want to talk with them. They were just ignoring me. And I want to give them a hug. I want to show them where they'll buy stuff. But I saw them, they were a little bit ignoring me. So let us keep this spirit of love one another, because we can defeat the enemy, because we are all Kenyans. No matter the language you speak, no matter where you live, we are all Kenya united. And Africa, I always tell people outside from Africa, Kenya, we are united. We love one another. And that's true. We love one another. We don't have problem with the language you speak or tribalism. We are all Kenyans. And let us keep this spirit of loving one another and to be one united, and we can build our country together. We can make our country great when we love one another. Don't care what people think about you. Even me, I'm not perfect. There is I have some difficulty. I have a difficulty, but because of the God grace have make me keep me strong. And I used to pray for my country. I pray for all community. I bless all communities. You know what I used to do? I declare the blessing for all communities. Every community, they live peace. We live peace one another. We give peace one another. We give peace, because peace is very important. Because we don't do something, we need to have this heart of the forgiveness. I remember it was my sister, she hurt me, my own sister. She was calling me from Kenya, and she was trying to fool me. And I get a lot of bitterness. I was really hurt at my sister, my own sister, my own biological sister. She was fooling me. And even now, I still have bitterness. I'm still getting it. I'll never talk with her, because I was rejected, my own family members. So why they reject me? Because they saw me, I have some difficulty, just hating me for nothing. And I've been keeping strong. People that used to tell you, Rhoda, you're very strong. Yes, I've been fighting and keep moving. So let us keep this spirit of love one another, no matter who you are. And we defeat the enemy, because enemy hate Kenya when we are united. We keep love one another, because Kenya is blessed country. We are Christian country, and we are blessed. I used to bless my country. We'll have a billionaires, every community. We have a blessing. I used to pray for my, like now, I used to fast and pray for my country. Every community will live good life. I don't curse. I used to declare the name of blessing every day, because we are one Kenyans. And I used to declare, God bless Kenya. God bless those Kenyans. Everywhere Kenya they are living, God bless all Kenyans. Wherever they are, if enemy have been speaking against all Kenyans, I used to declare blessing. All communities to be blessed. In Jesus' name, amen and amen. God bless you all.
Okay, let me complete sorry for my network is not stable. Let me complete the Kahucho clip.
Wengine hapo, alafu pande nyingine tu wanaweka Okoth Mbado, alafu pande analeta Walo eti minister hapo, eti sasa waanze kunini Raila Odinga. My friend, endeni musome historia ya Raila Odinga ndiye akuwe kingpin ya Wajaluo. Hakufanyiwa dayo kwa miti. Hakuitwa kwa Bukungu 1, Bukungu 2, Bukungu 3, sasa hivi tunaenda Bukungu 7. Hakuitwa hiyo. Wajaluo ni roho. Ukiona ile udini ya Wakurino ama ya Lejo Maria ama roho, watu wanapiga drum kidogo, wara roho tunapistuka mtu hey. Hiyo ni inaongoza Wajaluo. Hiyo ni inaongoza Wajaluo, my friend. Hiyo ni inaongoza Wajaluo. Hakuna mtu anaweza plantiwa Luo Nyanza kukua kingpin ya Wajaluo. Nataka niwaambie. Na mkileta huo mkamuguna na hiyo hesabu, my friend, kitamba pike kabana atakuwa amesweat. Hey. Atakuwa amesweat hiyo siku. Mmepea maskari life bullet, mmepea tiagasi ya kutosa, na hata beba hata mkono hivi akibeba, akiingia tu, akitoka kwa hiyo gari yake hivi juu, anarudi tena ndani juu zile vitu anakutana nayo hapa juu mimi sijui nini anakutana nayo, lakini najua vitu anakuwa anakutana nayo hapa juu ni vitu mingi sana, ni vitu mingi sana, na tumejua ile hesabu wanajaribu kukata Wajaluo. Mimi nataka niambie state, naambia Deputy President William Ruto na deputy wake Gachagua, kama tribe amwezi divide ni Wajaluo, kama tribe ambayo mwezi mwekea kingpin ni Wajaluo. Raila Odinga ndiye akuwe kingpin ya Wajaluo, na wapea nyinyi historia kidogo na state ijue ya kwamba kabla Oginga Odinga akufe, Raila hakuwahi pigana na Oginga Odinga direct. Alikuwa anapiga Paul Muite Wamalwa kijana akijifanya anang'ang'ania nini? Uongozi ya Ford Kenya. By that time Ford Kenya ilikuwa inaongozwa na watu wamesoma. Walikuwa wanataka wasomi, watu wako na masters, wako na degree na wako na law. Wale wamesoma law. Hiyo ilikuwa Getobi Manyara, Paul Muite, James Orengo. Wamalwa walikuwa na kisungu safi sana, imewekwa ni kama kwa kichungi. Raila akikuja akaambia baba yake, baba watu uko nayo na hii kisungu nyingi haitasaidia hawa, na hii leo mingi haitasaidia. Raila kupigana na Oginga Odinga mpaka Oginga Odinga kaenda wapi? Kwa kaburi. Kuenda kwa kaburi. By that time kingpin ya Wajaluo ilikuwa nani? Oginga Odinga. Wakajitete kujifanya kutumia pia nani? Tom Mboya. By that time alimaliza aje? Alimaliza mzuri? Tom Mboya alimaliza mzuri? Ha? Oginga Odinga aliambia Tom Mboya, Rawera inamaanisha mtoto mdogo, usitumike na hawa watu, wataua wewe na watasema ni mimi nimefanya nini. Oginga Odinga aliambia Tom, kumwambia kidogo, si yako pale kwa statue anaongea anaongea hapo kwa statue anaongea, unasapeleka chai hapo na sambusa kunywe. Akaenda. After Raila Odinga alingoja mpaka Oginga Odinga akakufa. Oginga Odinga alikufa 1994. Then Raila Odinga akakuja kung'ang'ania DP nini, kutafuta kiti ya Ford Kenya. Wakati Wamalwa kijana alimchorea karibu afurugwe hapa Thika, akichukua wale wanakata kahawa, wale wanalima hapo nini watermelon hapo Kiambu. Wakuja na ule former mayor wa Kisumu alikuwa anaitwa ile, akabeba Baghdad, wakuja wapiga Raila Odinga wapi? Thika. Raila akasema mimi sitafanya na nani? Sitafanya na Wamalwa kijana. Kabla aseme hivyo, Oginga Odinga amekufa, watu wanaenda wapi? Matanga Bondo. Wakachorea Raila Odinga wampige kwa matanga ya baba yake. Baba yake nilikuwa party leader ya Ford Kenya. My friend,
Yeah, Kaujo is narrating how Raila became the kingpin of Luo, and is trying to convince us that it's not easy and there are no shortcuts for someone to become a Luo kingpin. So anaambia kina Miguna, kina Kidero, Eliud Owalo wakuje polepole. Because there was no shortcut for Raila to become a kingpin of Nyanza. Unajua watu wengi wanafikirianga Raila aliachiwa hiyo kiti na babake. No, Raila established his own political domain parallel to his father. And while his father was established in Nyanza Luo politics, Raila started his politics in Nairobi. And that is how it went. So anybody thinking that Raila is a dynasty, sometimes it's convenient to say that way, but when you go to history, you realize that this is someone who started from nothing and developed his own political career to where he is. He did not get a booster from anybody just because his father was vice president for only 2.5 years. You know, some people have called him dynasty after his father was a vice president for 2.5 years. They themselves have been deputy presidents for 10 years, now doing the presidency, but they still think with the money dynasty house, when you look at even history of Ginagashagwas, they don't come from poor family, they come from well-off families. So saa zingine ni siasa tu. So I think I'm trying to share this clip, but inafika mahali na we will complete it later. But going forward, other things that have happened this week, we saw Kenya Kwanza taking majority leadership by force. One of the ruling that Weta ever met, I don't know if we call that Solomonic wisdom. That is Solomonic wisdom. He said that Kenya Kwanza stand at 179 members and the other camp has 157
mwanamuziki anaitwa anaitwa Katibigi alitoa wimbo ambao inasema odwaro ng'ama iye ng'ongo ni uchu adotema ng'o ili wakuunda.
Okay, let me stop that clip first. It's down.
So, Wekesa, who was the lawyer for Ezekiel Chuka, the man who overturned the government, who tried to overthrow Moi government?
I'm not sure. Was it Weta?
It was Wetangula, the same man that was saying died Solomonic.
Yeah, that time he was both a lawyer for Moi and other guys. So I'm not sure.
So Weta's been working for the government, and all along he'll continue working for the government. And to me, I expected the same ruling because Weta acted as a court of law. One, by breaking the pre-election agreement of Azimio, going to enact the post-election agreement of Kenya Kwanza, and then declaring that they are majority, even in contrary to registrar that he had written to a letter to the National Assembly, indicating very well that Azimio had the majority of members. So he acted under like three arms of government to decide that this one, the pre-Azimio agreement was against the law. He went ahead to approve the Kenya Kwanza post-election agreement and then declared that they are majority. So he did some three functions in a single sitting, of which I never expected anything different from that, because we have, most of Africans, we do things literally by being given orders from above. And these are things that have been destroying our country. That we have three arms of government: the judiciary, the legislative, or the what you call the member of parliament, the legislative or the member of parliament, and we have also the executive. These are arms of government which should work independently, but with a common interest of Kenyans. What happens is that when the National Assembly become the extended arm of the executive, it means the checks that the Weta and Kinaimani Chungwa and other people who are supposed to check the government will not be able to do that. They will have what you call a conflicting interest, that they want to strike a good relationship with the executive, whereas they want to rule the parliament. So what happens that the executive overrules the parliament? You know, the parliament, literally to me, the parliament are supposed to be, the parliamentarians are supposed to be the opposition leaders. These are the people who should keep the executive on toes and on checks. But now they are behaving as if they are extended arm of executive. So what happens is, whatever things happen there, nobody will question, because these are the one and the same individual. Because, and I'm telling you, apart from members of parliament who sit in special committees, there's some information we as a citizen you cannot get. They are the people who get the first-hand information. So these are the people who are supposed to keep government in checks. So what happens if they become an extended arm of the government? Things becomes messy, becomes bad. Hmm? So we don't need even Raila to be in opposition. We don't need Kalonzo to be in opposition. We just need a vibrant
So
parliament, and
let me ask
everything
you.
will be okay.
So let me ask you, why do you think William Ruto decided? Because according to me, prior to the ruling, he had a lunch in Parliament. Some say it was a surprise lunch, but for me, he went to confirm, or to confirm from Wetangula that he's going to rule the way the executive expects. So why do you think he was so passionate to have the majority leadership on his side?
So one thing that we look at the parliamentarians, these are the members of parliament. They are the big people who oversee the budget. The public accounts committee. These are the people that they are business individuals, or they are people who help government in terms of enhancing its smooth running of the executive. That's why if the executive want to implement something, it must be proposed and passed by the parliament. So look at this scenario. During the 2022 campaign, we had people like Kimani Chungwa, Wambugu Ngujiri, and so many of them. They were complaining that loans were being issued. They were being issued. But these are the same people who approve loans. These are the same individual who sit down in those committee and approve loans. These are the same individual who sit down and approve some budgets for different government functions. Why are they complaining after, when the retired president was coming out of power? Because the president was able to capture them, was able to manipulate them, and they were not aware until when the president was of no value to them. That's why they come to the citizen shouting. Actually, if there's somebody who should be the last to complain when the economy is bad, is an MP. An MP should be the last person to complain, because his MP is the person who controls the budget and everything of this country. So why should you complain, whereas you had the mandate to do the right thing? Now, for example, Weta today, he will solve some things which are not good. Tomorrow, 2027, something might happen and Kenya will start questioning. And he will be the first person to complain. Why? Because he allowed himself to be manipulated, akaweka akili yake kubwa ndani ya mfuko kwa ajili ya ushabiki wa vyama na ushabiki wa rais. Atakuja aanze kulalamika, lakini kama angekuwa na uwezo wa kufanya maamuzi yake bila kuwa kushauri, yani kufanya maamuzi yake binafsi bila ya kuingililiwa na rais wa nchi, hata baada ya miaka 10 angeulizwa ulifanya uamuzi gani, angesema uamuzi niliofanya ni sahihi. Hata sahihi Wetangula, I'm sure 100%. If somebody can get him and take him to a corner and ask him, are you sure what you did is correct? We tell you, no, I am sure it's not good, but I did for the best interest of the presidency, So these are the reasons as to why these parliamentarians comes later to complain, because they're already captured, maybe they are manipulated, and then after, when they're towards the election, they realize it was wrong, they now come and become solution, whereas they were part of the creation of that problem. That's what happens. That's what happens at the end of the day. It's a big issue, by the way.
Okay, yeah, I've seen someone, Manson, talk about Kenya will not be eligible for emergency of loans announced this week by IMF to help vulnerable countries cope up with food shortage and rising cost of costs stemming from Russian war in Ukraine. How do we even
So
discuss about Ukraine when Deputy President, I think I'll share that clip later. He said that
yes.
we are using Ukraine as an excuse. I saw,
So
Francis, a list of issues you had listed somewhere about the current situation. Are you able to go through them?
yes, I can go through them. So the person who is asking about the Kenya being not able to access those kind of aid, it is not Kenya alone. It is also South Sudan has also been eliminated from that list. It has been pulled down from that list. The reason given to South Sudan was that it has no any policy to clearly stipulate that if they will be given that loan, they will be able to use in the right way. So them, they have not been given, but they have been given an option of if they come up with good policy, they should be issued with that aid. To Kenyan side, remember, we were issued with several funds, and including the Corona fund that we use for under KEMSA and other kind of scandals that happened. So we are not be able to efficiently account for it. So I'm following very, very closely to get the exact reason, but it should become the reason which most likely been in the level of accountability for that loan. Because Kenya is a country that is belong to third world country, is a rising third world country, and it was eligible by a mere factor that it belongs to that group. But right now, it is not be able to access that one. I think on accounts of accountability for the previous issued loan, something of sort kind, if I can confirm later. Then let me just read for you the state of economy that we have in as a country. Just a minute. So one of it is that the inflation is still rising. It's now at 9.2. That means that the prices of commodity will continue rising up, and the purchasing power of the currency will still be down. The foreign exchange reserves and the Kenya shillings is still falling. So it is almost to hit 125. And you know, for every 1 shilling fall against the dollar, that means our debt are rising by that 5 billion. The oil producing countries have decided to slash their production. That is to reduce. It means if the production are reduced, therefore the demand will go high. And once demand goes high, it goes hand in hand with the fuel prices. So the 179 that now you are buying at it, that one is a cheaper price because we expect it to shoot by at least 5 bob because of the transportation cost and other related costs. We have some meteorological forecast that we are like.
Okay, let me recap that short clip that Ruto was talking about challenge.
Of cost of living is not too scientific. The challenge of cost of living is increasing agricultural productivity, period. This whole story about Ukraine and all this is a lost cause.
We are all bearing the brunt of what that conflict portends for us. High food prices. We cannot access fertilizer. We cannot pay for fertilizer. Transport for commodities, cereals, fertilizer is all clogged up with the sanctions around it, and with everything else that come with it.
So there's a difference between campaign rhetoric and real issues when you are in the office to handle the challenges that are facing the country. On campaign rhetoric, he said that for him, he saw everything, agriculture was the panacea. It was the solution to every challenges that Kenyans are facing. Right now, he's reminding us that the global situation is also affecting us. Okay, yeah, Rhoda, you can comment on that shortly.
Yeah, President Ruto, before he was saying that in Jubilee government that we are saying about Ukraine and Russia, and now there is nothing in Kenya have been going down price the way it's the same price. The life we have not changed, and the brother Motungi is saying that Mokungi say that the money is going down, our shillings. But when Uhuru was the president, our money was good. I remember when it's 10,000, 1,000 from here is 10,000 shillings. That means our economy was doing very well in Uhuru. Let us be honest each other. Some people, they're talking about Commercia. We know about Commercia. I don't care about that, but I'm very proud with that Jubilee government. Our economy was going well. Nothing was, I mean, things were not, like the money, our money was not going down because they were doing hard. They were doing very well. I think the government, this Kenya Kwanza they need to sit down. President Ruto need to sit down. The way I can encourage him, I can encourage him like brother or whatever. He sit down with his minister, what we are going to take our country, where we are going, our nations, and he need a minister who have a lot of I think if the President Ruto, he need a lot of wisdom to sit down with ministers, a minister who love our country, who know the best. They can sit down, they solve the problem we have in our country. Yeah, I think that is the best for I think that's the way we need, because if we have a people who have a wisdom, then they can make our country, our money not to go down, and the food, the cost of living, I mean, the food to be more cheaper. Yeah, because people are crying. I had people, they don't have so much money. People, they okay, economy is going down whole world. Like this country I'm living, the prices of oil is getting high. Electricity, right now my apartment, I'm freezing because they have closed element. It's high. It's not easy. But here we buy the oil in Russia. But Kenya, I don't know why we buy the oil. I heard in Kenya they buy oil in Iran, right? I think they need to buy the oil cheapest country like Iran. But if they buy in Russia, it's very expensive. They need to buy the oil or maybe Nigeria, where the petrol is more cheaper. Yeah, I think if the President William Ruto, he sit down with people who love our country, what can we make our country best? They focus right now, 2020, the government, 2022, and they focus and wisdom. I think about everything is wisdom, and wisdom is not about education. It's from the heart. I think he can open his heart, inside heart, and his eyes, that to make our country great, and he need to hang out with people who encourage him, people who solve the problem we have in Kenya. He don't want it to hang out with bad people. He need to hang out with people who love our country. Yeah, I think that is the best for our country, because it can make our country economy to grow, and our money to be variable, because we don't want our money to be dollar, because dollar used to be not so, the dollar, the Kenya shilling used to be very high when you have like $100, but now it's going down. That's not good. So we need a lot. We need a lot. We need a lot. We need a minister. And then there's something about the member of parliament. I was very hurt and I was very shocked what the Honorable Watagura did. Oh my God, I could not imagine. You know, the way somebody like Watagura is somebody have been studying university, is a very intelligent man. Why do he do that kind of mess up? He could, and he know very well, as Mio, we have a majority in member of parliament. We have a lot of majority. So he did mistake to say that the Kwenye Kwanza, they have majority. He could stand with integrity, and I could really respect him. He could stand with the truth and to be honest without defending anybody, because this is our country. When you love your country, you don't defend anybody. Stand according to the constitutions and integrity and wisdom. So Waitagura, he have a lot of far to go. He need a lot of, I wish I can talk with him. He need a lot of wisdom. Our country need wisdom. And it's coming from the heart. They follow our constitution and our democracy. What did the Article B say and say? Because if I go back in Kibaki days, Kibaki government, PNU, they didn't have so much because I was following, they didn't have so much the MP in Kibaki days, and it is Honorable Marende was talking in the. He was he was Honorable Marende, and I salute that man. That man is amazing. He was talking. He was a speaker of a parliament, and he was ODM. And he said ODM they have a majority, and Kibaki didn't. Of course, Kibaki gets shocked, but he could not do anything because Marende was studying with the truth and he was studying with the truth. And I wish Marende could be the Speaker of Parliament. Right now we could not cry. Right now we are crying because we know as we have a majority of member of Parliament, even governors, everything we were winning. But the way Watagura did, the way he is very intelligent, he has studied university, and if he really loves his own country and he loves our country, he could stand with the truth without fear nobody. You know, it's better to stand with the truth because this is our country. It's not about Ruto or me, wherever. You say, as me, you have a majority, and let us work together. Let us be together. Let us hear voice together. You know, they hear voice together as Zimio and Kwenye Kwanza. When they're in their parliament, they speak one voice, understanding each other and communications. But it's very bad because it's not good. Our country is ruled by illegal, that people, they can do whatever they want, illegal. So he did very bad. I was very shocked because I was watching him in YouTube. I was saying, people like Honorable, he's somebody studied university, he's intelligent. Instead of he have this wisdom and to be still and to start with the ball without fear anybody. But he did his own. But I hope one time he will regret. If he have a heart of Kenyan people, he will regret to understand he did a mistake. Thank you.
So, okay, so let's just me pass through the issue that I was highlighting and then explaining more so that Kenyans can understand the situation we are, so that at the end of the day, when I start from that
after
point that
pandemonium reigned following House Speaker Moses Wetangula's ruling that handed his Kenya Kwanza Alliance the House majority leadership. In his ruling, Wetangula stated that 14 MPs have written to both the registrar of political parties and himself expressing their denouncement of Azimio la Umoja One Kenya membership, and as such, they cannot be held against their will as per the constitutional and political rights. Opio Ndai, who was named the minority leader, protested the move but was ruled out of order by the speaker. Duncan Haemba sat through the session and captured the reactions for the following report.
Order, honorable members.
National Assembly's Thursday afternoon sitting abruptly came to an end after Azimio la Umoja One Kenya affiliated members attempted to remove the mess as they protested Speaker Moses Wetangula's ruling that denied Ugunja Member of Parliament Opiyo Wandayi majority leadership position, handing Kenya Kwanza's Kimani Ichung'wah.
Order, honorable members.
In his communication, the Speaker said 14 members elected on 4 parties of Maendeleo Chapchap, UDM, MDG and PA cannot be held at ransom by coalition agreements when they have already stated they are no longer partners.
The members elected this house under the 4 parties have exercised their freedom of association under Article 36 of the Constitution. They have already migrated the Kenya Kwanza Alliance both in writing and in action. The parties are already enjoying the benefits accruing from their membership of the Kenya Kwanza coalition.
Wetangula criticized the registrar of political parties, accusing her of perpetuating dictatorship.
Section 10 of the Political Parties Act 2011 is clear that coalitions are not cast in stone but are an evolving arrangements which can occur both prior to and after election.
Ugunja MP Opiyo Wandayi, who was majority leader designate at least on paper until 5 p.m. when the Speaker relegated him to the minority bench, expressed his disappointment.
I don't agree with it. In line with the rules of natural justice, tenets of democracy, and established jurisprudence, I would wish to give notice that we shall be moving, Mr. Speaker, shall be moving you to review your decision.
Once the Speaker makes a ruling such as the one I have made, is not subject to debate, it is not appealable, and it stands as it is.
Outside the chamber, furious Azimio coalition members condemned the Speaker, terming him a puppet of the executive.
This is the capture of the executive. This is the capture of parliament by the executive. It has begun. It is for the first time a Speaker in his place is removing members of parliament from one party to another party. He has become the registrar of political parties. He is the Speaker of the National Assembly. He is law unto himself.
KANU party, I want to categorically state that Honorable Kamket is not our party leader, neither is he the Secretary General of KANU party, so that he can come to purport to speak on its behalf, to come and say that he is a member or KANU is a member of Kenya Kwanza Alliance. I want to say as a member of KANU party and other members in this parliament that we are in Azimio One Kenya Alliance, and he can only speak for himself, and if he wants to join Kenya Kwanza, he can resign and go for election.
What we have witnessed today is dictatorship by parliament and through the Speaker.
On their part, Kenya Kwanza members of parliament were in jubilation.
It is what it is. I'm sure you have all followed the Speaker's ruling. And as the Kenya Kwanza coalition, we completely identify ourselves with the ruling of the Speaker.
And from that ruling by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Moses Masika Wetangula, once again for the 3rd time, the Raila Odinga-led coalition will be the minority in the National Assembly. Duncan Haimba, NTV, Parliament.
Yes, Francis, umeona vile mambo ilienda parliament.
Ilikuwa tu hivyo, but unajua kitu moja yenye najua ni kwamba the Kenya Kwanza coalition, actually that coalition itavunjika very fast, more than even the Jubilee, in a sense that the UDM moved to Kenya Kwanza hoping that their leaders will be given a slot in the ministry, but they were not given any. And because they had already signed a post-election agreement with Kenya Kwanza, they could not have revoked in the mere essence that they were not given a slot in the ministry. When you look at William Kamket, he also moved there hoping that some members or some of his people will be given a position in government. But when Ruto stated categorically that he will not be able to accommodate opposition members in his cabinet, they were therefore like shortchanged. So even those UDM members who are there, they are just remaining silent because they have nothing they can do because they already signed a post-election agreement, hoping that their leaders who are not members of parliament will be given a slot. So what happens is that after some time, let's just wait. If after 3 months they will apply to the registrar to disassociate with Azimio formally, or will they choose to remain? You look at even something to do with Chama cha Kazi. I think the party has either been dissolved or is in the process of being dissolved to UDA. What will happen is time is coming where nomination will be held. And as we know, people have different thoughts. That is where the UDA and other party will break, because they are, it's the same situation that even the Jubilee in the last 5 years they were in a situation whereby they could use some kind of enticement to have members. But when the time for real issue to be discussed came, the party, you saw what happened with the party. It broke into different pieces. So the other thing also I've seen you also highlighted there, it was the issue of William Ruto when he was saying that the Ukraine war has nothing to do with the economy of Kenya or any current situation. He was telling you that so that you believe him, that the issue can be solved by him and he can solve without depending on Ukraine. But after getting power, he acknowledged that Ukraine has contributed to bigger problems in Kenya. What does it mean, therefore? He has acknowledged that in terms of food crisis and oil prices, he has nothing he can do because he cannot stop the war, not unless the Ukraine and the Russian decides to do that. So that it means the issue to do with food prices and oil, that one is put an X until the day the Russians and the Ukrainians will see a reason to sit in the table and have a brotherhood talk to end the war. It will come down naturally. But in terms of Ruto, he has already said that one is not possible on his side.
Yeah, but still on the issue of Wetangula, there's no way you can rule and say that members have moved to this coalition, because under the new Political Parties Act, you cannot belong to two parties, two coalitions at the same time. So their intention, you see, they only registered an intention to move to the next. So when you register an intention, you cannot be deemed to have moved. Just as even kwa job, you can apply for, you can give a notice of resignation. You cannot be deemed to have resigned until that time comes. So when he tells us that the other side is the majority because these members are no longer, he's applying the law in a pedestrian way, because he knows very well that until the 3 months are over is when they will be guaranteed to move. And the process of movement may even take some also weeks, if not months.
And then the other, hello?
Yes.
I also noted that man, I don't know if I'm the one who read a different constitution or the same, the one that I read. Do independent candidates belong to any political party? Because I see he added those members to the side of UDA.
Yeah, he added the 12. The independent members, they are not supposed to belong to any coalition. But you see, the way they were doing things is that it did not obey any rules of Political Parties Act. He just decided that because these guys were, in fact, they talked about numbers when it came to voting of the speaker. And they said that if you guys say you have the numbers, then show us. You don't have the numbers. But in reality, there were only two incidences in which he would have ruled, either as coalition or as parties. As coalition, he would have ruled Azimio is the majority. As parties, it was to be compared between Azimio as a party and UDA as a party, which Azimio still had the majority. So you see, he failed to do that. He went on to talking about numbers that are not explainable, because the truth is, even if these guys have given an intention, even if this was a post-election coalition, I am very sure they have not deposited that coalition with the registrar of political parties, because if they do, then the registrar of political parties would have already penalized them that you don't, at this stage, you don't qualify to belong to a new political party and a new coalition until you have fully exited the old coalition. So I'm very sure whatever they have signed is on paper, yes, but it has not been deposited.
And then the other thing I was asking is Kenya Kwanza a registered or just a brand name? Because he compared Azimio with Kenya Kwanza. Is Kenya Kwanza a registered political party or coalition of political party?
Now, you see, Kenya Kwanza, in fact, now it even puts Weta in an awkward situation. He says that the activities, that they are already enjoying the benefits of the new coalition, which is not true. When you look at parliamentary leadership, all from Senate to National Assembly, all went to UDA. Except Moses Wetangula himself, who belongs to Ford Kenya, the rest of the leaders belong to one party. Tell me one person from ANC who benefited from that. Tell me a member of UDM who benefited. Tell me a member of Chap Chap who benefited. Tell me a member. I mean, it was all UDA in parliament, both the lower and the upper. So there is nothing even showing in terms of leadership that they are already enjoying the benefits of being in one coalition.
Anyway, let's sit down and watch, because you know the Kenyans are the Kenyans, the parliamentarians that we elected, they're acting in a very awkward way, because they're supposed to be the people who are upholding the rule of law, but they seem to be on rampage to ensure that the rule of law will not succeed. I wonder when Moses Wetangula is saying that Kenya Kwanza is registered, and when I voted in an election, I only voted for Raila in Azimio, and I voted for, and I saw William Ruto there under UDA. So if Kenya Kwanza was a registered coalition, therefore we could have seen Ruto under Kenya Kwanza. I never saw something of such kind on ballot paper. But anyway, what I know is that there will be a lot of rearrangement here and there, because as you can see, is a government that has been holding a lot of meetings and a lot of travels, more than the actual work that is supposed to be done. As the times move on, you know, William Ruto should get this point clear and blank, and he should be told by even the people near him that he only defeated Raila with 230 votes, 230,000 votes. These 230 votes, they are the people in villages, people in the local areas who voted for him because they believed that the price of unga, petroleum, and the cost of living generally will go down. Should that fail to happen, These people have no business to vote in terms of tribe of anything, but they have a business to vote in terms of cost of living. So you should be very wary not to use chest or anything else, thinking that let nobody cheat him that if you win the first term 2022, 2032 you will win, or 2027 you will win. He should be told that he needs to work hard for it. Now the rhetorical of anti-Raila in Mount Kenya will not be there.
Francis, you know, Ruto at the back of his mind knows very well that he didn't win. He worked for it in other shortcuts. And he's very much prepared and preparing for 2027. Look at it this way. The people he put at IEBC, right now, those who are going out, you have seen like Commissioner, was it
Bolu
Mall?
Yeah.
Is shortlisted to be PS.
Yes.
Wife of Chepkat shortlisted to be a PS. In other words, you are only expanding the network of people who can machinate. Now, if he could machinate that when he was a deputy president, how far can he machinate when he is the president? So for him, his worry is not because the challenge he has been having, maybe unless he gets another candidate also who is serious in manipulating votes. But if we have candidates like Raila Odinga who wants to play by the rules of the game, who want to show decency, for him, he will just run over them, because for him, he doesn't want to play by the rules. He just wants to win, and that is it.
So Ben Wekesa, if you have looked at the politics of the central Kenya, because I've been following there for some time, is the only province that 86% of its leaders are always changed after every general election. These are the people who cannot fear to take you home, even being a one-term governor. We have seen somebody like Waititu, we have seen somebody like Kabogo, and so many of them. There are very few who have finished 2 terms in central Kenya. So these are individuals, you fail to work, chances of you getting their votes is almost zero. And now that the equation of anti-Raila will not be there, that man, let him get it very clear. The support he enjoyed, maximum support from that region, he might even be shocked that they are the people who will lead a revolution against him. These are the people who vote on substantial things. They are not people like maybe when you take to Kampani, you tell them, Kalonzo in my side, so come we vote for Kalonzo, we go all of us there. No. These are the individual you tell them, we are voting here because you want tea prices to go high, the tea bonuses to be high. We are voting here to have dams. Should we fail to deliver, count them out. And that is the reason as to why, when I was looking at how the arrangement is trying to get some votes from Coast and Western, where he knows these people follow individual in terms of this is a politician and a politician, we just follow him. But central Kenya is where politics is become very difficult, because you can win today, promise people, you fail to deliver, you'll be going home very early in the morning, and they elect another very different person. The only reason as to why they have been maintaining these people 2 terms is because of Raila Odinga, who has been a constant factor in election. So they have been always been mobilized against Raila. This has given them an opportunity to vote. Not that they want the candidate who is in place, but to vote against a candidate who they don't want. Now 2027 is not about the candidate who they don't want. It will be candidates who are convened to be presidency. And that is why Ruto should get it very clear that the best that he enjoys this time round, should he fail to work, we shall be here and we shall be giving testimony. He will get even low votes than what Raila was used to get in 2007. So he should not think as if that he can get them and he can use them for a long period of time. So he needs to work for it. And we are here. You shall give a testimony. It is coming. You need to work for it. Like in Kiambu in 2022.
Do you know, Francis, do you know
Yes.
that it's only in the period of Ruto is when the majority of the central MPs have been re-elected?
Yes,
like,
because of anti-Raila and Uhuru.
Yeah, were re-elected.
You know, this election, it was not election on ideas. It was election of anti-Raila, anti-Uhuru, dynasty versus Asla. As much as you will be able to convince them that you are MP, but you are an Asla, you get re-elected. But 2027, it will not be there. I guess this is the last time that the poor people will be used to give somebody presidency. It will never be used again anywhere. You know, for people like GM Kariuki, tried to use it, but they were assassinated before the time they could actualize. So it gave people a sense that actually it could have worked. Now that Ruto has been elected on the same rhetorical, like the one GM Kariuki wanted to ride on, I don't think it will be used anywhere any soon, because as things are seen, the poor man will face the axe of the tax man. It is coming home. Taxes are increasing, currencies are depreciating, and prices of goods are going high. Inflation is there, and so many things. So let's tighten our belts as we have to take that dose for another 5 years. Either we make a different choice or we make the same choice and proceed with the suffering. I think that's the only thing that is there.
Let's listen to this as I bring in Francis. Not Francis, anaitwa Benson.
Hi, Rhoda and Francis.
Just wait.
Na mkuje muniulize, si mnachekelea Raila? Nyinyi kwenye kukuwa president Kenya hii, my friend, musahau vile mlisahau matiti ya mama zenyu. Hamutaiona saa hii rahisi. 40 to 50 years mtakuwa, Yesu atakuwa amerudi. Yesu atakuwa tumerudi, tunaenda Kanaan sasa ya Yesu. Ile Yesu atakuwa hapa. Tunaenda sasa, hakuna Kanaan nyingine hapa. Hakuna huyu Ruto huyu. Juu kitu ya kwanza Ruto amefanya ni moja. Na mimi sikusoma sana, hesabu inaniharibikia, lakini naona. Unajua Ruto sahi haezi kubali, na hata kubali Wakikuyu tena wakuwe na kingpin ya kuongelea ndani ya mtu ngapi. Ataweka Ndindi Nyoro naongelea Moranga. Ataweka huyu Kimani Chungwa naongea Kiambu. Ataongea na ule jamaa aongelelea Meru. Ataweka huyu Anne Waiguru ama mtu mwingine aongelea nini? Kirinyaga. So, alafu ata make sure wale walikuwa wanaitanga hizi mkutano ya Dayo, ata make sure wengine watakufa na accident, wengine wamekufa tu kama melala, wengine nini, wengine wamesikwa na kwa sako, wengine nini. Kitamifike huko, sasa ni hao watu wakuuza dawa ya mende na mask, hao ndio wanaamua kisa ya Wakikuyu. So mimi nawaambia nyinyi jamii ya Kikuyu, kama watu wameiza political ya Kenya ni Kikuyu. Hizo zile mnasema ni maombi. Sio nyinyi pia sasa yenu imeisha, ni maombi. Sio chawi sasa yenu kuisha. Na Uhuru aliona hii kitu akajaribu kuacha. Hakuna siku wa Kikuyu wataongea tena lugha moja kwa under leadership ya William Ruto. Wanyeri watakuwa wanaongea Nyeri, wa Kiambu watakuwa wanaongea Kiambu, wa Moranga, wa Meru watakuwa wanaongea kivyao. Wanawaemu. Na atawachanua, na kuwachanua ni nini? Kuempower hao watu wengine na kuwaweke wakuwe na nini? Na pesa. Wakisha kuwa na pesa, Ndindi Nyoro, unafikiri ni mjinga kuacha Ndindi Nyoro akue nje? Na wache wakina Moses Kura waende ministry. Ruto si mjinga. Ameweka Moses Kura kuwa minister ndio mdomo yako. Moses Kura anaongea point kama anajifanya mlevi na ameza kusambaza point. Akaambe yo minister. Alafu nani Kabogo anamali?
Bodhia, watupatia the inside politics of Kikuyu land. Sisi ni maoni tu.
Good morning, good evening, Wekesa, Roda, Wanjira, and Francis.
Not Wajira, Waidera. You know my name, we are same community.
Oh, Waidera. Oh, okay. I like the young people who sit at the Bunge la Wananchi, you know, the one at the town and the one at Jacaranda, and they have very nice insights of politics. And let me say this. Every time I see people talk about William, I think we have two different, you know, it's like what I would call two view of William Ruto. Because the William that almost 82% of Central Province voted is a totally different William that people talks in the media and all that. Let me say this. William got a pact with Kikuyus 10 years ago. When actually, let me start with 12 years ago. If you can go back to the history, when Kibaki was in a very tight corner during the coalition government, wale ukikumbuka wakati wa not nusu mkate, wakati wa the infights za coalition government 2010, 2011, the person who saved Kibaki government was William Ruto. And you remember even William was sacked by Raila together with Professor Ongeri, and that's when the whole thing started. So over time, he have found a place in Central Province. Then 2013, because of ICC, and the fact that he supported us 2017. Let me give you an incident. Let me give you an incident where William, you want something? Later. Let me give an incident where William was actually came in for Central Province. In 2017, just after Uchaguzi, Uhuru Kenyatta called all the MPs and governors just like 5 days after Uchaguzi. And Uhuru was breathing fire. And he abused all the MPs just 5 days after Uchaguzi wamekuwa announced the winner. He breathed fire. He abused everyone. He talked very badly about William, and he said, "This is my government, this is my legacy. Some of you are young people. You would not have been elected if you are not for me. Some of you have used my name to become MPs. I don't want anyone talking politics for the next 4 years." And people left State House. All the MPs and governors left State House with very bad taste, because they didn't understand why a person you have campaigned together just 5 days after Uchaguzi have turned against the people. The very people that have campaigned for him. Kama has it, Maraga nullified the Uchaguzi. And the very people who were abused, Uhuru had to go and look for them. So the morning that Maraga nullified the Uchaguzi, all the Jubilee MPs allied to Uhuru Kenyatta from Central Province and some from...
Excuse me, do you have a clip of Uhuru abusing those MPs 5 days after election, or is the rumors that you are spreading? Give us a clip if you have it.
Francis, you know, it's good to listen sometimes, so that sometimes it's just good to listen. I'm not spreading rumors here.
No, it's good. You know, we listen, but right information. Give us an information whatever I say, I can prove and give evidence. So give an evidence that Uhuru abused those members 2017 immediately after election, so that we believe what you are saying, and it's not that you are directing us to believe something that you want to pass across.
Francis, I have
let him finish, and then I'll give you a chance to rebut.
I have been asked to explain the insights and insights. So I'm giving you insights, the things that you don't see on your TV. So that morning, the entire Jubilee, Uhuru arrived Jubilee. They went to State House. Ruto arrived Jubilee, went to Kalen, and for 4 hours, Uhuru was calling Ruto and Akina Mulkomen, Akina Duale, and they were actually not picking calls. So actually, at Kalen, we had all these like 70 MPs who were talking on their future about working with Uhuru Kenyatta. And around 4 p.m. the same day, William and his team, over 80 MPs, they walked to State House. Francis, if you remember when you remember Ruto saying nilienda huko nikamwambia nitamchapa kofi. That statement came that day after 4 hours. Uchaguzi imekuwa nullified, William Ruto haonekani, watu wake hawaonekani. But around 4 p.m., William walked with his troop, and he met Uhuru and his team. Uhuru was drunk that time, and Uhuru was saying, I will go home and all that. Then William said, uende nyumbani kufanya nini? Tuko hapa, tunarudi kwa kiwanja. And everyone from Central Province, everyone thought William ataenda kwa Raila. And that day was the turning point of the Kikuyus to send the Kikuyus to the dalliance you see between William and Central Province, because uchaguzi imekuwa nullified. Tulikuwa tumeabuse huyu deputy wetu na amekuja, and immediately after that around 5, those who can remember that day, Uhuru very drunk, around 5 they went to Kamukonji, and you remember akiambiwa anajikuna matako. It is the same day. From that day, the political class in Central Province had a lot, developed this dalliance about William, and that's how William was born. Kwa Wakikuyu na mbuzi na kila kitu. What am I saying? What we saw during this uchaguzi, it is actually something that started way back, because William had an opportunity, alikuwa abused. Now the same president, he had an opportunity to go to Raila. So that is the history of William in Central Province. The next 10 years, Kikuyus will vote alongside William Ruto. But also let me tell you what William has done to Central Province. Amewapatia kamba wajihang wao wenyewe. What are the issues that we voted for in this government? Minimum guaranteed, 1 man, 1 vote, milk, small traders at Juakali, and the hustler movement, and the hustler people, our informal sector. That's why William amechukua agriculture, amewapatia Wakikuyu. Hizo vitu Moses mlikuwa mnaongea za 1 man 1 vote na maziwa na kahawa. Wewe Lintika Midhuri, chukua hiyo kitu, angalia wewe ndiye uko. What else did we talk about? We talked about mashamba. Mashamba tumepatiwa. What else did we talk about? We talked about the hustlers, the hustler fund, the hustler movement. Moses Kuria, you are the Minister for Trade, Small Micro Enterprises.
No, let me correct you. Sorry. The person under Hustler Fund is this man from Rift Valley called Chepulengui, if I'm not wrong. He's the man responsible for the Asla Fund under cooperatives.
Let me tell you. The trade is the one that is dealing with small and micro trade. That is where the Hustler Fund is domiciled. In terms of disbursement, it will be done through societies and groups and all that. But in terms of developing policies and all that and organizing the traders from Githurai, that work have been passed to Moses Kuria. And you can look water. Those are issues that we have talked about. You can look at all these other things that Gachagua have been talking about. Wamepatiwa wenyewe. So basically, William have given almost 10 of his dockets to Central Province so that they can deal with the issues they have talked about. Finally, I want to agree with the young man from the president of the Bugera Wananchi that Kikuyus tutakaa bila uchaguzi, because how do we get tutakaa bila one of us ascending to power. Kikuyus leadership in Kikuyu happens because of what we call Itweka. And for now, there's nothing. It happens during war, like 2013 when Uhuru came on board. It was a serious thing. It was the war between us and Kalenjin. And Uhuru came and sorted out the fight and Mungiki and all that. So there was an incident that helped us. So at this point, you will have every county having its leadership. Didi Nyoro in Central, Gachagua in Uko, in Muranga, Didi Nani Gachagua in whatever, Akina Professor Kidiki Kwao. But somewhere along the way, something will happen and a Kikuyu leadership will be ushered in. There have been also a lot of discussion in Central Province on have we really benefited from being in government, and especially the local populace. So it is also time to pass the mantle to other people. We saw the people from Western Kenya, their industries, Mumias every time was on a bailout, Trans Nzoia was on bailout every time. Maybe it's time for us, watu watuangalie kama maziwa, because sometimes wakati wewe ndio uko kwa kiongozi, hakuna mtu anakuangalia kama maziwa. Kwa hivyo wacha sisi tukae kando kidogo na sisi tuangaliwe kama maziwa. Tukisema kura zetu tutapatiana, tunaangaliwa kama maziwa. Because we have also not, especially the local populace in Central Province, have not really benefited. It is the capitalists and the industrialists and the elite that have really benefited from the last two leadership in Central Province. But over and over, our people are becoming poorer. There is a lot of alcohol in Central Province. There are a lot of education standards have gone down. So our people are going down. However, there are 10% of people who have become very rich in Central Province because of the capitalistic nature of the last two governments. Let me
ask you, Benson.
Yes.
So do you think, I see you have listed the ministries, and do you think Ruto has touched what really the nerve of Central? But my question will be, you talked about one man, one vote, which for me, it was more prominent in BBI, and it was going to be legislated so that it's not someone's free will extension, but it's by law that every Kenyan is served. You guys, in fact, it came out the way you projected. It looked like BBI was a devil's manual to hell. But when you look at how William Ruto is implementing his agenda, he seems to be borrowing so much from the BBI, which means it was just political. So my question then is, do you think the structure of William Ruto government will address more of the Kikuyu challenges than the structure of Uhuru cabinet? Because when you're talking about cabinet coming from central, they were there, including the president came from central. So why do you think you missed out on all these developmental issues and thinking that William is coming out as a great solution? In reflection to that, this William Ruto does not come from the sky, he comes from Rift Valley. We haven't seen what Rift Valley has benefited from him in terms of development, such that Central will learn or expect or anticipate from that, even when his half of the cabinet of the Jubilee came from Rift Valley. So the fact that you are rewarded cabinet lots does not in any way translate to development. They had actually almost all of them came from Rift Valley. But did anything go on the ground to translate into development that Rift Valley people can say that Ruto gave us half of the cabinet and this is what we have achieved after the Jubilee 2 terms? That is my worry. And maybe you need to convince me that this time around, si uchawi ni maombi.
Okay, let me respond, Wekesa. 3 things. One, the BBI as it was designed then, it was looking at one man, one shillings from a political perspective. The simplistic way of looking at, you need more constituencies because you are more and you are allocated so that you get allocation. And why I call it simplistic is, if you look at Roiro constituency, it will grow every year. That constituency in Roiro will grow by 100,000 voters every election cycle. So if you are to go by the BBI's way, you'll have to keep dividing Roiro every 5 years so that you get development. That development that was envisaged by the BBI was based on 150 million. 150 million called CDF. So it was a political thing. Actually, when you talk about one man, one shilling, it goes beyond representation. It is talking about addressing the sectors, because those sectors are the ones that are producing for the country. You look at the farmers, you look at...
So kindly tell us, what exactly are you saying? Because we have to put down on paper and what will be the deliverables to achieve that. Because BBI had a structure where you can see this is what is going to be achieved for one man, one shilling. But here you are telling us something that we cannot concretize and know. What exactly... How is William going to achieve the one man, one shilling?
Because you look at the economic sectors, you don't look at the political boundaries. What do I mean? Put 5 billion for coffee, put 5 billion for whatever, and those sectors are the one producing the GDP. So you have more money for coffee. The last 20 years, there have been no investment in coffee. Put money for tea, put money for milk and value chains. That's where the real one man, one vote will be addressed. What we saw in BBI was basically get more MPs so that you can get more allocation. That allocation is just based on an MP getting CDF. If you do if you get CDF, like dividing Roiro to Mwihoko and whatever, the only amount they are going to add is just 150, which can barely do 10 kilometers of 10 kilometers of tarmac in a whole cycle. So basically, that's how they are looking.
But kindly, Benson, you are misleading us, because one man, one vote is based on representation. That is where it's coined. Whatever you are arguing is completely different.
Yes, because you are looking at it from a political perspective. You are not looking at it from an economic perspective.
But what is politics? Politics is about the division of resources and resources. And here we are talking about division of those resources to the voters now. So politics is not the rhetoric you see on campaign trail. Actually, politics is about division of the resources of a nation. And that is what we are addressing. Those political boundaries were put there so that wananchi can be served well. So the more you reduce them, the more you are bringing service closer to wananchi. So let's not make it look like when you talk about, there's a way sometimes people demonize politics. When you look at it, when you talk about politics, it's like something bad. No, we are coming on a political table for service of a nation. And the more we are dividing and bringing service closer, Kwanini Moi used to give people districts. It's not just for political reason. He knows that when I give this region a district, I'm bringing services closer to them. It will open up the roads and whatever. That is how development were coming up to the areas.
Wekesa, if you go with the political boundary, I've given you an example of Ruto, which is growing where, they have dividing all the plots around Ruto and all this. If you go the political side, 116, that you are looking at development from dividing every time Ruto hit 116, you divide it. It means every cycle, you need to divide Ruto. Then you end up with 1,000 people called representation. That was a wrong model of looking at representation. You look at representation from economic sectors. And that's why when you look at how the manifesto was developed, you look at every region and their sector, the productive sectors, and you allocate money within the sector rather than looking at how much are you going to allocate to these constituencies. That is a very simplistic whatever, because you're just dividing 150, 140 code CDF. That is very small budget compared to economic sectors.
Okay, anyway, let's leave it there. I want to bring in, okay, Francis, you had a question, then I bring in Julie and Kuseo.
Yes. One of the things is that it's not good just to give information to achieve some sort of things. It's always good to give relevant information to ensure that we have the right knowledge and the right thing to make the right choice. Because the issue of one man, one shillings is different from increasing the number of constituency. There were two different issues on BBI. And that is why they were saying the constituencies with more population should be given addition of MPs, and counties that are receiving less funds should be added funds depending on the number of population of people. So those were two different things. So don't mix up them because you want to appear convenient on your side. The other issue you need also to understand is that Moses Kuria, I'm quoting here Moses Kuria, at a time he said, even if Kenya Kwanza was bad, he cannot move to L. It was a clear indication it was purely meant on hatred and not in the way you want to portray it. I remember even Gunjiri Wambugu at some time back, he said very well that the hatred that is between the Kikuyus and the Raila Odinga, Uhuru cannot finish it because his father started it, Moi did it, Kibaki did it, Uhuru he cannot change that one. Clearly showing you those people were there. Most of UDA people from Central Kenya are not there because they have a common factor. They are all anti-Raila. That's why even when Moses Kuria and Kabogo wanted to bolt out, Kabogo bolted out like Moses Kuria said, I cannot move to Raila even if in UDA kuna chomeka. Giving you a very clear signal that there was nothing like Didal in there. It was purely that that man is a no-go zone. Therefore, let's remain hata kama tunaumia. Something that you, and I'm telling you here, remember in 2017, I'm giving statistics which are very well. 2017, the turnout of Mount Kenya was 86%. In 2022, it was below 52%. A drop of how many? Of almost 30. Wait for 2027, it might drop even to 35% because they will not be voting. You have been voting to punish, not to elect a good leader. That rhetorical will not be there. It will not appear in you. I can promise you that it will not be there. And that is the time you realize that Kenya will have a better leadership because you have a majority populace
Thank
being
you.
mobilized to punish individuals.
Thank you.
Eh?
Yeah, I'm saying thank you for that. Before Benson, you respond, you also alluded to that the reason Kikuyus were endeared to Ruto is because he stood with them that time when the elections were cancelled. You also alleged that there were two meetings, those aligned to Ruto and those aligned to Uhuru. But what you failed to tell us is that immediately after 2017, those aligned to Ruto wanted Uhuru to declare in the first meeting that he was going to support Ruto for 2022. That is what agitated to Uhuru, and he said, Nikasi, we have not even been sworn in, the MPs have not been sworn in, alafu mnataka tuanze kuongea mambo ya 2022. So I've always heard that story. UDA, the way they say Uhuru got agitated at the first instance. But what they fail to tell you is why he got agitated. So it's good to tie the two stories together so that you can know that, yes, Uhuru got agitated, but the issue was that how do you slot issue of 22 as the main agenda when we have not even been sworn in? And he said now, he put his foot down and said that now this is my legacy term and you guys need to give me time to deliver, because it seems you already have started politics and we are not yet sworn in, and we were elected to work, not to campaign for another period. So those two things, you guys never tie them up. You just tell us how Ruto team got agitated at Uhuru's after election 2017. So I want to bring in, where is Julie? Okay. Benson, just answer that in 1 minute and then I bring in Kuseo. But if Julie comes, I will give her first priority.
Yeah, you know, it's very difficult to answer, Francis, because it's all over. Basically, you know, a community making a decision on supporting the other community, or, you know, creating what I would call political cousins, is not based on just it's not just based on one event or two. It is it's a whole endearment. It's not just a one event. So basically, it's something that was cultivated over time. You know, over 10 years. I started talking about 2010 when Kibaki was relying more of Ruto than many other people in 2010, 2011, 2012. So it is a historical thing. It have taken 8 or 9 years for the communities to be together. Number two, I think for the first time, we feel like the issues on Central Province are in the right hand. When Uhuru brought in the cabinet, he brought in Macharia. Macharia was brought from Zambia, you know, Zambia NCBA. That was the initial NIC bank. He brought in Joe Mushero. and Joe Mucheru was brought from Google. So those were people, the people who were brought in as representative of Central Province were people who had no touch of of the issues. And that's why we still promise, we are still hopeful that the people who have been given position are people who understand the issues. When you talk about our Nyamakema, Grogon, small traders and that's where most of our central people are, in small trading, and you're telling Moses Kuria is the one to handle that, we feel like he understands better our issues. When you give agriculture to someone central for the first time, we feel that we feel that we have people who understand it. And I know we had agriculture in Central Province, but the two guys didn't perform. So we are still hopeful that that our issues will be addressed. Thank you.
So just to ask, so that I finish up, I can leave. So we have 8 ministers who are serving Central. Then the remaining one are serving all Kenyans, including Central. Is that what I'm getting from you? That we have 8 who are specifically to serve the Kikuyu community. Then we have the rest who are serving Kenyans. So
it's
Yeah,
difficult.
and that's where he confuses himself, because he talked about he doesn't want to define it on political boundaries, but again he's defining it in terms of the political rewards that they have gotten, which mixes us in his argument.
Okay, sir, I'm consistently talking about sectors. I'm talking about agriculture. I'm talking about small traders. Those are our interests. In terms of political, the people who have been given position, we gave Ruto 47%. That came with some demands. So if you look at it from political perspective, we demanded what we gave. So that's from a political perspective. But I want to stick on the economic side. What are the issues for the people from Central Province? What are our issues? Forget about politics. Yeah.
Let's have
so excuse me, just to finish up. So if we have a trader, in Kajiado,
excuse me, we'll come back on
yes.
that. Let it
Yes.
weka koma hapo kwanza. We'll come back on that. Kuseo.
Hello, Kesa. Mzalendo.
Yeah,
Mzalendo, your name is incomplete because it just leaves people with more questions to ask you. I hope you will be answering the questions without being asked. Hi, Rhoda. Hi, Benson, Francis. What I can say to what I've heard Benson talk about is that...
Excuse me, please, can I ask something, Budhia, with my language? Budhia, tutageria please, mandu atumatheke muno. Warima, nikiuretikira. Please, you want to atumatheke muno mundu witu. Okay? Thank you. Asante.
Kuseo, endelea.
What I was saying is that politics is a very complex thing, and what has been happening is a bit different from what Mbudhia is trying to talk about. You see, there is nowhere where people sat at a round table and they say that sisi tuna demand hii. You remember when politics was taking shape in Central, Kuria had his issues. Kiunjuri had his issues. Gachagua had his issues. The Mathas had their issues. Linturi had his issues. All these fellows were all having their issues, and they all claimed to be talking for Central. Now, you can go on by what the couriers were saying because they stuck with that coalition and they have been there. But if you listen to Benson, it's like there was something which was discussed behind the scenes. Some demands were put forward, which is not the case. You remember what the Martha Karua has put forward regarding the Limuru 1, Limuru 2, blah, blah. Those things were not that coordinated the way Mbudia wants you to believe. A number of these things are just coincidences. They are coincidences. And there is nowhere where these people said that now we vote for Ruto. No. Ruto's support comes from the individuals in Central who stood with him. The individuals who stood with him. So it is not right for Mbudia to imply that there was a script. There was no script. There was no script. Some people disagreed with Uhuru and they did this and that. No. And something which we need to remember, as Mutahi Ngui sometimes says, Raila lost the elections. Ruto did not win. I don't know how confusing you get that. You need to be seeing things from a different perspective to be able to understand that. Severally, Mutahi Ngui has said that Raila lost the elections. Ruto did not win. So there is no narrative that some people wanted Ruto to win, or because of some things he promised. No. Ruto is president because Raila lost. I hope we are not getting confused. Because Raila lost. That's why Ruto is president. In other words, this time round, remove Raila from the equation. As I think, Kesa, you tried to say earlier, you're saying that some people voted against Raila. They were not voting for Ruto. If you go that line, you may understand what I'm saying. So, in other words, this time round, if there is no Raila to vote against, Ruto may actually get some problems which may not be anticipated right now. Now, the people who succeeded in Central is because they started much earlier, much earlier, just like Ruto, campaigning. So they overdid the other people who are on the other side. Their competitors did not start so early. They had benefits which made them overdo the elections over their competitors. So that is why you cannot predict right now what is going to happen going forward. Now, just to comment on somebody saying, I think that in the topic that Raila Oster scheme hatched. Now, you may ask yourself, Oster from what? Like some young lady in South Africa once said, leaders are not, leaders just be. I think you all remember that girl. She said, leaders just be. You see, Raila may be a leader. It's not because he was put there by elected by somebody. No, he just became. So if you want to oust him, you are taking the wrong route. He was not elected and placed there by anybody. Whoever will be the next leader, if at all, will just be. Not that you oust Raila so that become a leader. No. Raila may actually even go out and there will be no leader for a long time, like it has happened in some parts of the country. It is not necessarily that you have to push somebody out. Like somebody was saying that at a kingpin for Central. Maybe what Francis was saying could have some point that Ruto's approach is a divide and rule kind of thing. And for some of us who can see far, that is why you don't have the Ministry of Devolution. That is why the Ministry of Devolution has been moved to one central place. Why? So that every county ni kivyake. In other words, you must appreciate the central government. So you'll find all counties are kneeling down to get something because it is the central government who is in charge of the national cake. The official distribution, which was being brought by BBI, you remember they killed it. By killing it, it means you cannot reside, say, to Taita Taveta and just wait for your allocation and do whatever you want. No. You must still go and kneel down to the national government. Even when the money has been agreed, for it to be transmitted, for it to be sent to you, disbursed, it will be you how good or how well you agree with the national government. That is why you hear some county governors are saying, sisi tutafanya kazi na serikali. What are they talking about? They are talking about that disbursement of funds. Because if the national government decide to sit on it, there is very little the national government would do, especially at the deputy president and at the presidential level. If the money has not been disbursed, when you are the Minister of Devolution, you remember they were demonstrating. At one time, they went up to the courts during the appropriation, the allocation of funds to the counties, which was taking too long. This time around, there is no ministry. Everything is being done from the deputy president's side. If they don't act, you can only cry there and get frustrated in pain. Nothing will be happening. So if we decide to frustrate Taita Taveta, so be it. Utaenda, utadu. Anyway, that is my comment on that issue. Now, regarding, I think the next topic there is the international visit, Ruto's international visit. Ruto will have to make very many international visits. You remember when they, for example, removed this GMO ban. The first, I was surprised that the president got congratulations from the US government. Ask yourself why. Here where we are in the US, these people have been, we are tired of GMOs. Now, these people are stranded where to take them. Right now, as somebody said, if you go to the supermarket, you find that there are parallel lines of things. You have GMO, and you are told what it is. You have what they call organic, and there it is. And they are all different prices. So most of the organic products, it's like, for example, you have eggs. Personally, I've been trying to imagine if you are eating eggs and you are told they didn't come from a cuckoo. It's not the cuckoo that laid them. So where did they come from? That alone really worries some of us. And don't worry that very soon they will be imported to Kenya in numbers. Now, as we speak now, if they are saying that there is already maize on the way to Kenya, just before the ban are settled. So who was this who was so prepared with the maize to be bringing to Kenya this soon? You know, earlier on, when they refused to reduce the day of Unga, people are saying that there is maize expected from Congo and from Malawi. I'm not so sure whether they are GMO maize or which maize it is. But the issues around the GMOs is really very worrying. You see here in the US, the side effects of the GMOs are very well catered for, in the sense that, assuming your breasts, for example, Mekesa, as a man, maybe you have been feeding on some things, and for all of a sudden, you find you have just started growing breasts. They have medical experts and medical facilities to deal with that. But now in Kenya, when that starts to happen, I'm not so sure what will happen. Whether you have the necessary facilities, call it medication or surgeons or surgery, to deal with such side effects in the event that they start erupting. Here, curative medication is the order of the day. And that is why you find that majority of the people here, they are in their 90s. You go to the supermarket, for example, you go to Walmart, don't be surprised that you find at least 1/3 of the shoppers are all people who are above 80 and above. Some of them move around in motorized cycles and what have you. Now, if you check the lifestyle of such people, one thing you will notice very fast, they are all living on these things you call supplements. What are supplements? What are supplements? They are drugs. Now, in other words, if you have eaten all these things at some time, there comes a time when most of the time you are sick. But somehow they have medicine. Yeah? And once you start going to the doctor knows exactly what time next time you will be coming. Next time you will be coming. And for some people, once you are on a certain medication, you don't need to be going to see the doctor anymore again. You go to the pharmacy. Every time the pharmacy automatically runs your drug requirement, and you are just called to go and collect it. That is how far they are advanced in dealing with the side effects of those, call them GMO. Now, the other worry is that the GMOs are not, you cannot get going forward. They are not sustainable in the sense that the way people are saying, once you have harvested, in the ordinary way, normally we can always keep your harvest. This time, you keep a portion of it as the seeds when the next time you want to replant. Now, with these other ones, since they are not really defined, they are in between. I don't know whether that is why the seeds, you cannot continue going forward with the same. So what do? You have to continue getting your seeds from the same GMO suppliers. So you say goodbye to your local seeds and be expecting every cycle you get seeds from for continuity purposes. But I'm not so sure. What I don't know is I'm not sure whether the government is ready to relook at that ban. The ban, I think, should not be, because health-wise, you don't have sufficient health facilities to deal with the purported side effects. You are not prepared. You are not ready. You are not ready. If you want to have your breasts chopped off, leave alone if chopping it off is the way to cure it. Is where are you going to have it chopped off? You'll be doing a rampage to go to India, and they are in hundreds of thousands and millions for the medication. So maybe for me, I think it is too soon to go that GMO route. There are so many things uncertain, and there should be no hurry.
It's just this week that we have had someone who had his but genetically modified decided to remove. Have you seen that trend in Kenya?
Come again.
It's just this week that we have been seeing on social media.
Yes.
Someone who had his butt genetically modified tried to go back to the original, back to factory settings. I don't know if you have seen that.
I've not seen it, but you see in a place like here.
Someone Verasidika, I don't know why you have not seen it. It has trended so much.
If it is in the group, I'll see it. You see, the thing is that even here, those things are there, but it's like they are so advanced. You have seen them, for example, doing operations without opening your chest. I've seen somebody got a lung operation without opening the chest. Those laser things. That is how advanced they are. So in other words, in the event things don't go right, they have a way out. Kenya, you don't have. You remember how COVID was dealt with in Kenya? Most of it was follow the protocols, preventive than curative. Here, if you watch some of the videos that you are seeing about how COVID was handled here, these people didn't care about contacts and what have you, because when he falls sick, he goes to the hospital. You saw how the president himself did. When he fell sick, he was in hospital for a week, and he was okay. Now here, you in Kenya, one of the problems you have are bed capacity. So you can't afford to. You are better off preventing people from becoming sick, like you did during COVID. And most of African countries actually did that, than having people admitted that now a doctor is coming around. There, you don't even have the doctors to deal with such an influx of sick people. Anyway, that is, let me stop there for now. I'll still have some issues, but I think I'll do later.
So I am bringing Zalendo. I also want to communicate a change of card. I will be taking a rest. Francis will be chairing. For addition of people, there's someone who will be doing it. So let's keep talking. I have to take a rest. So thank you. Mzalendo, you're welcome.
Thank you, Wekesa. Thank you, Daktari. You asked about my name, Mzalendo. Mimi ni bado ni ule Mzalendo. We talk about the right things that will help our country. We look at things from a different lens, not from your political leaning, whether it is tribal or not tribal. We don't look at things on a tribal lens. The reason why I came to this show is because of Francis. Francis mentioned something very important, and kudos to Francis.
Mzalendo, just for a joke, huh?
Yes.
You know, in Kenya, we used the word patriotism was more prominent in the days of Moi. And most of the patriotic songs were never patriotic; they were just from Moi.
You see, Kesa, you see, the Moi's era is gone. You know, we love our country, and the challenges we are facing today is for a better tomorrow. And let me tell you, countries that are advanced, like in the US, they passed through these problems. So when you see us differing here, it's because we are heading towards the right direction. Sometimes you might not like what I'm saying. Sometimes I don't like what Rhoda is saying. Sometimes I don't like what Benson is saying. But if for the love of our country, I mean, let us keep talking the way you have started this show. It is very, very important. Look at the issue of GMO. We are consumers of GMO. Some people have lived in this country for 30 years. They've never had breast cancers. But again, back in Kenya, people are having breast cancers. As late as in the 60s, people are having cancer without GMOs. So this issue of saying that GMOs will bring diseases in the country, that is absolute nonsense. Look at the benefits of GMOs against, you see, these other crops. GMOs, first of all, it will bring a lot of profits to our farmers. They are nutritious. They are climate friendly products. This is a country that is suffering from food insecurity. Yeah, leave alone putting money in people's pocket. We don't have food to eat. Chakula. Yeah, chakula hakuna. So when the introduction of GMOs in a country where it is like 3/4 of it is semi-arid, it is a plus. And Europe is consuming GMOs. America is consuming GMOs, and they have never died. The irony again is that Kuseo, you took the COVID vaccine and you didn't complain. You are using medicine produced in pharmaceuticals in America. and you don't even complain. You don't have anything of your own unless you're using traditional medicine, you know. So some of these things that it's all in the mind. It's all in your mind. It's all. Let's not cheat Kenyans. GMOs are friendly. They take a shorter time to yield, and they are more nutritious than these other crops. So on that issue, I think the president did a very good thing because of the food insecurity in our country. The issue of tribe. Francis, you said something very, very important, that in the next general elections, Kikuyus will not be on the ballot, but Gachagua will still be the running mate for William Ruto. But how are the Kikuyu community going to vote in this coming elections? You know, previously, the country of Kenya has been treated with this discourse of three tribes. It is either the Kikuyus or the Luos, and then the Kalenjins. Kenyatta perfected that art properly. He managed to control the Kalenjin vote through Moi. Moi consolidated the Kalenjin vote, which Ruto has done to perfection. He has controlled that, and I don't think anybody is going to get the Kalenjin vote in the next 10 years or maybe 20 years without the blessing of William Ruto. That is a fact. Now, Raila Odinga has also done the same thing that his father did, consolidating his vote, like in the Luo-based politics, that he has consolidated the Luo vote and that he controls the Luo vote. Is it advantageous to him? I think the Luo community, we have been playing the game of musical chairs, and in each and every time we have been getting it all wrong. So when it is our time to lead, then we are so unlucky. We have been unlucky throughout. And what I would want to say is that probably it is our style or the way we look at things is what maybe shies off this other community from supporting Aluo to be the president of Kenya. And I think more so it's also cultural. Like when you see people like this Kuria guy saying that somebody who is not circumcised cannot lead, then you'll find that Benson on his other end also thinks the same.
So please, Muzalendo, let's have respect for every community. Nobody brought circumcision. We inherited from Kushites. You find yourself being circumcised by your parents.
Right.
Let us not deem any community wrong, please. Let's
No,
respect each community.
Francis,
Yes, let's give them respect.
Please,
We
we
might not
respect
vote
one
for them.
another. We are all Kenyan,
Yes,
no
we might
matter.
never
We
vote for
respect
them,
one another,
but
whether you are
let's
circumcised
maintain
or not.
respect.
Okay,
Please, we respect every community.
Let me
Every
withdraw.
community had.
Let me
Every
withdraw
community
that
is
word.
Every
Let
community
me
is very
withdraw.
important.
Hey, can you just let me finish? Let me withdraw that word, but you note that word has been used several times in the Kenyan politics. I think it has been used, and you are ignoring that fact. It has been used by our political leaders, people that we
Not nowadays. Kenyan people nowadays, Kenyan people are very smart. It's those days, but nowadays we are living 2022.
I was giving
Raila
you.
is somebody. Raila is
Rhoda,
somebody really respected.
I was giving you an analysis of how tribes have demeaned each other and how they have been looking each other at in the political angle. I am not talking about 2022 politics. I am talking way back since independence. Yeah, and we are moving forward. I started my speech very well, and I told you that we are moving away from this kind of politics. So for me, I think those are the issues that have been affecting our politics. So whether you want to look at politics in Kenya from a national point of view, the fact will remain that politics in Kenya is tribal based, and you will not run away from that. So our politics is tribal based, and we have political leaders who represent tribes largely. They only cut across maybe a few other communities, but when there is a ruling class, like this tribe is ruling this time, then these other communities gang up against the ruling class. That has always been the trend of Kenyan politics. But moving forward, what is the way forward? The way forward, according to me, in our politics is that we choose leaders who are not politically inclined to these political groupings. Yeah, we don't have political parties. We have like kings of political tribes being followed by their members. Whether that is offensive, but that is the reality. Francis, you wanted to say something.
So, and then I was asking you, are you willing to change the trend on your personal basis? Let's not go to the national basis. Are you willing, you yourself, that to vote for a man who is not your tribe or who does not belong to a community?
Well, I have always voted on the issues that are on the table. I have always voted for the principles of the candidates, what they are putting on the table. When BBI came, I said that is a bogus document and it was being fronted by my tribesmen. I voted against it and I was against it, and throughout I've been against it. But that does not mean that on national issues, there are issues that Raila was presenting that were good to me. So that is the kind of thing I'm saying. And it also means that, our leaders can also make mistakes and we can correct them when they make mistakes.
That's okay. I also believe on ideology. Then the other thing I was asking you, in terms of traditions and the cultural part of community, do you think that the cultural of a particular community has anything to do with national interest? Any culture of any community, do you see that it has anything to do with national interest?
Yes, largely, and I can tell you that, for example, you have heard in many circles that people are saying they fear the Luo community. Haven't you heard of that? First of all,
I've heard it. That's what
I've asked you a very simple
I
question.
don't fear. I grown up. Listen to me, Mr. I grown up with the Luo. Okay.
Listen, Rhoda.
Somebody is a Luo.
I am just asking. Have you ever heard people saying that we fear that these people are arrogant? We fear that these people watatukalia. Have you never heard of such things? You've never heard of that, or we are in a different country?
Mzalendo, there's one thing that I want to drive it clear from is that we are here to change, and we are not here to propagate what has been spread. That's why I'm asking. Hello? That's why I'm asking. I'm saying, do you think that fearing laws, does it have anything to do with national importance or does fearing laws improve economy of a country? Does it make a country better? That's what I'm asking about, so that we see how does it help the country. We need to change these things once and for all.
And that is why we go back to Zalendo. That is why we propagate, national values, things that really matter to us. And that is why we look for leaders who are principled and leaders who think beyond tribe. That is why when I see the president trying to unite this country, I say we are moving towards the right direction. It might be a good step towards the direction we want. That is why when the former president was saying that, it is time for Raila to lead, that is a movement towards the right direction. So these are things that they might be baby steps, but as we continue talking, people will get to learn that these fears that we have, we could be the last generation of these fearful kind of, when you face the ballot, you look at people from the tribal lens. We could be the last generation. The coming generation will not know that that probably there was a rift between the Kenyatas and the Odingas in the 60s. They will not want to know that. They will be voting on economic issues. They will be voting on what comes with the brain that this guy is bringing. That is why sometimes we forget that countries like Singapore, we always talked about Singapore, that Kenya was at the same level with Singapore at some point. But we don't look at what Singapore did to make sure that they are where they are. They looked beyond the political groupings. They looked beyond the UODAs, the KANUs and all that, and they went for somebody from an Ivy school to become the president of the Republic of Singapore. And that is how they revived their economy. Right now, the biggest debate is that why are so many educated Kenyans are moving out of the country and looking for better pastures, for greener pastures in Europe and America. It is because the standard of education in Africa and in Kenya specifically is deteriorating. Yeah, so we
That's
have.
a lie.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie, Francis. It's not a lie. It is not a lie. We can debate this the whole time, and it is exciting you because you've seen it somewhere. This is the biggest debate. The biggest brains, the brains that who would be able to control the economy of this country are not working in Kenya. They are working.
Yes, that means, yes, Mzalendo, you have come it very clear. The biggest brain that are supposed to control the Kenyan economy are not in Kenya, but they were educated in Kenya. So the issue is not education. The issue is the system.
Just listen. They never got their university educations in Kenya. They never get. You see, their professional skills. You know, when you go to primary school, you are not taught of professional skills. When you go to university, you acquire professional skills. So when you go to university, that is. Can you guys hear me? Somebody is talking. Francis.
Yes, so that's what I'm telling you. You cannot ignore the primary level and secondary level and value the university level, because education is a kind of transition from one level to another. So if the education of primary and secondary was wrong, even in university you cannot perform. So we must acknowledge our education in the right track, but the problem is the system under which these people get absorbed. Well, let me ask you, for instance, how many Kenyans, mtu kama George Mbijiwe, you remember this man who was a fake policeman, served for how long? You look at these people who have no degrees are serving in government, but how many graduate, even master's holders, are in the streets tramaking?
Okay. How many graduates do you know that?
I think we need to be honest each other and we speak the truth, because the truth set us free, than to speak things are not real. We are all Kenya, no matter your tribe, whether you are circumcised or not, because the truth will set us free. We don't fear William Ruto. We don't fear anybody. If he want to do anything, he can do. We are going to do demonstrations, and I'm planning that, because I can be the dictator. And I can say, get out to State House, and I don't fear anybody. We have to speak it, speak it, speak it. Don't afraid anybody. I get so tired and irritated.
So UK, you can you raise your point? UK, you naita jina gani? UK Caesar.
Yeah. What I would say is this, Mzalendo, you better change your name, because that name does not fit the way you talk. That is just, by the way, you deal with it later. What I want to say here is this. I think he is in the US. I told you here, I'm a research person. All 90% of the people who are here, 80 years and above, are living on things called supplements. Take it from me. Why? First of all, they can afford it. Now, all the madaras brought around by the GMOs, they are such an advanced country. They can deal with it. I want to change for you your name. I don't want to call you Mzalendo. Lakini, I think by the time you are 80, you will agree with me what I'm telling you. Ask them why they no longer even go to doctors. They are on permanent prescription. Why? Why?
Let me answer you, Kuseo. You know, the genes of a Mzungu and the genes of an African are totally different. That's why you see Kibira and Madare, COVID didn't hit and everybody didn't die. Why do you think so? Can you just answer that? And
let me answer you. That was not just Kenya. Most of the African countries, the impact of COVID was not as was anticipated.
Why?
The reason being is because of the panic. Most of the African countries do not have curative solutions. And that's why you realize, for example, when even the planes which were landing there was this scare around where did the plane go, where did it come from, and who are in it. You remember some people who came from some of the planes were taken straight to those quarantine centers just because they have arrived from outside. Now, this side, these fellows were very busy in the hospitals. Who is fallen sick? They are busy doing tests. At one point, you heard the president here saying that the reason why they are recording more numbers is because they are effective in testing. On the other hand, most African countries were effective in keeping distance. You hear people have arrived, you will keep off. You don't want to be near them. And I did give an example here. You remember how the people who died were being even buried at night. This side, there was nothing like that. As much as later on it was found that people who are dead do not spread COVID that much. You know, later on scientifically it was proved as much. But just to emphasize or to highlight for you the steps which were taken for people to avoid contact. In Africa, that was the main thing, because they know once you have COVID, solutions are not very rare. This side, it was the opposite. It was the opposite. In fact, they were saying that even if I get COVID, it is my right. If I die, it is my right. Some people are talking here like that. In Kenya, you remember how Kagwe was very serious about people observing protocols, how they would go and venture into those bars at night and arrest people. Here, those things were not as much. So the emphasis in Africa, especially places like Kenya, was on prevention. And that is why you didn't have so many deaths.
And also, if I ask Mzalendo, he has said it very well that the DNA of Europeans and Africans is different. Does it mean that because we have, maybe if I use something like special DNA, we should be subjected to GMOs and other chronic things because you can resist them? Should Africans be subject to those things so that they can develop herd immunity? What are you suggesting? That if you can be resistant to disease, you should be exposed to GMO so that you can resist them? Are we trying to be used like a guinea pig? Or
No.
what are you trying to suggest? Explain better.
Francis, you know, we like statistics. So just give us statistics in Kenya where GMO people have died because they consumed the GMOs. And you know this issue of Kusev saying that people are dying in the US because of GMOs, or they are getting funny diseases like cancer.
No, I said they are able to deal with it in terms of these so-called supplements, which are all over the place. In other words, you falling sick or starting to grow some strange breasts, it's not a big deal.
So
they can even do an operation on your chest without opening your chest.
So according to you, GMOs will make you grow some funny breasts or what?
It
What
has
are you
happened.
saying?
There are examples already.
Kuseo, let me ask Mzalendo. Mzalendo, I hope we shall be able to communicate well so that I ask you. Have you done some research about cancer, the general research about cancer? Is cancer a condition or a disease?
Let me tell you, the knowledge, the basic knowledge about how cancer is caused or how cancer maybe mutilates in your body once you get the disease is something that even the scientists, even you, where you've been reading, tomorrow you can wake up and find out that something has changed in your body that that might cause cancer. It is not
That's what I'm
because of
asking.
GMO. It is not because of GMO.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
Is cancer a disease or a condition? That's what I'm asking.
It's a disease.
Because
it's a disease.
What causes cancer?
What causes cancer? Some
Yes.
genetical, according to the knowledge, the little I know,
Yes.
I'm not a doctor or I'm not a scientist, but
Yes.
what I've read probably is some change in the genetics in your body that causes the disease called cancer. Yeah.
Yes, the genetics will alter and control growth of immature cells. Let me ask you, has GMO been proven not to cause that genetic mutilation in our cells? Has it been proven?
That is, and you see, before people consume anything here in the US, it has to pass through the FDA, my friend. It is not something that before you consume any maize that is genetically produced, it has to pass through all those testing. It has to pass through a testing saying that if I eat this maize as Francis, in the next 80 years, 90 years, I will not fall sick. That is why they consume them. All right?
Yes, and I agree with you. But the question is, this is the GMO that you are consuming. They will not only form the somatic cells, but they will form the reproductive cells. What happens to the children that you give birth, that the effect is not known?
Now you have gone into the medical field. I am not in that field. I
Yes,
have just,
and that's why when you are saying,
you asked a question and you answered yourself. Yeah.
And
you
that
asked
is why
has it ever been proved that these things cannot cause cancer? I would tell you, yes, it has been proved that these things don't cause cancer.
That is not correct, Mzalendo.
But
that one is not
give me the evidence.
Let me ask you, when
let me
the
give
ban,
you evidence right now if
Francis,
you want it.
Francis,
give me the
ban
evidence
was
and
imposed in
probably
Kenya.
give me the evidence.
Yes, I can give you an evidence.
And give me a reference in Kenya where somebody consumed GMO, because our DNA and these other guys are different, that they got cancer because of consuming GMO in Kenya.
I think, Musaleno, you are afraid for reality. Speak reality. Be real.
No, it is not fair for Mzalendo
and you never
to mislead us.
ashamed. Be real and you never be ashamed. GMO is bad food and it's bad.
We shall continue from there. Let's have Disha. Let's have Disha, please, so that we progress to other things anyway. We shall come back to that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kuseo, Francis, Benson, Rhoda, Mzalendo. Let me start with that GMO thing guys are arguing about. Why are we here in terms of GMO? Kwa nini wanaruhusu chakula ya GMO? It's because we cannot feed ourselves. Weri ukule kitu ya GMO ama weri ukufe njaa? Weri ukule ya GMO. It's a fact. There is no maize in Kenya. That's why the president alisema open up for those things to come. Maybe when we'll be self-sufficient wanaweza funga in. The only advantage is they have not allowed it as ikuje kama seeds. The only thing wameallow ni seeds are cotton. but za kakula wamesema import maize ya kukula hata ya GMO. So it's a problem because hatuna hiyo chakula ya kukula saizi. There is no lazima ufungue border saizi ndio watu waweze kuafford their maize. It's not a problem of it's really a problem of the cost of farming is so high that producing a bag of maize would cost you way higher. So it's not really about the government that the price of maize is the price of unga is 250. Hata ukitoa VAT 16%, bado utanunua hiyo at 230. You get it? So the problem is not a solution ya saa hizi. You need to fix the cost of production ya hiyo maize so that in future you don't have to eat those GMOs. Lakini kama hakuna chakula you have to import. Na hiyo mahindi inapatikana wapi? Inapatikana Mexico. Mexico wanakula. Sisi tunakula hapa US. Hakuna tukisema tuende tununue organic is very expensive. So tutaikula tu. You have no choice. So I personally I don't know the cause of effects of cancer. Nasikianga cancer bado watu hawajui hata what is the real cause. I don't know kama GMO ina cause. But what I'm saying, eri ukufe njaa ama eri ukufe GMO. Si eri ukufe GMO baadaye.
Disha, you know that one we're talking is about short term. You know, I understand when somebody is angry, he can consume anything. I understand that. But now let's look at it in this sense, like what is the effect that will it have in our generation? Because let's not think about ourselves, because you will give birth to a daughter or a son. What is likelihood that a son will be? Will you produce a son who is genetically modified?
Can you allow me to finish my debate? Then you can interrupt in the middle. So don't interrupt in the middle. Let me finish. Then you unaweza rebuttal baadaye. Kwa sababu tukijibizana question and answer tutakuwa tumesukuma watu wengine nje. I'm saying I don't have the facts, but I know
scaring people over GMOs when most of the time that fear mongering is coming from people that don't even understand what GMOs even are to begin with. GMO is not a scientific term, and it's just simply referring to a few different ways that we can modify crops. It's simply just a tool in the toolbox, and there's nothing inherently bad about GMOs. There's nothing inherently less safe about GMOs either. And in fact, the approved GMOs on the market are actually just as safe and at least as nutritious as their non-GMO counterparts. Regardless of the genetic modification technique that is utilized to make the end product, the safety of the end product is what matters. And just because something has been modified that deems it GMO doesn't mean that the end product is less safe. More facts, less fear.
Nani amecheza hiyo video? Okay, sijui nani amecheza video anyway.
Wamecheza by mistake. Endelea Kish.
Okay. I don't want to dwell into such. Kuna watu wanasema it is safe, kuna watu wanasema it's not safe, but I'm saying my argument was hakuna chakula Kenya. So that is the main thing. You rather feed the people waende baadaye, lakini hatuna facts kwamba ati watu wataanza kuzaa watoto walemavu ama sijui nini. But that is a story for another day. Let me go to the politics. Nilikuwa nimesikia Mbudhi alikuwa amechangia kidogo. I don't want to come here na kujaribu kuonekana sijui I'm trying to ati kutetea nani. Because all these politicians wanaingianga, kila mtu anatakanga kuingia apate power. Power is one of those things. Ukishakuwa na pesa maishani, you have all the wealth, the next thing you want in life inakuanga power, and that is what those guys wanna strive. Ukiona mtu kama Uhuru alikuwa anataka power, Raila anataka power, Ruto anataka power. Usiwahi fikiria ati all those things that they fight for ati ni kwenu. Kitu moja wanatakanga kwanza ni kufika pale. Yes? So ashapata wealth, so ile kitu anataka ya mwisho ndio kabla hajakufa ni power. Let's look at this. Angalia mtu kama Ruto wakati alipewa deputy president, alifanya nini? Aliappoint daughter yake ambassador. What happened to Raila? Alipatia brother yake mkubwa kuwa MP in Yala, East African Community. What happened to Kalonzo? Kalonzo did the same. hao watu wakishapata power, that is what they use their power for. So sometimes nasikianga watu wakiargue ati Raila has fought so hard for this country. Raila has not been fighting for this country. He's been fighting to get into power. What happened in was it 1997 or after 1997? Raila joined Moi just to get into power. Alikuwa ana join KANU ndio afanye nini? Aweze kurise into presidency to get that power. What happened in 2007? Ruto and Raila were in the same, walikuwa the same pot. Sasa ukisikia wakigongana na maneno na wewe unaingiza hizo kwa moyo wako, jiulize kwa akili, wewe uko timamu. Don't fight, usifikirie kuchangia mtu. We are told even in 2013, Raila and Ruto wanted to partner. But the problem was, Ruto alikataa deputy ya Raila. Alikuwa anataka kuwa yeye ndio president. So what happened? Ruto akaenda akanegotiate na Uhuru akapewa pesa mingi. Akakubali kuwa deputy. What happened in 2017? What did Raila do? Aliingia akaungana na Uhuru akapromisiwa, I will support you in 2022. So sometimes usiwahi fikiria that these guys are fighting. Ile reforms watu wanajaribu kutafuta ni waweze kufikia hiyo power. Sometimes wanaweza fika huko wajaribu kubadilisha nchi, but what they fight for in the beginning ni kufika the ultimate CTO ya presidency. Let me rest my case for now.
So Benson.
Yeah, I want to agree with Disha that as the country grows, as the population grows, as we improve systems, I think we have to look at the bigger good, and the bigger good is discussing about food security, versus GMO. So you are dealing with 4.5 million people who are perennially in farming every year in, year out. We have between 4.5 to 5 million people who don't have food, and now you have an opportunity to open up for GMO food. So I think what we need to do while we are opening GMO, we look at what Kuseo is talking about. How do we improve our health systems? How do we improve our KEBS, our plant inspectorates? How do we improve CALHO so that those institutions can be able to deal with the issues of GMO? Because you start with KEBS, are they checking on the, what I quote FDA does here in the US, ensure that we have an equivalent body that deal with that. And maybe, try collapse all those inspectorate institutions into one big institution, health inspectorate, KEBS, CALHO, the one for animals, and put them into one. But also address health systems, what Kuseo was talking about. Our health system is at the what I would call deathbed. Address the system so that it can deal with the effects of GMO. But sitting here saying that GMO is inherently bad, I think it's what I would call traditional thinking. Generally we have been globally everything are moved towards GMO. We can't rely on organic to feed 7 billion people in the world, but a country must put systems that addresses the net effect of GMO. Thank you.
So Benson, you have talked about GMO. Our issue, even yes, we can agree to some extent GMO can solve short term. It has some benefit. It's not all that corrupt or all that bad. It has some benefit. But now when you come to the African setting, you remember, I think 2 days ago, the WHO announced that there were 8 children who died because of COVID, because of coffee in syrup from, I think it was from where? From Chad. 8 children who died because of consuming some medicine that were distributed there, and it was more poisonous to them. You remember also even Johnson and Johnson company, when it was distributing the powder, and it happened that some powder were cancerous and it was proven to be cancerous, but the same FDA had approved it. So what we are questioning is it to an assurance to a point that there is no any loopholes that can occur, like the way Kenyans, you can import sugar very well, then all of a sudden we found it has mercury. As a country, are we able to uphold such kind of dignity or that kind of ethical in terms of GMO? Can we be able to handle that?
That's why my point is strengthen KEBS, strengthen Plant Health Inspectorate, strengthen CALHO to a level of FDA. You know, GMO is like a discussion we had in early 90s about family planning. And you know, people are all over talking about how family planning is going to alter women and all that. Today, 20, 30, 20 years down the line, almost everyone is on family planning. So basically, some of these things are evolving. They're evolving theories, and we put infrastructure to it. For me, strengthen KEBS so that you can have GMO in the country, and when you do that, the net effect is that you avert death. Maybe people dying of hunger are more than people who we are anticipating to die of GMO. And again, we are growing country. We are growing country. We are a country that need to develop its system. So let's have hope also that people like KELB, people like Plant Inspectorate will be able to get to the level where FDA is. That's where our hope is. But we can't lie. We can't keep talking of hunger. You know, the very thing that Jomo Kenyatta inaugural speech of 63 of hunger. We can't be talking about those things. We need to sort it out.
Yes, and I agree with you 100% on that issue that you are saying you need to sort them out. But at the same time, you look at, let me take you back a little bit. Look at the permanent secretary, who are even powerful than ministers. Are you aware of that? That permanent secretary are more of policymakers than the ministers? Benson?
Yeah, Francis.
Are you aware that the permanent secretary are more of policymakers in ministry than their counterpart who are ministers?
Francis, now that you are the moderator, I would please you to become more global on issues, so that so that you don't get ourselves into a situation where we are answering questions like, you know, a teacher, student, whatever. I know, I have been to government. I know about who is an accounting officer and all that. We are discussing more serious issues about food security, GMO, and health system. So let's discuss things at global level so that we are more guided on issues.
So my point was this way: because the permanent secretary are the people who come up with more of the policies about the ministry, and these are the people who are being appointed or given the position on merit of politics. Will they be able to work to the citizen, or be there to satisfy their masters, maybe their master's wish or something to do with that? That's why we need to change the whole system if the GMO has to be effective. It's not just about KEBS alone, but also even in under minister. You'll find that some ministers even in allowing some products to get in, not because they want, but because there is what you call a greater force from somewhere, you know. And that is the biggest problem we have as a country. We are not at all against the GMO. USA is there, but it's very well labeled. So you choose yourself. Do you want it or you don't want it? You choose for yourself, no problem. But in Kenya, you'll find even as a scenario, maybe a GMO being planted, being labeled as organic. So what happens there? You have made somebody to consume who was not supposed to consume. Anyway, we shall see what happens. Anyway, Kusel.
What I wanted to say is this: if we just go back a little, why was the ban in the first place there? Find out the reasons why the ban was there. None of them, if at all, we have only gone backwards. None of the reasons which I think during the time, I think President Ruto was the minister. And he is the one who announced the ban to the country. And he gave a host of reasons, including no locally owned clinical tests to prove or to confirm the so-called alleged side effects from the GMOs. Then the other thing he talked more about is that once you, in the event that now you go full blast with the GMOs and you are even growing them, what happens? For example, take maize, for example. What happens to the neighbor who is not planting GMOs? What do you think is going to happen, especially when you start thinking about things like cross-pollination? And remember, one thing which has not been disputed is that the GMO plants, you only plant them once. Like this so-called cotton, you would not be like our subsistence farmers are used to. Hiyo yako umeharvest saa hii ndio you keep kidogo for planting next season. Now, if you start having cross-pollination between my farm and your farm, who is also a neighbor, you may end up with completely unexpected and unanticipated genes and more other GMOs, which their madaras and side effects, nobody knows. Nobody knows. But I wanted to just respond to what Disha was saying regarding, would you rather die or take the GMO, blah, blah, blah. Now, the thing is, the people who are dying because of hunger, are you saying that we can't get proper other maize, proper imports? Like I'm told there's quite a lot in Tanzania and Uganda. Now, why are we getting maize, GMO maize from Congo and Malawi? As we speak now, I'm told they are almost in Mombasa. Now, the ban was just removed less than a few days ago. Where was this maize? Now, Kenya with this corruption record, somebody want to make a kill or what? Taking advantage of the dying people. People are dying out of hunger. I last week, was it this week? Somebody told me that, in fact, already in Rift Valley, there is already maize there. Some people are determined to bring in their maize at whatever cost. You know, GMO maize, as I think is it Disha or Benson who said, it is cheap compared to organic maize. So if you bring it, let's say, into the country and start trying to sell it to wananchi at the organic price, and you can see that Kenya does not have those controls. KEBS is one of them. Who is going even to be able to confirm the fitness, the health safety of these things? Already, you remember the issue of the mafutas, this mafuta which they were trying to contest, I think from Ukraine, or is it from Russia? It was KED. Who is to blame for the unfit oil which is already in the country? When they couldn't now differentiate which one is affected and which one are not, they came up with some fake batch numbers, that only batch number this to number this are supposed to be withdrawn. After the importers have confronted KEBS, we don't know what they agreed in the back rooms, in the boardrooms. Then they started saying that only batch this to batch this should be withdrawn. Now, from you and me where we are, we have no capacity to tell which one is fit and which one is not. People are looking at the imports, what they want to sell to Kenyans. Like now, I don't know. I think the cost of cooking fat had almost gone up 3 times in Kenya. That's what I'm told. You can imagine, by merely withdrawing some of those brands, what somebody was going to lose or somebody is going to make when they are restored back onto the shelves. Now, my main issue is this. the fact that the maize is already in Kenya and the ban is just 3 days old. So when did somebody import it? Because I'm quite sure the ban was still in place. Thank you.
Anyway. Sam Cheraisti, welcome. Unmute your microphone.
Oh, sorry, Francis. I had a question for Disha, whether he was aware that the maize is coming from Congo and Malawi.
Yes, Disha will answer that, but let's have this man by name Sam. Or
ask him to unmute.
Sam, can you unmute your microphone so that you can get you clear?
Kuseo, I've just eaten some GMO. I'm back.
Niko sasa. Tuko sawa?
No, Mzalendo is healthy. Don't worry. He looks healthy.
Amjambo. Tuko sawa? Ya, nilikuwa nikisikiza. Asanteni sana.
You have muted.
Okay, how is it now? Is it clear?
Uko sawa sana. Continue, ongea.
Okay, asanteni sana. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the contributors. I've been following when I was driving. It was a mixture of topics. I think mostly GMOs and what was it? Some few politics here and there. I think the GMO issue is an issue that's for debate all over the world. The conservative side of the debate, which says, let's be careful. We don't know what we are swallowing, what might not. And kuna wale wanasema GMO by itself has been here for a while. And if we see even the food we are eating right now, starting from mahindi, is genetically modified. I think the term GMO is as a broad-based definition because it's about modifying the genetics of a particular crop, a plant, animal, or whatever. So basically, at a size, we are in those who advance that theory say even right now, Kwa Kenya Seed Company, for instance, in Kitale or wherever he is, we are basically GMOing the food, GMOing the maize. Aununui tu ati
ile ni ile hybrid.
Yeah, hybrid. So what hybrid is, hybrid is genetically enhancing a seed or a breed to make it better. So it's a broad-based term. So I think we have a lot of knowledge deficit in what it means. And hata kwa nini ng'ombe, for example, zamani sakale za wazee wetu, if we have to go back to real organic traditional, we used to use bulls. Ng'ombe walikuwa kutana huko mashamba na kuzaana vile wanataka, lakini saa hizi we use AI. People go as far as USA to acquire a seed from a bull that has been fixed and bred mpaka ikuje to optimal genetical desired breed. So there's a lot of forms of genetical modification of things which has been happening. The issue with the
we the humans, of course, we have that paranoia of the fear of the new things. We fear what might this do, what might sometimes actually our fears turns out to be the truth. Sometimes it does not. So far, and we are not specific when we say GMO. We have to be very specific on, okay, what is that specifically? Because genetical modification is a broad-based term. It's not specific. And then when we go to, okay, it can cause cancer and what, we must go back to the facts about cancer. Cancer killed our great-great-grandparents. There was no GMOs. So cancer is basically an abnormal growth of the cell. You, me, and everybody, we are just a cell. We are just a cell growing anyway, Inside, as we speak, cells can do whatever. Something can grow out of my head, whether I eat whatever, it doesn't matter. Jua, the rays of the sun can cause that. The X-rays in the hospitals can cause that. Anything can cause that. Nothing at all can also cause that. So we are mixing fear and information deficit together. Now, Nanja, when those things are mixed together, we cannot find a solution. As I say, I always see in social media in Kenya, wanasema usijanganye umaskini na ulevi, ukilewa, at least you better have something to go home, to get home with. So sasa sisi we are between a rock and a hard place. Tukienda juu ni mawe, chini ni ngumu, watu wanakufa na njaa. I remember in 1984, Kenyans were like, oh, bana, musitulete chakula ya ng'ombe. But they were dying. Eventually, they brought in yellow maize, which was basically chakula ya ng'ombe. We don't even know what they did with it. As Disha said, maskini hana chake. You cannot just say, oh, hama bega, mina kuomba, lakini usinipe shilingi 20, I restrict myself to $1,000 bill, the time we will be able to say yes to this and no to this is when you have what it belongs to you. But kama we ni muombaji, if you are a beggar for relief food, if you are a beggar for financial aid, your power is very limited. Your power is very limited. I agree with Disha on most of that. So as far as the GMO, we have to speak on a knowledge point of view. We should not just make allegation that it might cause cancer, it might not cause. We don't have information to that effect at this time.
Jeraisi, why not just bring the correct maize? Why GMO?
There's nothing like correct maize. Even those maize, the maize you are talking about, haikupandwa na nyanya yetu like
it is in Tanzania and Uganda.
Kwa kienyeji, haikupandwa hivyo kwa kienyeji. All of them were genetically modified one way or another. At the moment, hakuna mahindi ya kienyeji anymore. Hakuna.
So, Sam.
Yes, sir.
You have said that as long as you are poor, you have no alternative of choice.
You have your choices are few, are very few.
Are few.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to mean that the government, as long as it's dealing the poor and the vulnerable affected by drought, they can feed its citizen with anything that is available without caring of their health or anything, because you're suggesting as if that government can go on rampage to feed their citizen with anything because they have no choice.
Government kwanza, government has no feeding program. Hakuna government imetengenezwa ya kukulisha jamii yako. Your number one responsibility to feed your family. So when you are not able to feed your family, that's the time you resort to government, and then government resorts to borrowing from whatever.
So Cheraini, So Cheraini, so this thing, Mama Mboga, border, and the food issues that Ruto kept telling us during the campaign was a decoy. Because you're saying,
it's not
yeah,
a decoy.
but you just, but you just said,
it's a long-term
but
solution.
you just said,
But right now we are dealing with people who are dying.
hold on. You just said that the government does not have a feeding program. Didn't you say that?
Does it have it?
No, you just said that.
That's a fact.
So therefore, Ruto was lying.
Ruto, the program with Ruto is not at the government italisha. What the government will make people will enable people produce the food that will be able to feed themselves.
You need to go back and listen the speech of Ruto during the manifesto. Let's not argue about that.
I have the manifesto with me right now. I have.
No, you need to go and listen to the speech. The speech and the manifesto might be different. Now, second,
let me help. I think Ruto didn't at any point say that he's going
I
to
haven't
feed
finished
Mama
what I
Mboga.
was saying.
Nobody, Alex.
No, let me finish what I was saying. You people sometimes you just want to think. No, yes, you people from UDA. When I say that, don't feel bad. It's you people. Accept that we are not together. It's you people. We are not together. When I say you people, you must accept it's you people. Now, it is you people. You can't run away from that. We are not part of that.
UDA right now. We are dealing with GMOs. Let's discuss that. Where
No, it's hakuna makasiriko. We are only trying to look at what we were told and what is happening. Now, fikiria nimekasirika. No, Cheraini, have some decoy here. Hakuna mtu amekasirika hapa. Stop that. Sijakasirika. I'm only giving my idea here. Okay, I wanted to say one thing and then I finish. Even the poor needs dignity when they are being given whatever they need. You cannot come here and say that if you are poor, you have no choice. That's a lie. Even the poor needs dignity, and you must acknowledge that. Thank you.
Okay, let me continue doing what I was doing. I was not done before Alex disturbed what I was presenting. So what I was saying is, the GMOs we are talking about is not from us. It's from outside. The outside food we have requested, and I trace back to 1984 when Kenya was in distress for food. President Moi was in charge at that time. Tukaenda kuomba. So when you are kuomba in general, I agree with Lex. We deserve decency. We do. Even here, right here, Nico George up Atlanta, the poor deserve decency. But at the end of the day, when they are homeless, our Andy Hilton nakusema we deserve decency. They go to a homeless shelter, cramped up with the rest of the poor. You don't go there and say, I need decency. Unasema, unipe pahali pa kulala leo, sijui kesho. You don't go to like Hilton Hotel. So,
my friend, don't interchange things. We were talking about food. Food is a basic thing. And when we hold on, or you can talk until you're done.
Let me talk. Yeah, let me talk. Okay, let me finish my. Let me
finish. We need to respond. We need to respond, please.
Yeah, you can respond. Let me finish. You can respond all you want. So what I'm saying is.
No, you are saying many bad things, and then you don't want us to respond right away.
Let me tell you, even right here in the US of A, when those who don't have food
can somebody else talk, because we are not having a conversation. Somebody wants to say things that are not right. When we tell him, he starts thinking that we are joking. We are only saying when you are poor, you need dignity. And there's nothing wrong about that. Okay, so we need to have a conversation. We don't need to be arrogant.
So you see, some what he's suggesting is that ukinunua mbuzi, ukipewa mbuzi mbuzi ya kupewa uangalii meno, hata kama ni kibogoyo unachukua. we need at least, you know. And one thing that I'm talking to you Kenyan people, and I always stress about it this way. Election are over. And the moment election are over, we are all under administration of William Ruto. That's why in the United Nations on the 27th of October, when you'll be giving a speech on COP27 in Egypt, he will be talking on behalf of Kenyans. He will not be talking on behalf of Kalenjins or Kikuyu. No, he will be talking on behalf of all Kenyans who are almost 50 million. So when you are coming here, let's have facts. Let's not have a political affiliation influencing of what you are thinking. Because at the end of the day, I believe none of us here who is enjoying government pension, who is enjoying government salary and other services. So meaning we are all in the same basket. The only thing is different that we are trying to paint ourselves differently, but we're in the same basket. There's nobody enjoying government benefit. So I don't know why should somebody feel agitated when the truth has been, somebody is trying to speak something truth. No benefit is here, no salary that you are enjoying as government. That if you are talking about GMO and I was importing maize, hiyo tenda itakansoliwa. Hakuna. We are all citizens. When it will be brought in Kenya, our sisters and brothers will consume it. So why can't we have the true information so that these people can get the clear thing? Where is the division actually? Because I'm not seeing the division.
And thank you, because Kuseo has asked a very good question. He has said, why does Uganda have and Tanzania have? And the guy is refusing. Then he confuses himself. He says, Kenya Seed Company has GMO. Then later on, he starts saying, the GMO we are having is coming out of the country. You see, we are not refusing that we need food in our country. We direly need food in our country. Because we can't be having famine every year. We were using billions of money on election and people are dying in Turkana. That was totally evil. So what we are saying, we want to resolve this problem once and for all. But as we solve, are we having public participation so that people can know what is going to happen to them, or we are being forced into something that we are not aware? Secondly, what we were promised by this government, why are they refusing that the government never said that?
So Kuseo.
Francis, before Kuseo speaks,
what I wanted to say is
something, Kuseo. Just before you speak.
Let's have Disha. Kuseo, just hold on. Let's have Disha.
Francis, I think when you're moderating the debate, a debate is where everyone can air the issues. Don't musipush mtu nje kwa sababu amesema opposite. So
no, Disha, I have no control with anything. I'm just a participant like the way
Alex,
you are.
Why did you have to push him out? Let's hear from everyone. Hakuna haja kusukuma mtu nje. So let's see.
Yani unasukumaga watu nje, hiyo sasa hiyo ni
sometimes I fail even kuingia hata mimi debate kwa sababu Alex, you come with a lot of emotion, sometimes hauna substance. Why do you have to come in with emotion?
No, the fact that you support us.
Sasa wewe umenitukana.
Let me make my point then.
Umenitukana, and then you feel good, then you think that I'm the one who does not have substance. You know, when somebody doesn't have substance, he's the one who is involved in pleasure. That was pleasurable things.
Then why did you have to check him out? Why did you have to check him out?
I don't know who put him out. I did not put him out. Now he will say I put him out. I didn't.
Okay, sorry. I thought umemtoa.
Sometimes we have wrong internets. You see, sometimes we have wrong internets here. Please, don't push people into things that are not true.
Yeah.
So let's have Kuseo so that we progress. Yeah. Anyway, it was a minor issue.
What I want to say is this. The scandals around maize and these food imports. You all remember about the sugar imports. You remember about the the mercury contaminated this. At one point, we had rice with this, now maize with that. And sometimes there were even imports when there was a lot of maize in the Rift Valley. I think you all remember these things. Now, personally, the issue is just, okay, GMO is part of it, but at the same time, some things simply don't seem to be going right. As Alex says, some of the promises which were given are actually being contradicted with some of the actions being taken. But that aside, my issue is this. People are actually dying of hunger the way it's been pointed out. Now, Kenyans, you are known to be very, very heartless. You should not use some people who are suffering to take advantage of ujitarajiarike. That's why I was asking here quietly. Assuming this banning was honest, how come it's just a matter of days the maize is in Kenya? Was it about the hunger? I mean, it's about people who want to kujitajirisha, just to make themselves take advantage of the suffering of others. Now, assuming that there is that food shortage, then secondly, why not just import proper food, which doesn't have issues? Assuming these people get the GMO and then they die anyway. So would you even know what has killed them? I think it is high time we think some of these things in whatever. As I said here earlier, the issue I have with these GMOs, imagine I'm on GMO farming and now my neighbor is not. And things like maize, a lot of cross-pollination, those bees, hiyo nyuki inatembea huku, inatembea huku. If kidogo unapata, the issues on this farm are on the other farm. The other farm, they don't have this issue. So you may find that some genetical modifications are also taking place just by doing these same things at the same time, in the same place. Then secondly, my biggest worry is what I'll repeat it here once again. You see, in a place like the US, they can risk these things. And I told you, I think Muzalendo? Yeah, it was Muzalendo I was addressing. I told you that check the people who are 80 years plus here. They are on permanent medication, and that medication, these days they don't even call it medication, they call it supplement. So can you believe that, in other words, they don't need to go to see a doctor anymore. Every time the circle goes, he just goes and buys the supplement. It's taken as food. And some of this, there has been no confirmation or disapproval of exactly what this is. But GMOs are a big suspect in some of the lifestyles which are going on here. Mzalendo, you are still young, so you are saying that you have just eaten some GMO right now, but
I just consumed ugali right now, the GMO.
I'm sure it is the one from Kenya.
Kuseo, let me just interject a bit and just add to what you just said.
Anyway, I think my point is across. I'll allow you to proceed.
At 80, 90% of the food in the US is GMO. You live here in the US. At 80, 90-year-olds in Kenya today are living on medication. Tell me of a 90-year-old or 100-year-old man or woman in your village who does not complain of backache, who does not complain that they are sick. They are sick all the time, and they go to the hospital.
Most of our actually in the village are not on medication the same rate.
I have uncles who are in the village and they are sick, and I send them money for treatment, and it is constant. So there are some sickness that come with old age and not GMOs. GMOs are things that have been tested by FDA and all those organs in the US. And not only human beings consume GMOs, even animals consume GMOs. You understand? So this kind of thinking, I think you are taking us back to yesteryears. This is a country where we have witnessed a community consuming dogs because there is no food.
Mzalendo, the case we have in point is whereby we already have maize in Kenya. Even in other words, these things were already in the high seas before the ban was lifted. So
And
who is benefiting?
you see, you are looking at the corruption point of view.
Exactly.
That somebody has brought in maize to save lives. To save lives. This is somebody who probably anticipated that this will happen. If you are in business, you have to think very fast. Yeah, in a government like Kenya, like right now, there are people who know that back in your village in Seme, the government is supposed to create a sugar industry. They have already bought land there. So you want to come and ask them, why did you buy this piece of land? And again, the government has come to put a factory there. There are people who are busy, wanachora, ineto kuchora. They know where the money is. You don't know where the money is. So you are not in business. So when people are doing business, let them do business. Yeah. And they are feeding our people. That is the right thing to do if you are a businessman. If I was in that field, yes.
There's something that we call insider trading. Insider trading is whereby somebody has an access of information where the competitor does not have the access of the same information. What Kuseo is saying this way. Should it be that somebody hurriedly influence importation of GMO so that he can take that chance to bring maize in Kenya without consideration? The issue is not about importation. The issue is, why was the decision arrived so fast that even the negotiation and maybe things to do with the tender reward and everything so was not even publicized and we are not even aware? It's not an issue of importation.
Francis,
we have no problem with anybody importing. We are okay with that.
Francis, a very good point. But
Zalendo,
before I even answer you, we addressed an issue here that the fertilizers were the same issue. Fertilizers came in just days after Ruto being inaugurated as the president. But now you don't scrutinize these facts to depth. This fertilizer was actually procured in Uhuru State. Yeah.
Oh, it was given free to the importers
in 2021.
No.
Listen, let me just finish. Ndio urudi useme yako.
Mzalendo, hold on. When I was interacting with Cheraini in the same way, you people castigated me. If that is the same, have some order too. You are the first one who castigated me. Because you are the first one. Because I was telling Cheraini, let him talk, then I talk, then we have a conversation. And I think that is the kind of conversation we should have. You are over talking now.
I think when somebody has a burning issue, then they should interject. I agree with you on that point.
So I did not have a burning issue before. Now that you have known that the burning issues are, now let's give you that burning moment.
No. You went overboard and started talking like an Azimio supporter.
No, it wasn't. You are also speaking like a UDA supporter from my point of view.
No. I think whenever you don't support Azimio points, you're taken as a UDA supporter. When I'm busy criticizing UDA, then I'm busy being praised on the other end. So anyway.
Yes, Mzalendo, proceed.
What I was saying is that the issue of the fertilizer. So when the fertilizer came, probably it was done in 2021 by the previous government. Now we have something called procurement. When you are in business and you know that Kenya Seed, they want some services from you. They are candidates, they are business people that they shortlist each and every financial year. That you people are the ones who are going to supply Kenya Seed. You people are the ones who are going to supply Kenya Cereals Board. You people are the ones who are going to supply the army. That thing is done 2 years. For 2 years, the companies are the same. The projection is always the same. The consumption of the Kenyan community is always the same. So ikiisha hivi, you don't really have to go ati ungoje kwa gazeti itoke. Itatoka kwa gazeti as a procedure, but there are companies that have already been shortlisted. So don't be surprised to see something imedok hapo Mombasa ati hii imetoka wapi, hii ni corruption. Don't look at everything in the corruption eye, each and everything. Saa zingine tu ni biashara ya mtu clean.
Mzalendo, I agree with you very well on that point. I agree with you. But remember, GMO were banned in 2017. Meaning since 2017, no procurement of GMO was to be done.
Francis, 2012.
2012. It was banned in 2012. Meaning since 2012, nobody should have imported GMO into Kenya. It was lifted just around 1 week ago. Do we agree that the procurement was done within just 1 week? And you have said very well the fertilizer were procured in 2021.
Yeah. Fertilizer were procured in 2021 by Uru's government. Was it procured by Ruto's government?
Before the ban was lifted.
No, can you ascertain that fertilizer was actually ordered by
Let me
Uru's
ask
government?
Mzalendo a burning question.
No, can you guys correct? If I'm wrong, just correct me. If the fertilizers you guys are talking about, was it procured by Ruto's government or their previous government?
Previous government.
Yeah, so?
Then what about the GMO?
Then you brought in the same debate that how did Ruto sijui know that hizi vitu zilifika hapa? Yeah, it must have been a corruption thing. We are here, and I was here also. Yeah.
The GMO were banned since 2012 in Kenya by the same William Samoei Ruto. So nobody should have procured anything that is banned in Kenya. Then our question is, how does it happen that lifting of ban within 1 week and already procurement, transportation has been done?
Exactly. And that's what
Is it
Kuseo is
possible?
asking.
In Kenyan government, nothing is impossible. It is possible.
So you acknowledge very well that corruption works.
Let me ask Mzalendo a question. Mzalendo,
there is something called direct procurement.
Mzalendo, allow us to ask you burning question. You say that when somebody has burning question, you allow them. Now you think we don't have burning question?
Go ahead, my
Alex.
There are two things that you said that I have a concern. The first thing you said is kuna kitu inaitwa kuchora, and then ukasema kuna kitu inaitwa business. I need you to teach me how to become a cartel, because I think that is a clear definition of a cartel. Can you help me become a cartel?
Kuchora, it doesn't really mean that you are taking it literally. Kuchora is planning. Kuchora,
but he just said anything is possible in
planning,
Kenya.
In your perspective, kuchora ni kama uwizi. Hapana, kuchora na kizungu na niki translate na kizungu ni planning. Planning. There are people who plan these things in advance. Government also has got a projection and it has got plans. And listen, guys, there are things that the president can procure directly from State House. Kama ushaona tenda ya mafuta mali yote kwa gazeti, hauwezi. These are things that you can never even touch or come across. Or firearms, you can never come across them. They are specific people. So when you kuja useme the president anaweza direct I direct that hizi vitu zikuje mara moja, and zitakuja. Whether there is going to get them from a neighboring country, that is none of our problem. Our problem is that our people are being fed. Yeah, and there's a stopgap measure in that. So if you want to trace I wish you could have come up with the place where the maize was, the GMO, how it landed in Mombasa, the time frame, and the number ya meli na vitu kama hiyo, and the company that imeileta. So you need to go into details as a media. Go into details, find out hii mahindi imeletwa ya GMO ililetwa na kampuni gani, meli vessel gani, and where was it from? Was it from a neighboring country or ilikuwa kwa storage mahali tu? Is it that we are being lied to? But has it solved the problem? If it has solved the problem, then we can say, congratulations, Mr. President. But if it is something that people are, if it is some corrupt dealing somewhere, then we can say this is a corrupt government. Yeah.
Yes, Disha, you address your hand. Eh?
Okay. I wanted to say, when they say like a product has come in, there's one misconception watu wanafikirianga serikali imenunua. The government does not buy. What the government can only allow is facilitate wale watu wa kununua, the private sector kununua, like agree na the other government that we can buy maize from your country. But the government does not buy.
They issue the license for the importer.
Yes, it facilitates those licenses. But when they say they've lifted, kama ni kitu wamesema inatoka Congo, it doesn't take like 3 weeks maize itoke Congo. So what happens, and sometimes we don't have the facts. Saizi tunaongea kwamba tumesikia kwamba imefika port ama imefika wapi. We don't have the facts. So one thing is that the government does not buy anything. Hata mafuta it doesn't buy. It only facilitates the buyers. It doesn't buy anything using the exchequer. So it is not watu wakisikia kitu imenunuliwa wanasema serikali imelete. It doesn't buy anything. It's only facilitation.
Yes, and I agree with you, Dish, 100%. And why is it that when the same president lifted the subsidy on oil company, one of the things that was spread by the Kiprotich Cheregei, the senator for Nandi, said that there were only 7 companies enjoying. Is it the same issue as saying that the companies are importing, but when they're importing things different from what maybe companies are affiliated to UDA becomes a problem? Because those are the 7 companies that were importing oil to Kenya, and they were denied that one in sense that they are only benefiting.
No, the challenge with oil is that oil is it comes in large quantities, and when you procure this week would be a different price next week. And Kenya, for you to be able to buy oil like from Saudi Arabia, you need to be liquid, very liquid. And tunasikia sahi there is a problem with the dollars. We have a problem because of our balance of trade. We hardly export anything nowadays. So the price of getting a dollar, like the fiscal currency, is a problem in Kenya kwa sababu the balance of trade iko chini sana. We do more of imports than exports. So getting a dollar is a problem. So you cannot compare vitu kama mafuta na vitu kama mahindi. Wakisema mahindi, when you say mahindi inaweza toka Tanzania, ama Tanzania pia walifungia even their traders kwamba this is the limit of maize mutakuwa mnauza Kenya, because Kenya saizi the prices are good. Most of the Tanzanians wanataka kuuza maize Kenya, na government ya Tanzania ikaona kwamba watauza everything, hata wao waingie situation yenye tuko saizi. So wamelimit the amount of maize yenye inatoka Uganda by the Ugandan government and the Tanzanian government, ndio wasifikie stage yenye tuko hata sisi saizi.
Wacha nikuulize Disha, the point you have said about government facilitation, do you know this has to be competitive so that there are no favors to certain people? And the ban was lifted just call it 5 days ago. Now, if already now we anticipate that next week by Monday, they'll be made. Do you see how was this fairly or competitively done? You can see that there's a lot of this. Is it Muzalendo who was talking about cartels? You can see what is happening here. This thing is not really about the dying people. Some people are busy to make a kill here at the expense of the people Kenyans who are dying. It's not fair. It is not fair. You can see whoever it is, the way Mzalendo is saying, watu wanachora hizi vitu na they plan. And they even influence, they knew when the ban will be lifted, so that by the time it lands, the ban is out, they are busy to sell. Remember, the price of unga has remained high. You can see what these people are targeting. They wanted to sell this maize, so at the existing high prices. No wonder the price of unga was never brought down.
Yes, Domi.
Okay. I'm Jumbo. Okay. I think let us sometimes get things straight. Tafadhalini. Let's get things straight. I think the problem with too much going around of this this debate about maize, it's because we are not facing facts straight. Okay, I was here, I think yesterday or the other day, and I was explaining the problem with the crisis of maize. The crisis of maize has not started today. Yeah? And the cause of the failure of maize, one, it is not fertilizer. Let's get things straight. Fertilizer is one of the factors, but it's not everything. You see, now, from I think fertilizer has been 6,000 from I think 2012 or so, far back. And I remember before Ruto became the Minister of Agriculture, fertilizer was going at 6,000. There was no crisis. Yeah. Maize has been bought at 90. Even that time when there was a crisis, there was 6,000 from far back. So the problem here is this guy, the farmer, has been mishandled by the government, which Ruto was part of it. From importing Mexico maize at the time when there is maize in Kenya. You are importing maize, really? I think it was 2016. Maize is in Kenya and you are importing maize. The maize belonging to farmers is rotting in their stores. And I remember that time there was a lot of rain.
Domi.
Yeah.
So let's address the current issue. Let's address the current issue of hunger crisis and the GMO, so that we be in line. Let's not go back. That's yes.
Okay. Now about the GMO, I think there is something. There's I think let us not also go around the. Let's not. Okay, let us point a wrong thing as a wrong. And that one I'm talking to Mzalendo, and I had some also touch of it on it. You see, it cannot be that yesterday, it was only a few days that Ruto announced, okay, a lift of the ban on GMO. And tomorrow, or a few days to come, next week or whatever, there is maize, the GMO maize. It means, this is exactly what it means. Somebody came with that, okay, somebody had already been told before to bring that maize. they had organized for somebody to bring the maize, or somebody had already brought the maize, and it was just here. So he had to twist, or he had to convince the government to allow it to come in. And about, okay, Nisha has talked of Uganda and Tanzania. They are not the only options. There's a time during the Grand Coalition we got maize from Malawi. They are not the only way. We have maize around, the genuine maize. We don't have to get into GMOs, please. So about GMO, okay, I may not know about whether it's healthy or not, but I want to remind you people of some few years ago when people were when they allowed this maize with aflatoxin. I think it was in 2010 or so. Then there was a professional, a doctor, some health professional, who said, in the next 10 years, you will see cancer skyrocket. And it exactly happened. Okay, I'm not saying GMO is bad, but if people are suspecting, are having a problem with that GMO, why do you have to bring the GMO? They are maize around. Okay, you will tell me that in US they are using GMO. Okay, fine. Those guys are well ready to deal with any crisis coming up. Kenya, we are not ready to deal with the health crisis. We are not. Let us not compare Kenya to America, because America, they are ready. You people, Mzalendo, you people, where you are, they are ready. They have the resources to deal with any crisis striking. Kenya, we are not ready. Why risk? Why risk? We don't have to risk when there is maize around. And if anything, the president has several times said, we will not feed Kenyans on GMO. And he was very categorical on that. Why all of a sudden bring in GMO? Okay, because it's bringing in. Because it was brought in before it was, because it means it was brought in fast before they had to announce. Which means there was no time of doing doing something fair tendering. So Mzalendo, the problem that we have here, and we need to solve it. That is why we have always been saying corruption is the biggest problem. Because you are likely to bring in what is going to poison Kenyans. Because even that person who brought it, did Kenyans have because before you bring in anything, Kenya Bureau of Standards go to check, go to test, and be sure that the maize you are bringing is certified before you bring in anything. Before even a car, before you import, the Kenya Bureau of Standards has to ensure that it's to standard. When was that done? We don't know. Nobody knows. So bana, wacha kutupeleka kwa maisha iko bahatisha bwana. That's the problem that we're having.
Domi.
Kwa sababu hiyo, in reality that is kubahatisha. Yeah, okay. It looks like you had some.
So one thing, this just for the panelists and anybody else. So some will talk. Just let me finish it. Just a small rejoinder. What happens is that we the panelists here, at least if possible, let's refer to articles that have been verified. Wikipedia is not a source of information. Any article or any source of information should be verified and at least 10 years old so that we have factual information. Let us not read things from Facebook, whereby somebody is giving an opinion and maybe we're bringing it here to become like a scholar book. No, let's have a factual thing, so that at the end of the day, if somebody is asked, where did you get this information from? He can share with us also, we can be able to read and understand more, because that will be able to remove those kind of rumors na hii kupishana mingi ya kwenda huyu anakuja na opinion hivi na hivi. Opinion are good, but let them be made by a verified article such that we can be able to substantiate that is fact or not fact. Sawa. I think that one will be able to your collusion, because hata you are aware very well that Facebook unaweza pata wingi upate information 3 different information referring to the same thing, very totally different. We all agree on that. So let's look at the articles and everything and books that can give factual information that we can all come in agreement with. I think that one will be better and will resolve some kind of crisis. So Sam, take on.
Okay, before I was kicked out earlier. Anyway, mine was addressing the GMO. We all accept that GMO is still controversial everywhere, even here in the US. Although we are consuming it, there are a lot of activists around there saying it's a no-no, it's a no-no. So they have certified organic and all that. It's more costly than the GMOs and stuff. Yeah, it's still controversial. We don't know, the effects it might cause. Whatever we are afraid of, we don't know, but that's a future problem. But the point is, shida ya chakula kwa Kenya haikuanza leo. It's been a while. And then there are two things to this problem in Kenya. As Mr. Domi says, it's not fertilizers peke yake. Kenya, we are still relying on natural bahatis to get our food to the table. Tunangojea mvua mostly. Our farmers are mainly subsistence farmers. Wale wanaamuka asubuhi na kuomba Mungu inyeshe. So when it doesn't rain, it causes a lot of problems. It causes problems to ng'ombe na watu na kila kitu. So we are still way far away to food sustainability. Hata tukimwaga fertilizer kwa kila nyumba na isinyeshe, we cannot pour the rain, So we still have a complex problem when it comes to food sustainability on ourselves. And number 2 is a conflict between the consumer and the producer. When I talk to the people in North Rift at this moment, they are very happy. They are very happy with the gunia ya mahindi ikienda na 6,000. In fact, we want it even to go to 10,000 if possible. Kama si tungeuza gunia ya mahindi 10,000 tungefurahia. Lakini mtu mwenye ako Nairobi, mwenye ananunua unga, analia the price of unga is expensive. So we are struggling to strike that balance. The balance of getting the top shilling for my maize, and na huyo mwingine apate the cheapest unga to the table. So that's a problem there, and it's a long-term problem, because mimi nasikia watu wanasema, why should the government should have ordered the maize, the unga ikue shilingi 100. When you order, the farmer who is selling that maize, you cannot just wake up one day and say, I'm ordering you to sell your gunia ya mahindi shilingi 200. Then the farmer will cry. It costed me a lot to bring this to the table. So we are doing a balancing act, which we must deeply engage in a deeper conversation than our regular debates here. Ile tunasema sijui kwa nini mahindi ilikuja juzi badala ya jana. Kwa nini hii GMO ilitogezea Mexico badala ya nini? We have to address those deep issues, the production and balancing of the cost issues deeply if we have to really engage in a deeper conversation. Otherwise, utakuwa tukisema the same thing, because the debate not long ago was about the maize, like talk of Mexico, sijui wengine wakasema it was aflatoxin and what, but we didn't address why we are even talking about the importation of maize. You know, it's because we don't have it. It's because we are relying on the natural rain, which comes at its own time. Itanyesha usiku ama saa mbili ama saa kumi. When those importing or exporting to us stopped relying on the rain, samani sana, they started relying on the water which is underground. Kutegemea mvua, maybe that's the most organic way of doing it, but it's not effective. And that's it. Let me leave it there.
Yes, it's okay. And you know, the other thing we also notice that the FDA is not 100% guarantee the food, and the FDA in America is not guarantee that every time whatever it approves is good. You remember the Johnson & Johnson, the baby powder, it has been able to be recalled because of it known to be cancerous. So, and you know, by the way, those you that you're in America, you can testify that America has the largest oil reserve than Russia. But why are they not producing it? We live for another day, because these are the people, actually, when they engage in African countries, they're never genuine. That's why we fear them, by the way, because they're never genuine when they engage in African continent. Yes, Sam?
Nilikuwa nimemaliza, but you brought a very good question about America. You know, niko hapa, sijui kama wananisikia. Anyway, is called national interest. Every nation, what's its salt, should have what's called national interest, and national interest. So US takes care of its own national interest. If they have to sell the GMO to Kenya, they will. If they have to, if they have to keep their oil unused for now, when you dry your well, they will. If they have to do whatever it takes, they will. National interest comes first here. Hapa ni national interest. Kama hauna yako, shida yako. This is called balance of power system. That's hakuna, dunia sio kanisa. Hapa ni biashara tu.
Exactly. And that's why when we are raising the issue of GMO being unfit, it's not that we are raising it from a point of no substance. We are seeing it because USA has some oil. So by the way, has the largest deposit than Russia, but they are not mining it because they are saying within 100 years to come, there will be no oil reserves and will turn to United States to depend on it. So whatever they are doing to us Africans, we never trust them because you never know what is happening. Look at even the one I was talking you about, the baby powder from Johnson & Johnson company. In USA and Canada, they stopped selling it there, but they are still selling it in Africa, and they are planning to stop it in 2023. And in their own country, they are not selling it. They even recalled the product. But in Africa, they are planning to stop in 2023, and they are aware that that powder is causing cancer. Surely, are those the same individual we can trust them to do with the GMO?
Francis, Francis, let me just correct you. There are some things when you say, they sound like the truth, but there are no truth sometimes in them. Like when you say, for example, when you say that USA is not drilling its own oil and it has the largest oil reserve. There's a reason why they are not drilling that oil. It is an environmental concern. It is not because that they want to use it for future. They don't want to drill it at all. They don't want even to touch it. They are looking for safe energy. That is why you are seeing that they are doing away with
that comment is irrelevant. You don't know the reason behind
that's what I'm
it.
asking.
So don't bring it.
So
Iran, let me just finish.
I'm asking Iran. So Iran, Saudi Arabia does not have environment to destroy but United States is the only country with an environment that can be destroyed. You know, sometimes we have been taken for a ride and you can even, we go in line with them. So Saudi Arabia has no environment.
You see, now those are now what here they call conservative views. You know, conservatives and Republicans think like you. So you understand. And the issue of, let me just go back kidogo to the issue of GMO. Now, there is such research institutions like, I don't know, the other one is called KFC or something like that. KFC, there's another one called K something for livestock. They are doing, they started doing a project in 2020 about the GMO maize in the year 2020, planting. Forget about the maize that is being imported, planting the maize for food sustainability by 2029.
You mean the hybrid one?
Yeah, not the hybrid one, the GMO maize. The
GMO maize was banned.
GMO maize consumption was banned and importation was banned, but the planting and the research of GMOs is still going on in Kenya as we speak.
We agree that. Yes,
as
it's
we
true.
speak, there is maize already which is already been planted from the year 2020, and with the lift that Ruto, the lift of the ban, by 2029 and beyond, we will be consuming that kind of maize. It has been tested in Western and some parts of Kitale, and it is doing so well. And you know, some of these things, I told you, Kuseo, look at the advantages of some of the products like GMOs vis-a-vis the things that we are saying that it might cause. You know, when you want to argue with facts. Like when you say GMOs cause cancer, you bring the facts on the table and say, yes, this is evidence that huyu alikula mahindi ya GMO na akapata kansa ya matiti.
Yeah, expanded breast in men.
Yeah. So don't just argue here telling Kenyans that GMOs will bring some kind of disease, yet you don't have the facts.
You know.
So anyway, let me finish so that we progress. So that's what I'm telling you. The issue here is not even more of GMO, but the ethical perspective of the people who are bringing GMO to this country. And to summarize up, when you look at the Muzalendo has said that you have to pinpoint cancer. You cannot pinpoint the exact cause of cancer. Cancer is just uncontrolled growth of immature cells. This can be attributed by so many predisposing factors. They can be either mutation of cell, exposure to nuclear, radions, can be exposure to sunlight. So these all are factors that people think that can bring cancer. And GMO cannot be ruled out being in that sum of factors that are being considered to be such way. Because you can go and check online. When we have a code of AAA, there's something it form in the body that is felanin. I think felanin. We have something in the body called felanin, or some component called felanin. It has something to form in the body. So when we alter that plant maize, what is it likely to produce in the body? Could that be the reason as to why our cells will start growing immaturely? That is the reason as to why today there is nobody particular can point and say cancer originates from A or B. It is just that people are looking at possible causes of it. Nobody can pinpoint, because at the end of the day it's on something like malaria. Tunang'atwa leo na mbumbu, kesho plasmodium kwa damu, tunakupima tunakuona naye. You can even have cancer, die, and then your generation will come better to manifest it. As we say that
That's how, Francis, you've said it. You've really nailed it. That cancer is a disease for yesteryears. Before we even started, when we first started diagnosing that somebody has got cancer, do you really even know? Just very recently, we didn't even know that in the 60s people were dying of cancer. We didn't even know the disease. We didn't even have the technical know-how. Even today, the treatment path of cancer cannot be found anywhere in Kenya. You have to send the biopsies to South Africa, then they give you a treatment path. We don't have a lab that if you walk in as Francis today, you are diagnosed, yes, you have cancer, there will be a treatment path for you. Those tissues have to be sent to South Africa and back to Nairobi for the oncologist to treat you of the disease called cancer. Now, that one you have to know, because it is also important when you talk about the disease called cancer. You must know that in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s, there was no medical facility in Kenya that could diagnose the disease called cancer. So it will not come with the GMO maize. So our people, like in my village, people were dying of something they called it chira. But I believe they were dying of cancer. You know, the wasting of the body very, very fast. And they attributed it to some traditional, things that you didn't perform. That is why you are wasting. But ideally, my thinking is that these people were dying of cancer, yet they didn't know. You understand?
Yes, and
Okay.
One thing here,
Okay.
the issue, the big issue is that if we are to consider currently ourselves, the impact of GMO on ourselves right now can be even be less than 2% effect, or even less than 1% effect. But now we are looking at generational to come, because you remember, even the nuclear disaster, it affected directly those who died in 1945, but it still affects those who are still being born in that environment. So we need to think of our future as our planet, because we not live forever. We leave our kids here. We need to leave a healthy generation. And that is the issue that we are bringing in, and it's very delicate, by the way. And we cannot ignore that fact. There's nobody who can want to give birth to a kid knowing very well this kid will not live to 20 years, because he'll die because of maybe a parent yake alikula GMO, ama maybe alikuwa exposed to cancerous material. It will be very unfortunate for that. Yes, Sam, and then Domi.
Yeah, I think on the issue of whether GMO and whatever will cause cancer or not, I think we'll not conclude it here, because even the scientists out there, even if you go to the research, World Health and UN and all that, they are still debating it. So I don't think we will conclude it on this platform. I think we should, it's just my opinion, address the food situation, because that's what brought us to the GMO to begin with. So how do we balance the production in Kenya versus the need to have cheaper food for those who don't produce? Those who produce, sisi wale tunalima, tunataka hata gunia moja ikue 10,000. If it's good when I go to my bank, lakini mwenye anakula huko Nairobi, Nakuru or Eldoret town, they would like to have chakula ya unga ya 50 if possible. It's good for their pocket. So and also our import problem, because we are importing everything. The issue we are talking about GMO is because we are a net importer. Actually, we are importing everything, including almost toothpick. We import all those. So when we fix those things, then our balance of trade dollar will be stronger, and we'll be able to pay hizo madeni. Kwa vile right now 60% or 60% of our taxes goes towards paying madeni za watu, na nadeni inakuwa expensive when the dollar is more expensive. So let's fix those things: chakula production versus consumer prices for that food, and importing versus exporting. Because importing, if we depend on somebody to kununua chakula, it goes back to my original point. Mwenye anaomba or mwenye anaenda kwa jirani kutafuta, you have a less leverage, although we want to be safe, but our leverage is low because ukiwa na njaa, mtu akiona umekuja asubuhi anakuambia ungoje mpaka saa 6, by the time it's noon utakuwa na njaa, unasema lete tu hiyo, wacha nichukue. So we need to fix those things first. Asante, I will not interrupt again.
So Domi, we have agreed that the issue of GMO let's leave it pending because even the research has not been concluded. So any other way that you can be able to mitigate the issue of food crisis, you can speak about it, Domi.
Okay, there's something, I just need to clarify something to what Mzalendo was saying before I give my suggestion, my other suggestions. You see, the issue here is not, okay, you are saying, let us not allude cancer to GMO because we don't know. The point here is not alluding it to cancer. The problem, the point here is risking. Saizi ukiambiwa, this maize has been poisoned. Somebody wewe uende kunywa uji alafu mtu akwambie hiyo uji unaenda kunywa imewekwa sumu. Will you take it? You won't. Because it does not have a reverse. So that's the point. It does not have a reverse. So it's about risking. Whether iwe nayo ama haina, why can't we find another way? So that is why we are saying my point will be, Kenya has the capability of producing our ordinary maize, produce our ordinary maize well, and feed itself. You see, I'll give an example of the past. When we were talking of when there was a time when to encourage farmers to plant, it was not about fertilizer alone. That time, I remember they lowered fertilizer and they lowered diesel. The price of diesel was lowered. Then they lowered the seed. So the farmers were easily got okay, it was cheaper for them to get the fertilizer. It was cheaper for them to get cultivated, their land to get cultivated,
and
because
the inputs.
Because all other inputs, diesel was cheap by then. Now, those are key, very key. There is fertilizer, there is diesel, there is seed, has been also been taken care of. The next year there was a lot of maize, and you know what happened? The problem also another problem arose when the farmers were taking their maize to the NCBD. The maize, some of them could not sell. There were so many restrictions after restrictions. Some farmers turned back home. You find somebody has imported maize and you see the NCBD. So the best way is this: ensure that the farmer, by the time their crops are ready, the government is ready to get that maize, and not just in NCBD. For example, not just in not just in Eldoret. Let's say the center in Eldoret. Have so many centers. Let the farmer sell his maize in the nearest center. Transport that maize to NCBD Eldoret. Transport it to Kidali. At least let the farmer have an easy time of handling the maize. You'll have a lot of maize. You'll have a lot of crops. And let me assure you, Kenya has not failed to feed itself. Okay, talking of the climatic conditions, of which anyway we are not in control. There's a brilliant idea people came up with, making dams. That will be the best idea. Let us have more dams and let us have much cultivation. That is where now Kuseo was telling us someday about the issue about corruption, about the Kulalu. You see, the Israelites have focused. They have decided we are going to make this a success. The Kenyans failed it. Now the Israelites who came to do the project decides now to go back because they, what do we do? So there are two things: deal with the provide cheap inputs, and also deal with corruption. And that corruption is the issue. Let us not look on promoting a trader at the expense of Kenyans, at the expense of a farmer. Let the farmer also feel that he's supporting the nation. Let a project that is there, let it stand. That's the solution. And I may say that is one. Those are the major solutions that I can think of. Okay, I think I'll stop there. I'll be leaving because in a few minutes because I need to go to work. Okay.
So it's all right. Then we have Kose. Kose. That name is very hard one.
Yeah, it's supposed to. Okay, Chiraisi knows it. Anyway, Domi, before you go, I just want to point out something on what you are saying. You see, as Disha had said, every time, let's say, food is imported into the country, normally, as Disha said, normally the government will just facilitate, give the necessary licenses, and then, of course, any approvals which are required so that those who have the means can do it. Now, unfortunately, the importations are normally infiltrated with a lot of corruption. You see what Domi is saying. There is no national serious board should never get maize from the importers. Never. It's not allowed. It is even illegal. How imported maize ended up with the serious board, and then you find out that the farmers in Rift Valley, when they now line up to take their maize to the serious board, the board is full. It's full. That is not right. You see, this is all corruption. They are supposed to sell their imported maize to people in the supermarket, to the public. Cereals board is like a granary for the rainy season. You cannot import maize and then you sell it to the cereals board. That is not proper. It should not be allowed. Now, when this ban was lifted, there is a point I brought here. Things, Chiraisi, you are not there. I brought in earlier. For those who can go back and find out, why was the ban imposed in the first place? Now, I maintain here that the reasons which were given as to why the ban was imposed, nothing has changed. And that is why you wonder, you lift it based on what? The reasons which were given are still valid as we speak. And I think, is it Chiraisi who was saying that people are dying? People are dying, but why don't you just bring the good maize? Surely, if that is the case. Now, there is maize which, this part of the maize which is supposed to come from Congo, from Malawi. It is they are known to be GMO products. We are busy here talking about the US. And as I said here, and I think Mzalendo supported me, that in the US, these people are prepared for the possible risks, the possible side effects from this GMO. They are prepared. And you go into Walmart here, you find everything is labeled GMO, and the price is also there. Organic, also the prices are there. Of course, the organic are more expensive. Yeah. So when you go for the cheaper GMO, it is you know that you are taking a risk. But most of them don't care, because in the event of any possible sicknesses, they are so well prepared. Even their medical health is so well done, so well, everything's protected. That is the luxury Kenyans we don't have. Now, this fellow who is dying of food, now if you give him health problems, do you see now umemmaliza kabisa? Umemmaliza kabisa. Now, when the ban was imposed a week ago, there was a government official, I think I saw him on TV. He was saying that the GMO, as at 2012, when the GMO ban was imposed, there was clinical tests which were supposed even to be done. And for them to be proved and confirmed, it takes 10 to 15 years. So basically saying that whatever tests which are still going on across the world, scientists take 10 to 15 years to confirm the so-called the alleged or confirmed side effects of GMOs. Now, we are still in the 10 to 15 years, and you can see really nothing really has been confirmed or approved. Why do you go for the GMO? Surely, it doesn't make sense to me. And more so when the ban is off, it is like the so-called private importers who have already incurred money have already spent. If they knew, more or less, it's like they knew the president was going to lift this thing. You know where the double dealing, where the challenges are. Now, Mzalendo said that people are dying for cancer from years back and years back. If you check the history of the GMOs, they have been actually, when they do the test, they check the success rates. They check the success rates. Nobody is saying that all GMOs will give cancer to everybody who eats them. Some people have got different DNAs, different cells. I think it is Mzalendo who said that the Wazungus have got different DNAs compared to you Africans. Maybe the same way they contract cancer is not easily the same way that we do. But one thing I know is that you take the GMO or whatever product you want to take, in the event that there are side effects, as we said here repeatedly, these people are so well prepared. It's just a matter of taking yourself to the doctor. And for the age, as I told you, Mzalendo, you'll agree with me, I've never seen a country where people live on supplements. These things called supplements, you see them one here, one there in Kenya, but here, it is the order of the day. Before anybody eats, and I measure your supplement, before they eat these things which we are scared of. Now, you see, we don't have that luxury. And the Kenyans, we better understand this. If we can, like now they're saying that in Rift Valley, in 2 months, they'll be maize all over the place. The Kenyans now in Rift Valley, Bungoma and Kitale, they are expecting bumper harvests. Yeah? In less than 2 months, there will be this there. Now, this stopgap or this shortfall, why not just fill it with proper things which don't give people worries? Now, somebody has said, yeah, even to test for cancer, I think it is the same Zalend. You were saying that they have to go to South Africa. So you can see if a Kenyan start falling sick or showing signs of cancer, again, even to establish or confirm what it is or exactly what is happening, is in itself a big challenge. We simply not medically prepared. Our medical facilities are far much behind. We cannot compete or compare ourselves with the Americans. Thank you.
Kuseo, you mentioned, I mean, Kuseo, I want you not to lie to Kenyans, please. There is no research that has been proved that GMO is killing people. Let us not go there. We are anticipating.
I didn't say it is killing people.
It's going to. It is
No.
You are already
said there are possibility of side effects.
What side effects? What are the side effects?
No, Mzalendo, don't
it's a
put words
care.
in my mouth.
Our head, Mzalendo. We cannot
Okay,
just
now,
assume.
okay. I thought, you went through the medical care and all that. Let me just correct you.
We are not sure that is why we have to care.
Yeah,
Domi, mute your mic. Domi, mute your microphone.
Can we talk about things that we are sure of? Like if we know that you know, this thing is going to bring these diseases, and yet our medical facilities in Kenya cannot take care of people who are going to fall sick because of consuming GMOs. That is a lie. That is not a fact. So let us base our argument on facts, not hearsays. Another thing, countries like South Africa and Botswana, GMOs are being consumed, and so many countries in Asia, GMOs are being produced and consumed. Those are our neighbors. It's not an American thing. GMO, yes, it could have been generated from the US here, but down the road, it's being consumed by countries in Africa. So let us not say that we are exclusively, out of it. Another thing is just the same way tunasema bangi ni mbaya. Here in the US, bangi is medicinal and it's being consumed. How many people could say was it killed here in America? Ebu, can you answer?
So Mzalendo, so you want to mean that as long as something is being supported by majority, it's legal? So is that what you want to suggest, that something
so long as something has been tested by the Kenyan lab and the international lab, the World Health Organization, WHO, that is the world body that tests everything that you are consuming. So long as it has been consumed has been tested for the international market, you can consume it. You have got no knowledge beyond that. They have tested it in labs and all that.
Yes, I have no problem with that.
Please.
2 days, don't just wait. Don't wait. 2 days ago,
I need to go.
A coffin shrimp has killed 8 children in Chad, and it was verified by WHO. So does it mean that this organization cannot mislead or cannot get the facts wrong? I've also sent an article there talking about the Johnson & Johnson baby powder that was approved by the same FDA and it was recalled. So you cannot rule and say that whatever WHO passes is the correct thing. You remember in Kenya some time back, there's a time where our young girls were getting tetanus injection. And then when we were asking, we were being told this one is about, they were taking injection, and when we were questioning, we were being told it is tetanus. Then the question was, does tetanus attack only girls? Does it not attack boys? And Raila raised the question of they are being put in family planning, and you ignored it. But later it was come and confirmed that indeed it was family planning kind of an hoax. So we cannot just say that simply because WHO has passed that something is always right, is always good. No, we have to question. We have our institution. Our lab is not in the New York, it is in Kenya. That's why we have to test for ourselves. Our lab is not in Israel, it is in Kenya.
That is why we have KEBS. That is why we have KEBC before.
Yes, Disha.
Yeah.
Disha, let's continue.
No, it was Domi. It was Domi.
Okay. No, I haven't talked for a while, man. Okay, thank you. I think if we go back again to whether GMO causes or what, I think we debate up to Kesho. I think GMO would be one of the least worries that we should be talking about. There are more killer things than cancer in Kenya. Even here in the US, the number one killer is alcohol and other drugs. They say in the US it is alcohol kills 70,000 per year, and they haven't stopped producing alcohol. Cigarettes imeandikwa hapo inamaliza lungs na bado watu wanaivuta. So I think the only solution is label them. The government will just label the product. This is GMO. This is not GMO. You have a choice. If you can afford the GMO, fine. If you cannot afford, just the way a cigar na pombe iko. So it doesn't stop anything. So let's not worry about. I don't think GMO would be one of the worries that it cause cancer. Cancer is not the number one killer disease in the world. We still struggling in Africa even with malaria and road accidents. So I think GMO would be the least worry. Let me come to the food. Vile Cheraisi amesema, what would be the solution ya chakula, and how the challenge here is not even the challenge is the production. We don't have sufficient. And I would really oppose the issue that farmers ati wakilima lazima wapeleke ati mahindi yao serious. Something should happen like this. The nature of supply and demand should dictate the prices. Like any other product. Mimi nalimanga viazi. There is no way a government unaambiwa apeleka mahali viazi. Ama unaambiwa apeleka. Let demand and supply dictate the prices. Hata kama itaenda 500, iende 500. The government has no business kulima mahindi. Let the prices. Allow me to buy fertilizer where I want to buy from. Allow importers of fertilizer walete fertilizer so that the prices are competitive. The problem is that in Kenya sahi tuko na kama importers wawili wa fertilizer. They dictate their prices vile wanataka. Much as tunajua sahi the prices of fertilizer in the world zimeenda juu. Allow even other seeds itoke country ingine so that the prices zikuwe competitive, then we can buy, naweza nunua at a very competitive prices, just like any other product. But tukiambiwa ati tulime mahindi tupelekee serikali, you don't have to wacha. The only agriculture sahi imekuwa devolved. What the devolved governments inafaa kufanya ni kufacilitate the problem farmers tunakuwa nayo ya mahindi ni drying. Ukiweza kuwekea farmers huko kijijini mahali wanaweza kausha mahindi yao, I don't need to take my maize to the government wanunue. Wacha nikausha mahindi yangu, I will sell it at whatever price I want to sell. Let demand and supply play the role. So na tuende sasa, in the next step is tuache kutegemea mvua. Tuliwekewa vikwazo mpaka vitu kama za Lake Victoria hata hatuwezi toa maji huko, ati zinaenda mpaka Egypt, hatuwezi tumia maji. We have rivers kama River Turkwell zina flood every time. We have rivers kama Nyando. How can we tap those ndio tutumie maji kama hizo tuweze kufanya ukulima? Lakini tukianza kusema gava sijui ati tunataka unga ikue shilingi 100. Not everyone is a consumer of maize. Then what will you do with the other sectors? Every other sector itasema we demand hata maziwa ikuje 20 bob. We demand viazi iuzwe moja shilingi moja. You see, let's liberalize the buying of inputs so that demand and supply play the role. Thank you.
Sorry, let me jump in to just echo what he said. You saw me clapping because that's the point I wanted to bring. Because Domi earlier talked about the farmer who wale walijukua mahindi cereal and then they were returned back. In my research, it shows that the budget, most of the time government wanaweka kwa cereal kununua mahindi ni kama 1.3 billion. When that budget is exhausted, you have no choice. You have no choice but to turn back the farmers and also to dictate the prices of how much the government want to buy them. Unasikia farmers wanasema national cereal wamesema bei ya mahindi ni 1,200. They are dictating that based on the amount of money they have. Corruption or no corruption, they have a limit of how much, because serikali are not in the business of selling mahindi. They are not. Although tunasema it's for future situation, for future crisis situation. Regardless, they are not in that business. Si ati siku ile mvua imepotea nini, serikali inaenda cereals na kuenda kulisha watu. They are not in that business really. So the challenge and the debate is always, why are these millers importing the maize? Wanaenda import from Uganda when we have our own maize, and it's business. Mtu mwenye mtu wa Unga Limited for example anafanya hesabu yake, kama anaweza kununua kunia ya mahindi 900 shillings from Tanzania, and he can come and maximize his profit, so be it. That's the basics. Alafu sisi tunakuja as farmers tunasema, we produce maize here in North Rift, nobody is buying it. We don't have a contract with with Kenya. We don't have the farmers in North Rift, our Jandika contract, like we are perpetual mkulima wako, you know, we are enslaved to you kutengenezea mahindi for the rest of our lives, you know. So I'm just echoing what Disha says. It's a tough balancing situation.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
Is that now the free market that Disha is talking about, where the forces of demand and supply dictate the market price? I am seeing a hand of government in that.
Yeah, although we say there is supposed to be, Disha said that's a perfect situation, but it has not worked. Even in America, it's a free supply and demand. Yeah, but at the end of the day, government has to create regulations to make it that free supply and demand to be real free supply and demand. Otherwise, we suffer from monopolies as well, because it's not that supply and demand is not always that free when we have monopoly. Like even right now, the law is not for Safaricom to be the only one giving us SIMO, but since they are the giant, that supply and demand is not that free when it comes to Safaricom or even Kenya Power, for example. They are the monopoly, so the supply and demand, as good as it is, it's not always perfect, because it always favors the bully in the house. Whoever has the whereabout, whoever is able to incur the losses without dying. Because mimi nikiingia biashara ya mahindi leo, I cannot really compete effective with Unga Limited. Mi tanunua tu mahindi yangu kwa Tanzania. If I come to Kenya and that price is messed up, I'm dead. So that, yeah.
It's okay. So one thing that I want also to rejoin is that Disha has talked about tapping of water in Lake Victoria. That one cannot happen. There was an agreement that was signed that is called the Nile Agreement of 1909. I've shared an article there. You can go and read more about it. It is an agreement that we cannot interfere with the Lake Victoria water. So if you touch it, the European powers will upon Kenya like any other thing. The other thing we also talk about is about issues of monopoly, and we talked about millers. There's something called an economies of scale, where Safaricom can invest that capital endowment. You cannot be able to access as an individual. Therefore, you'll be ruled out, even though there is that opportunity, but capital will cut you short, and maybe even the market they enjoy will also cut you short. Because even if you produce new lines and maybe nobody wants to buy from you because they already enjoying a service similar to what you are providing, therefore I think you are likely to collapse as fast as possible. That's the reason. It's not even the issue of even control by government, but that is economies of scale. So as we are trying to talk about the issue on how to mitigate this food crisis, I think the perfect one thing that we can agree all of us was construction of dams to different parts of a country, so that at the end of the day we can able to tap the rainwater during the season. We can tap the rainwater during the season, the rainy season, then you use it in the dry season, so that we cannot be able to find ourselves in this scenario. Unfortunately, our politicians, they always feel that the money are so sweet more than even the lollipops and tropicals that we consume. I don't know why. Maybe they will change. Let's hope they will change. But I have little hope. Yes, that name.
Kuseo.
What I wanted to say. No, I'll spell it correct. Don't worry. Nani, Sam, you know, NCBD is there for a purpose, and it's like you don't understand why NCBD is in existence. It is all about food security for this country, and there is no way it serves two purposes. It's the granary at times of need. At the same time, it is supposed to help facilitate the farmers to grow maize. That's why you find the NCBB board stores are very common in the maize growing areas, because maize is so important to this country. That is why those who can grow it, it is never enough. You encourage them to grow and you give them a competitive price, so that whatever the surplus they have, they sell it to the board. That way, the government
So
will
I'm
not need.
leaving anyway. I want to sleep, so you just moderate it on your own, eh?
Mzalendo, I saw it coming. Now I think you are in charge.
No. No, you are the one. You are the one who, or Sam can be in charge.
What I
But we
was
can
saying,
talk in moderation.
what I was telling Sam is this. You see, National Serious Board, for once, you will see these farmers in the Rift Valley who have been crying to the DP, to the president when he was DP. They are supposed to be facilitated in terms of inputs so that they produce and produce. Because of the emphasis the government puts on maize as a staple food in Kenya, you don't want a situation whereby the cereals boards are dry, so now you have to run around for GMOs the way Mzalendo is supporting. No. If those cereal boards are the maize, there will be no need to run around for trying to bring in some GMO. No. The people who are suffering in Northeastern, what will happen is that the government will draw maize from the cereal board and simply distribute it to them. Now, for you to be successful in that, you must give a competitive price, which will be an incentive to the farmers. That is what is happening. And that is why you don't agree with what Disha was saying, that there should be no need, anybody should be able to take their maize anywhere. Of course, you can't take anywhere, especially if the cereals board is not offering a better price than the local market. But in most cases, the government makes sure that the price they offer at the cereals board is always competitive as an incentive for the farmers to take their excess maize to those cereals boards, in which case the government will hold this as food security at the times of need like we have now. Now, where did corruption come into all this? People who are importing maize, as Disha said, they are free to do so, facilitated, given, granted a license. First of all, they competitively apply, and then you are being given the go-ahead. You go and import, then you are supposed to sell it. Of course, then they are in business. They sell it at a price, isn't it? Now, interestingly, the corruption in this is whereby people like Mzalendo who have imported maize into the country, because they have government operatives, they agree with a serious board, say, for example, in Eldoret. Instead of taking the maize he has imported to the market, he take it straight to the cereals board. During that time, they have dictated the price the cereals board is going to buy this. So Mzalendo arrives with these trucks and trucks of maize. What does he do? He overtakes all the farmers who are queuing to take maize to the cereals board. He sells all his maize to the cereals board at a special price, and he gets paid even before he finishes the importation. Now, sooner or later, the farmers in Rift Valley who were planning, queuing to sell their maize, they are told, sorry, our stores are full. Full with what? Full with illegally imported maize sold to the cereals board by force at dictated prices. You see where the corruption is?
Yep.
Yeah. So, Disha, the farmers must be given incentive through better prices of their maize.
Let me shock you with one thing, Kuseo. Do you know that what we are talking about cereals, when you talk about cereals, you know, like is less than 10% is the maize market in Kenya in terms of cereals is less than 10%. A lot of
Disha, you are not right. You know the maize scandal has been a big problem in Kenya.
I'm saying there are a lot of trading in terms of maize does not happen within cereal. Cereal has a capacity; it cannot even feed Kenyans for 3 months. What happens is there are a lot of trading happens within the informal trading. Like I farm my maize, I get a broker who will take it to Unga Limited. I farm my maize, I go to the market, I get guys who don't have maize. What the problem is here is the maize that guys are shouting about is the packaged flour.
I think, Misha, you have not followed what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: you who is supposed to take the maize to Unga Limited, you have imported it. Unga means Amila, isn't it? So they are supposed
I'm against that importing as when there is
no, I'm trying to explain the corruption around this.
Why should you import and there's no price?
Just a minute. Instead of going to the Unga mill, the way you have said it, these people within the same government, they inflate the prices, the cereal board is supposed to buy the thing. Now, if they do that, it's supposed to benefit the farmer. It doesn't benefit the farmer. It benefits the corrupt importers.
That is why I'm against dictating the prices. We don't dictate the prices of how much we need to sell our maize. If the government dictates the price, it gives an incentive
to the cereals board.
To sell it to cereal. Huh? What I'm saying, Kuseo,
I'm saying they dictate the price to the cereal. In other words, let's say I'm the one who has imported call it the GMO maize. Then instead of going to sell it in the market the way you have explained, I don't do that. I take it to the cereals board because cereals board has instructions to buy my maize at my price.
You know, that's what Kuseo, you are right. But this is what we are saying is that allow more people to bring the maize then. Let it flood the market. Since the local farmer cannot produce enough, license so many people other than the politicians to bring the maize. So that one will regulate the price. You understand? But earlier on, you brought a very important point that on the issue of GMOs, that when you walk into a supermarket in the US, you see that it is well labeled that this is a GMO.
Actually, they are side by side.
They are side by side. And you know the reason why? Because as a consumer, you now have the benefit to choose what you want. And you will not blame the government from selling for you that particular product. Just the same way when you go to a chemist in Kenya, you go and buy generic medicine. And then you choose from generic and original. You can choose in between. A few years back, we didn't have that. But right now, you got the opportunity to choose the cheaper medicine. But it is not that it is going to kill you. How many Kenyans have been killed by that generic medicine? Zero. You understand? So some arguments are neither here or there.
But I want you to explain to Disha how the maize cereal boards are misused by government operatives.
You see, cereal board
to loot government money.
You see,
remember,
you see the Kenya cereal
boards buy the maize using government money.
Exactly. You know, NCPD is called NCPBD. Is a parastatal. Is it? Yeah, it's a parastatal.
National Cereals Board.
National Cereals Board is a parastatal, and it has got branches all over the country. Maybe northeastern Mendio Pengine, maybe there's no cereal board, probably because they don't plant a lot of maize. But politicians have taken advantage of the Ministry of Agriculture, which is directly connected to the National Cereals Board, in that the laws that they have or the laws that they pass in parliament favor the politicians. Ndio hii nilikuwa nakwambia, in Kenya kuna watu wale uchora. They know that this bill is coming in parliament and they know that there is a connection they have ya kuleta mahindi. They do it before you and me think about it. You understand? They have already anticipated that in the current budget that is coming next year, the government will put so much money for importers. You understand? So they already placed themselves there. But you and me don't have that kind of knowledge. It is the politicians who are in parliament who have that kind of knowledge and information. That is the reason why the maize business is safeguarded and the oil business is just for them. It's not for any other player. Yeah. So it is business. So sometimes we must talk like a Democrats, not like Republicans. Republicans tend to depend on, Democrats tend to depend on government, and Republicans tend to depend on, your own effort.
On private, private entrepreneurship.
Yes, so don't Kenyans are leaning towards this kind of democracy whereby the government is supposed to put food on the table for you. There is nothing like that in government. Hakuna siku ile Ruto atakuwekea unga ya ugali kwa meza ati ndio hiyo kule. The issue that we should be dealing with is poverty and lack of money, lack of purchasing power for so many Kenyans who don't have money in their pockets to buy food. When you don't have money to buy that maize, because maize is cheap, that is the only thing that we have to talk about. But when you have some money, you can choose. You have got a variety. Unaweza kula viazi, unaweza kula mchele. So the issue is not sometimes even food. Sometimes it is poverty. So when we address the issue of food insecurity, let us also address the issue of poverty in the country. People are poor and they can't afford their daily meal because they don't have any kind of income. So even if you have money, na mahindi hakuna kwa market, you've got a variety. You will not sleep hungry. Unaweza kula viazi, unaweza kula ndengu, unaweza kula mchele. So this issue ya mahindi ni ile watu wamekosa pesa kwa mfuko, ni issue of poverty. And at one point in life there are some issues that we can't address. There's the issue of COVID that happened 2 years ago. You saw the crisis all over the world. When there was no food, there was not even a tissue paper on the shelves at Walmart. There was no even water because of COVID, not because that people didn't have money. People had money, but there was no production. There was no production of those things. So some of these things have been affected by probably COVID, and then now the war in Ukraine. There are so many factors, and then the climatical change. There are so many factors that have affected the food production in our country. Rain, like in my village, I mean, in the 70s, probably the maize yield in my village was so much, but today that soil is wasted. It doesn't have the same nutrients it used to have in yesteryears, so it needs some fertilizer because imechoka, hata udongo inachoka. You have to understand that udongo inachoka. This soil that we plant, if you plant maize all the time in the same soil without fertilizer, that's why we pump in fertilizer in the soil, because inachoka, and then we have got low yields. So the introduction of GMOs is to improve our yields at a very cost-effective way. You will not use a lot of fertilizer because it can fight disease on its own. Those GMO plants like mahindi inaua hizo worms zile zina affect mahindi naturally because they have been done in the lab and tested. So that is the reason why these things we must encourage the government. Na Ruto amefanya vizuri sana. Let him continue doing what he's doing, because that is the only way we will secure. We will have food security in our country. It is done in South Africa. It has been done in Botswana. It's done in India. So I don't know what is so special about Kenya.
But Mzalendo, I think there's something else you have forgotten. You remember when the statement about the lifting the ban was brought about, they did say that there are no seeds. So I don't know what you are understanding by better production. These are consumable things, GMOs, not production. Just a minute. They're still saying they have not authorized seeds except BT cotton. I don't know whether you got that message. So whatever you are saying that you are encouraging production for GMO, what have you, not yet. Hawajafika huko. This ban, just a minute, this ban is about the consumables which they want, which are going to be brought into the country. The only growing anything so far is BT cotton. Now you did earlier on, you did talk about some tests in Kitale and Oravi. Your scientists from KU, from Kenyatta University, had already disapproved this in one of the analyses. They said that there are no GMO growing plants in Kenya as we speak. That will be dependent on going forward. After all, they said the shortfall, the lifting of the ban is to deal with the trouble, the poverty in Northeastern. It is nothing to do with production. Production, they are going their own route, they are using their own fertilizer, they are going to be having their giving farmers better inputs, pesticides, and what have you. So don't start celebrating about growing GMO.
What I'm telling you, go back to your research and research on GMO plants and research that has been going on in Kenya. This is something that has been going on. It is not something that even if Ruto banned the importation of GMOs, it didn't stop the research on GMOs products like maize and cotton. That was not stopped. That has been going on, and there are bodies that have been carrying, government bodies that have been going on with the research. So this research is to help people like you know that this thing can be grown and consumed here without importing it. So the production of maize or what if this lifting of the ban continues, we will see locally GMO maize in your shelves at the supermarket, produced in Kitale, produced in Nyanza, produced in Western Kenya. Yeah, on your shelves.
Nani, Mzalendo, there was a government statement regarding the GMO plants. That is just 5 days ago. The government statement said the idea of bringing in seeds or planting GMO products or agricultural production, hawajafika huko. That's what they said in the statement that lifted the ban. Those who are worried are told to hold their horses. What they are talking about is bringing in GMO food products ready for consumption by the people you said are dying.
Anyway,
I think Cheraise, you can.
Yeah, mine was we'll never finish with this GMO right away. It will be ongoing debate, but some facts I wanted to add on the challenge of food situation. There's another thing we have not mentioned is the population increase in Kenya. The production of maize, like during my time when I was like a little boy, used to be a lot, like especially in the North Rift where I come from. And right now, it's less than it was. Imagine it, less than it was when I was a little boy. Ni chache kuliko several years ago. But the population in Kenya has increased by probably 10 million since that time. Still depending on the same amount of maize that was produced in the 80s, 90s, and 2000 to feed us. And no other changes has been made to improve that yield. Whether we are selling it to National Cereal Board, whether we are selling to whoever, it's still not enough. It's still not enough. So we are facing a challenge of big population increase. So if nothing is done, it will come a time ile tutaanza kuibiana ugali, I'll be smelling your ugali like 100 meters away now. We'll have to share. You know, you might even have money to buy your unga, but it's not enough. Yeah, this problem has been there. I remember during the Grand Coalition government, the big challenge was the Ministry of Agriculture. I know there were blames left and right. Sijui maize, eco maize, what maize scandal, what. It all boils down to inadequacy, the lack of this product, the lack of this ugali thing. Yeah, the lack of this basic commodity. Mi nakubaliana na mzalendo sana sana sana. On the number 2, that tuko na shida ya pesa pia, because if we had if those people who live in Muthaiga huko juu huko, wale wanaishi huko kwa Kitusuri, wale wanaishi huko kwa Makaren, I don't think their problem at this time is that ugali maize flour, because maybe they eat hiyo ugali once in a while, lakini wako na maspaghetti zao, wako na mamichele zao, wako na sijui nini zao, because they can afford it. They can afford it. We cannot, a regular mwananchi has limit of variety based on the income, based on the money. So I agree. Hopefully the UDA Kenya Kwanza manifesto, the comprehensive manifesto which addresses the economic challenges, plus the agriculture, plus import and export, works. And also we have a problem as Kenyans. We are reactive. We are very reactive. We are not proactive. We react to a problem. We deal with a problem like on the spot. Ni kama queue, you know, we wait for to be thirsty, ndio tunapiga kelele, tunakunywa maji. When we're done, tunaenda kulala. Kesho tunaamuka, we don't think about tomorrow where we'll get the water. So kesho tukipata queue, ndio tunakimbia hapa chini, tunapata hiyo maji ya chupa moja, we are done. We don't plan ahead. And then we also, on a matter of corruption, it's real, but also we are also reactive on that. Most of them we have politicized a lot of matters to do with corruption. If you go through the newspapers from like the 5 years ago until now, you'll read in a newspaper conclusive or opinion or conclusive piece telling about corruption. Sijui nini ilibiwa hapa nini. You know, you might think clearly, hey, and then it goes to court, nothing happens because there was no facts. Sijui kama ni kotini issue ama investigators issue or wananchi in general, but we are more sensational on those matters. We are reactive, we are not proactive, and as I said, hopefully the Kenya Kwanza government, the comprehensive solution to this economic issue, pesa mfukoni, vile mzalendo amesema, shida yetu ni hakuna pesa kwa mfukoni, and then we can be able to talk about variety. Tutaweza kuwa tukiongea juu ya rice, tutaweza kuwa tukiongea juu ya viazi, tutaweza kuwa tukiongea juu ya other different food other than hiyo unga. Anyway,
okay. Chiraisi, yes. If you read your topics down there, they are saying that Uhuru has done what? Has skipped the Ethiopian peace talks.
Okay. You want me to react to that?
Yes.
You know, my opinion, hopefully kila mtu anasikiza, even our dear president, William Ruto, I think it was wrong to appoint Uhuru. For me, I think Uhuru was tired. Even as a president, he was no longer, he didn't have that motto. He didn't have that charisma anymore to be even the president. He was on a free mode the last 1 year. Jama was no longer the statesman that I used to know. So I think he was not even a diplomat. I would prefer even Raila to do that than Uhuru, because that's not what Uhuru does. Uhuru wants to have fun. Uhuru wants to chill out. Uhuru wants that meeting to be brought to his house. You are not a diplomat, na unasema munitumie sijui ile munaenda sikiza, mi ni kijana ya president ya Kenya, ebu tell me next time, what diplomat is, what's that? I think he should.
What reason did he give for not attending?
He said
his schedules were not reconciling. Or what?
Yeah, he said his schedules were not reconciling. Maybe alikuwa akienda birthday ya rafiki yake or something, and so he was conflicting with this. So he had already rescheduled a birthday party, a birthday bash, and they didn't send him what they were going to discuss. He wanted to get what they are discussing, and he sensed the condition. Ni dynasty bwana, ni kijana ya Mzee Kenyatta. How dare do you schedule something without him approving it? Anyway, the best person to do that, I know Kalonzo is angling to run against Ruto in 2027, but the best person would have been him. Or there are many other more people, even a lady. We have Amina Mohammed, who was a great foreign affairs minister under Uhuru. She can do that very well.
You think the men and women would listen to her?
What do you mean? What do you mean, Kuse? Can you withdraw that statement?
Why not?
Oh, what are you talking about? So women don't have the voice or the right, or they don't have the capacity to represent?
What I mean is the appointment was like reserved for statesmen, people, not just mere diplomats. So as Chiraisi says, for me, that appointment was, they needed to have consulted him first, not just. I don't think it was right for Ruto to ambush him with that. They should have let the inauguration go through, then later on privately, let even Uhuru himself say so, that I've taken up this and this.
It's not up to him to take up a position.
Let me tell you, the way Ruto did it was demeaning, especially on the inauguration day. I would have been surprised if Uhuru had agreed.
No, they said during the inauguration, they said they talked waliongea kwa State House.
Yeah, he didn't want to embarrass him.
I think Kuseo, to me, I think this election really affected Uhuru even more than Baba.
Disha,
I think this election affected Uhuru a lot, and he was not going to accept the roles from Ruto that easily, or an appointment from him that easily. There are people who have to go through some therapy. Kuseo, you must agree with me. It took you a long time to accept the reality. Even when we are having some meet up there, and I told you this thing, it's not going to go the other way. It took you a lot of time to believe what I was telling you. So some people have been affected by this election. They will take a long time to heal, especially when they had very high expectations. So ni kama tu le governor alisema hii siasa aweki kwa nini, aweki kwa roho, you put it in the lungs and you breathe it out, and life has to continue. I think the role of the president, William Ruto, is well defined, and and the roles of the former presidents, as we have seen before, is also well defined. They are appointed to these authorities. I don't know even what they go there as peacekeepers, you wanafanya nini, just to keep them busy. I don't know whether it's to keep them busy.
Mzalendo, understand the circumstances. The reason was because these talks were ongoing, and it is President Uhuru who was chairing. So it was like just like complete it and get over with it. It is I think a position which was being handled by Kenya as a member of the AU, and President Uhuru was the one who's already in the mix with the same.
And then he had the institutional memory on what is really going. You know,
Exactly.
I think it is just decency that Ruto appointed him out of decency.
No, but you can see he behaved maturely. If he wanted to be arrogant, he would have said no in front of the same dignitaries who were there. You can see that he controlled himself, but even now turning it down at the last minute, I think that was a bit unfair to Ruto. Is it Amma?
But who spoke last? Is it Uhuru or Ruto?
What I mean, the meeting was scheduled for the following day or the next 2 days, and here is Uhuru saying it is conflicting with this schedule.
But Kuseo, why I want Kenyans one day that, you know, once you are out of office, you are out of it completely. We don't want to see your face. We don't want to see who you are. We don't want to know what you're doing. The camera rolls to the next president, who is William Ruto. Wacha Uhuru afanye mambo yake. If he wants to do farming, he wants to do anything, he's now a private citizen. He has got nothing to do with the Kenyan government. You know, wacha pumzike. He has done his part, he has done his bit.
What I'm saying is this, he ought to have given Ruto sufficient notice. Not when he's expected to travel, is when he's saying, sorry, it is conflicting.
Maybe alikuwa mgonjwa, maybe alikuwa amekunywa kitu kingine hapo. Alikuwa na hangover, haweza kuenda bwana. President anatumia vitu mingi bwana.
And one more thing, Mr. Kuseo said he should have given Ruto the sufficient. This is not the Ruto mission. This is African peacekeeping issue. It's not a Kenya problem. So it's really not a Ruto thing. It's not like a Ruto assignment. This is an international assignment. It's actually bigger. It's for his own self-respect. It's akatae asipokatae jina ile sio Ruto, sio ati wakienda kwa South Africa when they have that meeting they say, oh, Ruto's appointee is missing. No, he's just like when Raila was given that mission, infrastructure. You know, he was not doing that for.
You see, President Uhuru should not have allowed Ruto to arrange his flight and turn it down on the day of the travel. That is all I'm saying.
I don't think Ruto arranged his flight.
No, it was already prearranged.
Not Ruto. That's
you see, by the time he was turning it down, the other people who were attending the same meeting in South Africa were already there. Imagine.
Yeah, so that's not Ruto. That's nothing to do with Ruto.
No, I'm saying President Uhuru was a last minute turn down, which is not fair.
Yeah, that's him. That's something he needs to know.
I think that is a character that he needs to work on.
Yeah, that's a character flaw on him.
It's not up to Ruto.
Yeah.
It is up to him and his position as the former president of the Republic of Kenya, and even his position on African issues. It means that he trivializes the issues of Africa in general. So it's a very, very big shame on his side. He should have gone for that meeting and attended and represented the country as somebody who was a former president.
You know what? I think the meeting was cancelled.
It was?
Personally, I think Uhuru is just the way Mzalendo anasema. He didn't expect bado inamkula mambo ya bado anauliza how did this guy become the president? Because
ilikuwaje?
he knew what he did in 2013 and 2017. Somehow they must have stole the election in 2013 and 2017. And sorry,
tukaribishe Julia kwanza, kiongozi hisia. So we let
karibu Julia. So what I'm saying is, I think alishindwa. How comes my candidate did not win? That means Uhuru knew that 2013 and 2017 he did something to win the election. Na alijaribu this time haikuwork. I have somebody who told me, do you know the problem why these Azimio agreements has not been put on the table? Every time wakiulizwa ni kuzungushana. Somebody in the close ranks of Azimio says that on that agreement, Uhuru was to come in as a prime minister. You get it? So the reason why that thing is being hidden to date is that there is a clause that would have surprised Kenyans. So the Uhuru bado akona ile hangover yati how comes hii kitu si kuchukua. So even Ruto kumappoint, najua hata akimappoint alikuwa najua hataenda. Kwa sababu
it was stable in parliament.
There's nothing that was stable, bwana.
It wasn't stable.
It was stable. It was just missing some signatures in some places.
And the original document, in fact, when they send people to the register of political parties, wanawarudisha kwa Azimio. Ukienda kwa Azimio, unaambiwa enda kwa political parties. So that thing has never come out.
That is propaganda. Don't bring.
Did you hear the debate?
Listen, in parliament, who has not muted? Maybe mute your, in parliament, the speaker admitted having received. It's just that he was saying it is inadmissible because some signatures were missing. Some pages were not running or something like that. But that an agreement existed. He admitted having received from the registrar. He also admitted you remember the speaker admitted that he has also received a copy from the registrar. So that it exists.
Original copy. That was just something.
Just listen. So you can't say on this panel that the original agreement had the prime minister. Wetangula would have seen it.
I've seen it. Wetangula is not in Azimio. We want that document in public.
It was presented to him as the speaker, not as Azimio.
Lakini nauliza, why can't we see the document that is so controversial? Is it like so secretive?
Why are we talking about a non-issue? You see,
Wetangula. I mean, if it was a document that is so binding, then it should be out there in the public.
Listen, Wetangula, unless you have another propaganda to bring, Wetangula admitted he received it. The only thing he said that he cannot admit it. I think as far as that is concerned, the clerk wrote to the registrar forwarded. So don't propagate your own imagination.
No, without registrar and all that, tunajua Uhuru was in this arrangement. He was the chairman, and he's still the chairman of Azimio, so he could get whatever he wants. So come on, the prime minister, I'm sure.
Well, that can be so.
Yeah.
But that it was not.
So let me ask you a question. This is something that has been disturbing me. I mean, these documents, since they were signed, is it something that the public can look at them, or is something that is done in secret? Is it a public document, or it's a private document?
But Mzalendo,
or it's a personal document?
The people present on this panel, for some of us, we witnessed it being signed it was signed at KICC.
You witnessed, you saw it.
But it was there, it was signed in the open there at KICC.
No, you saw the clauses in the document.
No, I didn't read it. I didn't read it, but I saw it being signed, and I see them crowding, lining up there to sign.
No. Is it something that is you can search and find?
I don't know, Mzalendo, and I think that line of talk is taking us nowhere.
Okay, let me leave it.
See, why do you ask me whether I saw it? And I was in the US. I just saw it on TV being signed, at them queuing there to sign.
No, I think the problem is the Azimio signees, including Mutua. The reason Mutua came to Kenya Kwanza, which he did the right thing, is they all complained that they were given the signing page, but they didn't get the complete clauses. I think that's the only information we have from even those guys from PA, whatever, and those from Northeastern, who came to Kenya Kwanza the other day, they say, oh, we didn't get the document. They just gave us the pages, Yaguwega Sahi, but we requested the document, and they told us they are going to make the copies, and they'll give.
Let me tell you, Nani, like I've told Mzalendo, personally, I watched that thing on TV. There was just a minute, on some live television. And I saw them, all the secretaries queuing there and signing.
Yeah, the signing page.
Now, what you are saying here now, that is just propaganda.
No,
you see,
that's what they're saying. Seriously.
You see, when you have an argument, you can always say whatever you want to win your case. But the truth is, you in your right mind, would you sign a blank page? Tell me.
That's the question I have for them, because that's what they are telling us.
It tells you it was propaganda they are bringing.
They're saying that we were given, like in any agreement, kuna page ya mwisho, sign. That's the last page with signature part. Wanasema we didn't get the content page. So that's what they're saying. Sijui, I don't know whether they're truth. Ni wanasiasa. They might be saying the truth. Or
let's hear what input Julia will have on this. Welcome, Juliana.
Hey, I like your discussion, and it's really good. But now you didn't discuss about Raila ouster scheme hatched. Sijui hiyo nilikuwa nini kusema, utatuelezea? I don't know what was that.
We did. Those who were here earlier, we covered it. It's just that most of our discussion here has been on GMO, but I think you found us discussing about Uhuru skipping the Ethiopian peace talks. And some of us were saying that even the appointment itself, given the day it was given, was a bit demeaning for his status. And one of our panelists here was suggesting that maybe even one of the ladies, is it Amina Mohammed, that he could have been given. But then I said that this was an ongoing talks which was already being chaired by the president himself. So it was more natural to give him the opportunity to do it. For me, my point was that to do it so in front of all those dignitaries on that day, when the speech of the inauguration itself was not very nice, it was a bit demeaning to the president. No wonder, as far as I'm concerned, the day he was supposed to travel is when he turned it down, saying that it was conflicting with his other schedules. And we were just debating here. A retired president is having...
Is that part of the Raila ouster scheme? Was this about the what Uhuru was to take over?
No, these are the independent topics.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me allow Chaka to speak first. I'll come after Chaka. Chaka, karibu.
Okay, asante sana Julia, Mzalendo na Sami na wengine ambao mko hapo. Kwanza nishukuru kwa hii nafasi mmenipa kuweza kuchangia. Mimi ni mwanashabiki hapa tena wa nguvu. Sasa sometimes napata adhabu katika moyo nikiwakosa kwa muda wa karibu siku 4 nikitafuta siwapati hapa. Nakuta ni kama ulevi fulani hivi umeniingia kwa sababu kila siku ya Mungu lazima niingie nione ni nini kinajadiliwa hapa. Inapata kunikuza kimoyo, kiroho, na imani yangu inaniambia kwamba hii panels izidi kuendelea jamani. Tusinyamaze hivyo. Tumenyamaza kwa muda karibu siku 3 sasa hivi. Hatupo hapa, na hapa ni mahali tunaelimishana, ni hapa ambapo tunahabarishana. Na kwa kweli ni vitu vingi tunavizungumzia hapa ambavyo vina maana katika nchi yetu na katika sisi kama wananchi. Alafu nikirudi katika mada ya leo, swala la siri GMO, hiyo swala sijaona kwamba ndio itatupandishia uchumi wetu na kupunguza gharama ya maisha, kwa sababu hata tukijadili hapa, kila mtu akitoa ushahidi wake kwamba hii inaua, wengine wanasema haiui, still bado sio ni kama inaweza kuamua shida ambayo tuko nayo kama wananchi, haswa sasa hivi tukiwa Kenya hapa. Gharama imekuwa juu, hali ni ngumu, hali ni mbaya, na matumaini siyaoni kabisa. Kwa hiyo yule anapanda apande, bora tu hizo bidhaa ziwe na nembo, mtu akitaka kununua anunue. Yule atasema anapanda kama kawaida, ananunua vyakula hivi ambavyo tunapanda vya kawaida, sina haja ninunue hivyo, atanunua. Haina haja hapa tubishane kwamba ni nini, ni sumu wala ni hii. Maana mwingine atasema mahali fulani hii haija kuwa sumu inatumika. Mwingine atasema hapana, hii kitu ilichunguzwa na ikakataliwa haswa, na mbona imeleta tena hapa Kenya kwamba ni sumu. So itakuwa na siasa mingi, itakuwa na mambo mengi. So kama wananchi wataruhusiwa kupanda, wale wapande, lakini ziwe na nembo ambazo zinatofautiana, kwamba hivi vyakula ni vya huu mfumo. Kwa hiyo mwananchi akitaka kununua atanunua, kama vile alivyotoa mfano wa sigara na vitu vingine, kwamba mtu ananunua kwa kuhiari yake, si kwa kushurutishwa, wala hii siwe ni lazima mtu apande hizo vyakula. Alafu jambo lingine ambalo nitalizungumzia ni kwamba still bado tuna shida, na the problem is lazima ni midonda sugu na upiganaji na ufisadi. Hapo ndo pesa tutaweza kuikwamua. Kila mahali, kila sekta isimamiwe kwa uzuri. Ikiwa ni mining tujue raw materials zetu zinafanywa nini. Lakini ikiwa ni tenda, ikitokea ni nani atapata shares hizi, nani atakuwa na shares hizi, still bado tutakuwa pale pale. Kwa hiyo kila mahali, kama ni blue economy, kama ni sector agriculture, kama ni mining, kama ni tourism, hivi vitu visimamiwe kwa uangalifu. Na nategemea rais wetu aliangazie hili, alisimamie kwa kidedea. Hakisha kila mahali anapapiga msasa, anavamia kama alivyoingia juzi bungeni wakati wa kuchagua spika. Afanye hivyo pia, akiona kuna mahali kuna doa aulize, wewe kampuni hii mbona ulipi ushuru, kwa nini? Hizo ndio vitu nategemea nivione katika huu uongozi ambao tuko nao sasa hivi. Kila mahali kuna doa, mfano kama hiyo mambo na port, sasa hivi kuna shida iko pale. Bado watu wanalalamika ndio imeregeshwa, lakini bado bidhaa zinasafirishwa na SGR. Aingilie kati. Nasema ni kweli, lakini hakika hapa mimi nataka kuelewa ni nini kinaendelea hapa. Hilo pia litawashtua wengi, na wengi hawatakuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kutuibia na kuweza kuchukua mabilioni na kusave. Kwa hiyo sidhani kwamba pesa kuna Kenya kuna pesa. Pesa ipo, ila tu ni kwa sababu huyu alinipigia campaign na huyu kwa sababu ananiabudu na kunipigia magoti, basi wacha nimpe hii nafasi. Na hata endapo ana makosa utamwambia huyu mtu hana makosa, na ndio kitu ambacho nakiona. So kwangu mimi naona bado rais wetu ana kazi kubwa. Lingine ni ambalo likuwa mnalizungumzia sasa hivi kwamba hawa walitia saini kurasa ambazo zilikuwa hazina chochote. Kwa hiyo ndio maana walijiondoa kina Fred Mtua na kina Stani King. Jamani, ukweli lazima tuzungumze. Hawa hawajatoka kwa sababu hawajakubaliana, kwa sababu hawajatia saini. Walikuwa na mapendekezo yao ambayo hayakutuliwa manani, na walivyoona hali ni hii, na huyu mwingine hapa akawaita, na ukweli ni kwamba tu lazima walipewa chochote, hawajaingia pale bure, kwa sababu Ruto alicheza hii picha vizuri. Na hata ukiona haya nayozungumza kuyathibitisha ni kwamba hata wakati alipogundua kwamba Azimio wana wabunge wengi, si bado vile alivyowatrap na Fred Mutua na wengine, the same ndivyo alivyowatrap wale majamaa wa UDM na wale ambao wanayumba yumba, bado wana ulafi, bado hawana pesa, awaingize pale, atengeza ajenda yake. Kwa sababu ruling ya juzi, kila mda, mimi mwenyewe ilinishangaza hiyo speaker, kwa sababu kama register alisema kwamba hawa ndio wengi, na wakati wakiingia kwa hiyo chama ya Azimio kulikuwa na mkataba wao jinsi gani ya kubaki pale na jinsi gani ya kujiondoa, kitu ambacho kulikuwa na process ifuatwe. Miezi mitatu haijaisha, wao watu wameingia kule, sisi bado hawa wako huku. The ruling alikuwa na nihakikishe kwamba hawa watu wamebaki pale kama vile register wa vyama alivyozungumza. Then baada ya miezi mitatu wakifahamu mikakati yao kitoka, ni sawa, wana uhuru wa kusema sasa hivi nyinyi Azimio ni minority, lakini angewapa haki yao, kwa sababu ya Kaisari mpe Kaisari. Jamani, hii Kenya hii inatengenezwa, sheria zinatengenezwa, lakini wenye kuvunja sheria ni wabunge. So mimi uamuzi wa juzi na uliofanyika pale, niliona sheria zimevunjwa, kwa sababu mtu anapoingia mahali kuna mkataba, na wale tuliwaona kabisa wa UDM, wale ambao ni wanane wa UDM wakiongozwa na huyo mwenye mkubwa wa chama yao, walikuwa wanaimba Azimio na wamechaguliwa nda Azimio. So hiyo ndo jinsi ambavyo siasa yetu inaelekea. Sheria zinavunjwa kiholela holela kwa sababu ya wengi, unaona. Kwa hiyo mimi sitakuwa mrefu, nitampisha Madam Julia kwanza aendelea, then nitafanya closing remarks zangu, lakini for real we Kenyans huku tunapata tabu.
Asante Chaka. Sijui kama uko Kenya, kwani kumekucha ama kuna mwangaza? Kuna mwangaza, ni kama kumekucha. It looks. You are mute, Chaka.
Tuko niko Vanga madamu, aswa Vanga Kenya, aswa mwisho kabisa wa Kenya, pale ncha ya Kenya kabisa, mpakani Tanzania. Hapa kumekucha saa 1 usubuhi kabisa.
Okay. Nimeona. I was asking myself, kwani kumekucha? So, asante Chaka, asante Kuseo, Mzalendo, Sam Chiraisi. I know your friend. Uniambie nimsalimie. Nitakwambia siku moja hiyo rafiki yako ni nani. I don't think you can guess.
Mimi ni mtu wa watu, so I'll probably guess eventually.
I know your friend. I'll tell you who that friend of yours is. Sasa nikikona namwambianga your friend Chiraisi is here. Ananiambia acha nione mtembe, nione chenye maoni, nisikie maoni ya Chiraisi. Maybe atakwambia siku moja. Disha, good to see you. You have discussed a lot about food security. My take is, I don't know what to say about GMO. I don't have scientific explanation about GMO thing. So I'll not want to commit myself to any argument. And I don't want to say that it causes this or it doesn't, or it is safe or it is not safe. I do not have any scientific explanation. And at the same time, I think I will not do, if we have doubts about anything, then we should not go there. I think somebody was saying here that if you are hungry, nichiraisi, na upatiwe chakula, you'll eat what you are given. And you are right, that is where Kenyans are. So, if Kenyans are at the mercy of the government, then how should we treat our Kenyans? If they're at the mercy of the government, what is the right thing for the government to do? And somebody kept posting something here. So, and he was asking that even in America, yes, people you are saying in America, they have GMO products. But I think these people have a lot of discipline and a lot of censoring. They have. Let me tell you an example. First, I want to disapprove. Mzalendo was saying that people are very, all our old people are very sick. They are not. It is the young people who are sick in the city, Mzalendo. Let me tell you something. Something sad happened to my family today. My grandmother passed away at 98 years, and she passed away in her sleep. She did not ill. The lady who takes care of her alienda kumwamusha akapata nyanya leo hataki kuamka. And this is how she was aging. The last time
allow me to interrupt. Was she on supplements?
No.
Tell Mzalendo.
Yes.
But she died, yeah?
In her sleep. So what you are trying to say, Mzalendo, our people have been safer for a long time because they have not been consuming all this stuff. And if I don't know, I have no scientific evidence towards this, but I want to say that I think that is what saved Africa from COVID deaths, and more so Kenya. It is not that Kenya took so much proactive measures. They took proactive measures, but really the proactive measures that they took, I don't believe they were so effective because you can't prevent Kenyans from crowding together. I mean, utawazuiaje kuingia matatu? Here in America, most of us have our cars, and people died like something else. So I think Kenyans have another defense, mostly because for a long time we have consumed what we get from our farms. That is, and mostly we are very safe from a lot of intoxications and all that. So that is what I wanted to tell you. The second thing I wanted to say that Americans may be using GMOs and all that stuff and all that, but they are very extra careful in a number of things. And they have the facilities and the equipment and the science and the finances and the resources to deal with issues. And they don't just risk. These guys are careful. The other thing that happened to me today, I went to change my car tires. One of them had a flat tire burst, and I couldn't repair it. So I needed a new tire. Then somebody gave me 4 brand new tires. Somebody just gave me 4 brand new tires. But alikuwa amenunua hiyo makaratasi. Sasa when I went to my service provider for my car, akasema, we cannot replace with these ones you have brought. Kwa sababu, if something happens to you, you will sue us. We don't know umetoa wapi these tires. So either you buy from us or we will not replace for you. See that? Kama ningeenda kwa mechanic wa Kenya, amepata pesa, and ninataka abadilishe miguu nne, he will change very, very fast. He won't even care. So those are the differences between the American society and the Kenyan society. So if we say we got the next step and risk, so where are we putting our people in? Now, Mzalendo, is that the only solution to our food crisis? No, it is certainly not the only one, and certainly we can do without it. Certainly, I think we can go. I don't know whether it was this year was discussing, maybe that direction of Cheraisi. I think one person was discussing that. We can go and address our water situation because our food problem is not even, our crops not maturing. Places like Kirinyaga County and I think parts of Murang'a County, they can plant crops. They can have almost 3 seasons in a year. They can do that because their crops mature very fast because of the heat and the rain. You know, the temperatures are a bit good and the rain, there's a lot of rain. So in a mind, I think you normally have 1 harvest. Some parts of Rift Valley, Murang'a has 2. And some parts of Kirinyaga has 3 harvests. You see that, what I'm talking about? Because of the temperatures. So what do we need is enough water for these places. Now, we have a lot of arable land in Kenya. That is what we could have addressed here. And this arable land cuts across all the way from northeastern and all that. But even Ukambani, I mean, we don't have sandy soils in this. We have volcanic soils in many parts of Kenya that can be used for agriculture. So what we need is water. So the question is, where do we get water? We don't even need to fight with Egypt law and all that about Lake Victoria and our rivers, but we can do with our rain. we can harvest our rain. Now, some few years back, somebody had a dam in Nakuru, and he had harvested water in a dam, rainwater in a dam. And I remember that dam, something happened, busted, and so many people are drowned. Can you imagine the amount of water that was in that dam that drowned lives of many lives? People died. Now, don't you think, people, we can do that? Those are the solutions we are talking about. We just need to harvest rain water. Now, the Ruto government had started doing that. And that is why we are talking about the Kimorel dams and the other dams as people you don't like us to go back and mention. But if they had done that effectively, we could not be talking about food shortage right now. So my take is GMO, whatever you call them, are not a solution. We do not need to go there. Let this government stop running away from the real issues. Now, I don't know what whether what Kuse says he can prove it, that someone is already importing GMO food and maize and all that. I also don't know why. I don't know whether there is the truth about that. I won't make that such an
They are
issue.
saying that the coming week there will be maize in Kenya.
Yeah, I don't know when they are saying that, why they are saying that. But you won't blame us when we point fingers at this government, because even that is a Ruto government. Definitely, it's a continuation of Ruto government that we expect that people are planning to reap from here. When they are planning to reap from innocent Kenyans. But Muzarendo, you surprised me when you say that these are schemers. These are criminals. These are crooks. These are thieves who are benefiting from the crisis in the country. So there's nothing to justify ati mtu anajua kupanga, ati kuna njaa, ati anapanga, alijuaje GMO will be approved? How did he know? Hiyo si kupanga. Those are thieves, cohorts working with the government. Not the whole government. I wouldn't point fingers at Ruto, because I won't say working with Ruto, because sometimes the heads of this government may not know who is doing what. Sometimes. I'm not trying to say to defend anybody, but I won't point at Ruto. But I would say this, that these are people who work with those policymakers, and then they are ready to reap a big harvest. So we cannot mimi maneno ya kupanga watu kupanga na kuskim. Those are thieves. Nobody will tell me that you are a good schemer. At sasa wewe ni mwerevu sana, you know how to get the contracts. Those are thieves in Kenya and should not be encouraged. So that is my take. However, my take is we don't need to go the GMO. I know there's a desperate situation in Kenya about food shortage. If, for example, Chile here can tell you that Rift Valley produces a lot of food. I mean, it's our food bank. Why can't we do something about those farmers to encourage them to be more productive? I mean, what can we do about those farmers who can produce more food for this country? How it's not only fertilizer that can help them. We can look at other farm inputs too, and make sure that these farmers are producing their crops at very low prices, so that they can supply our country with enough food. Then most of Kenyans are subsistence producers. We still have many Kenyans living in the countryside, and I think we can take advantage of that, and now make sure that the land where they are living is arable, and even encourage more Kenyans to go back to the countryside. There's a big advantage that lies when the population is living in the countryside. For example, when we had COVID, I think the other advantage that we had in Kenya is that our old, like my grandmother, were living in the countryside, and the young who maybe got the virus in one way or the other. I remember Kenyatta discouraging them from going home, or at one time there was a ban traveling. So this saved our population that is in the countryside. Now, I want to say this. I have lived in Nyandarua County. My mama, before she passed on, she was in Nyandarua County. And I share with my friends in America that my mama didn't have any bills to pay. First, she has water. She didn't have somebody to pipe for her water. She had to pipe her own water. She has a well. She made a well. Then she did not have electricity, so she was using solar. And then she had about 3-4 cows every time she had 3-4 cows that were producing milk. And then, of course, her house was not so bad. It was a good house. Then she could plant maize. She would had peas. She had beans. She had potatoes. Now, the thing is, she only had money to buy things like maybe soap, maybe washing soap, detergents, cooking fat. And because she was avoiding cooking fat, she had her milk. She did not buy so much of cooking fat. Now, my siblings a lot of time could get maize from her farm and grind unga ya mahindi. And then she also had wheat. So a lot of time when I was in Kenya, I would get wheat and make wheat flour from her wheat. And she had a lot of chicken. And then when I look at her farm, her little farm, it's about 8 acres. It's not big. And other people around there. It's like those people literally don't deal with cash. Literally, they don't deal with cash. Literally. If they need cash, maybe those who have children taking children to school. Now, my question is, what if we facilitated such kind of a lifestyle for majority of Kenyans? How do we facilitate that? We make sure that they have water. That is what I think we can do. And things like power. And then we improve the roads. You see, supposing we did that, I think we may stop talking about Kenya. Because people in some parts in Nyandara County, sometimes they don't have maize, corn, but they still have food because they have Irish potatoes, they have peas, they have beans. Sasa hata hawananga njaa. Charaisi kwetu kuna wakati tunapikanga ile mokimo na tuweki mahindi juu hatuna mahindi. So we use maize, we use beans, we use peas, we use potatoes, we have a lot of vegetables. So that food charaisi is soft and for babies. Unaona, it is even good for babies. Alafu mko na maziwa. And sometimes we don't even need cooking fat. We just need to boil. Say our life is easy. We just need to boil that food and mash it.
Okay, Julia, you've talked to your Paul sana for your loss of your grandmother. You've really eulogized your grandma indirectly.
What happened?
In my village where Kuseo comes from, ukipika mokimo, people will run away. That is something they've never eaten in their life.
Try, my friend, try.
Huko kwetu nyumbani in the village, I'm telling you, mokimo, mimi mokimo ya kwanza niliona Nairobi, na sijawahi kula mokimo in my life, hata kuionja. Even vile hata inakaa.
Where do you come from? Zarendo, Nyanza.
Hata vile inakaa siwezi hata iweka kwa mdomo. So unaona kuna watu hawezi
tunakula githeri. What are you saying?
Mukimo is not githeri. Me, I told you get information first. Mukimo is not githeri, bwana. Mukimo is a mixture of so many things. Imewekwa hapo alafu inakaa green namna hii.
Wow, tamu.
Hata inawekwa nyama ndani or something like that.
So, we want to address where you come from. You come from Nyanza, right?
No, I'm a Kenyan.
Let's assume you come from Nyanza.
Yeah.
And Nyanza, I think the land of Nyanza is very arable. What they lack is enough rainfall. That is what I think some parts of Nyanza.
No. We don't lack it. We don't lack rainfall. We have enough rainfall.
What do you lack?
There's nothing that we lack. We have the land, we have we have the rain, and we have Lake Victoria. In fact, we are better positioned than you people. The only thing that we don't have is government to support us the way they support people from Central Province. So in Nyanza, they don't get that kind of support in your sectors. Like farmers in Nyandarua and Central Province and parts of Rift Valley, the kind of support they get is not the kind of the fish support the people in Nyanza, especially the fish farmers in Nyanza, get, and the small-scale farmers in Nyanza get.
What is the support that, let's go to, what support do farmers in Central and Rift Valley get?
No, you've got you've got support in the tea sector. When you get loans from Kenya Tea, whatever development authority, it is offset by the government. And in so many government, not Moi, not Kibaki, not Uhuru. Yeah,
Okay,
hizo
but
deni zote
is the whole
zinafadhiliwa.
of second question, is the whole of Rift Valley
No,
and
did
Central
I
going?
answer your question?
No, you have not answered because I want to ask you, is the whole of Rift Valley and Central growing tea?
No, it is not.
What about those who are not growing?
I
What
have
support
said
do they get?
I have said most farmers in your region, and most farmers in your region are large-scale farmers of tea. Yeah, in Rift Valley, they in like places like Kericho, si wanapanda makahawa na hizo vitu majani chai.
Muzalendo, I think you are lying to the viewers because Nyandora doesn't have any tea. That is
No,
one.
I didn't specifically say Nyandarua. I said the farmers in Central.
Okay, and it is not. It is just
The
Kericho
milk.
where
We have
see
milk
tea.
farmers. We have got so many farms. We don't have those kinds of farms in Nyanza.
Okay. Secondly, in Rift Valley, it's only Kericho we have tea, right?
And then we have also maize in Rift Valley. So
Okay.
what are
So
you
how
saying?
do those farmers get support from the government?
They got fertilizer. That fertilizer, is it used in Kindube?
How many times have they received that fertilizer?
It doesn't matter how many times. The fact remains that they received it from government.
How many times have they received that fertilizer?
I have seen it once this year.
Okay,
that
very
they have
good.
received
Once
it.
this year. So it was
Yes.
wrong for you to say that they get support from the government.
My friend Chaka is a farmer in Vanga. Ask him. I want him to come here and tell us how many times he has received support from the government, and or how many times he has heard that the government of Kenya is supporting maize farmers in Rift Valley and the farmers in Central Province, and how many times how many times in the budget he has seen that the tea farmers have been factored in and the maize farmers have been factored in, and how many times you've had the fish farmers in Nyanza being factored in the Kenyan budget? 0 times.
Okay, Mr. Rando, while what you are saying has some truth, because I read about the fertilizer. I want to say this so that I allow Chirais to say something. I think the support you are saying is very insignificant. My point was the difference between Nyanza and Central and Rift Valley is just climatic conditions. I lived in Nyanza and I've also lived in Central Province for many years. And if you want to know their difference in climatic conditions, is when you are just driving from even all the way from Kisumu, or maybe you go to Homa Bay, like you drive to Homa Bay, and then you go parts of maybe Bitter Point, and then you go the other side of Siaya, and then you come back. Now you drive, you reach Kericho, you can see a big difference even in the vegetation. The land drastically changes. In fact, now when you get to Kericho, you think that you have moved from Kenya to another land, because the vegetation is very different because of the climatic conditions. And if you go to Central, if you go to Kirinyaga County, and then you go to Nyandarua, you'll see the same vegetation you see in Kericho and some parts of Rift Valley. However, it is not all Rift Valley that looks like that. I think there are dry parts in Rift Valley. So my point is this support you are saying is very temporal, and it has not even solved the problems of all the farmers, even the ones in Rift Valley. And even now, I think Chiraisi will give a few calls to your relatives back home and let them tell us kama hii fertilizer imewafikia. I really doubt kama imefikia kila mtu, si dhani, and I don't even think that fertilizer was effective in giving any backup to these farmers. So you people, you say the farmers in Central receive support, maybe some farmers working for tea. Tea farming is only in some parts of Muranga County and some parts in Kirinyaga County. And maybe the support they receive is maybe those loans, but not everybody is farming tea. And here we are talking about food crisis. So what can we do about food crisis? My conclusion is the challenge we have is that we depend on rain. The Kenya depends on rain. So when there is no rain, tunasumbuka sana. So whether it is Central, whether it is Rift Valley, whether it is Nyanza, whether it is Western, whether it is Coast Province, we need lasting solutions. And the only lasting solutions is irrigation. That's my point. Karibu Chiraisi.
I was just going to respond to Mzalendo Kidogo. I wanted to give him a lot of benefit of the doubt. He said the farmers in Nyanza, they don't get support. And our discussion was mainly on maize, because hiyo ilikuwa bei ya unga was the debate in Kenya. Tujasikia mtu akisema bei ya samaki, for example, inatumaliza. But anyway, let's assume that even Kenyans are struggling with the production of fish, for example. I have not heard that. It's good. It's good Mzalendo has brought that issue. So, and also he said, Nyanza, they don't have any problem with the issues we raised. The issues of water, alisema mvua ni mingi huko. And they don't have a problem with the soil. The soil is good there. So if that's the case, I want to suggest that we increase the farming ya mahindi na hizo vitu tulikuwa tukisema in Nyanza, because hakuna shida ya mahindi, hakuna shida ya mvua, na hakuna shida ya the soil, and there's no problem with the water, the land. So I don't know. I don't know why, if that's Mzalendo, if that's what it is. Why have we not shifted this planting ya mahindi na hizi vitu zote tuna struggle with in other areas of Kenya where they struggling with the water and rain and stuff, to Nyanza, for instance, because umesema hakuna shida ya hizo shida zote hakuna huko. So I want to know what's the capacity, what's the maize production?
You see, Sam, in Nyanza we don't have large scale farmers of maize and large scale farmers of these other crops, cash crops. So we have small scale farming. Not that we don't have the land, but we don't have the financial capital. Most farmers don't have the financial capital to tilt their land. They still plow na hizi mang'ombe na hizi manini. But if government, and that's why the people of Nyanza for a long time they've been fighting to be in government, so that if they can be in government, then they can plow their land. Like an average, I'll tell you, this is a fact. A poor Luo man, somebody we will regard like poor, probably has got 3 or 4 acres of land. 4 acres of land, but he does not have the financial capital to plow that land or to put seeds under the soil so that apate hiyo mahindi. One, because pengine hakuna kazi. That is why the issue of food security is poverty. Sometimes we have to address the issue of poverty so that we can address the issue of food security. Most farmers, people have got land, but they don't have money to plant. When the planting season come, they are so incapacitated that hawana kitu yoyote ya kupandilia. So hiyo season inapita hivyo, the next season comes pia inapita hivyo. So siku ile atapata pesa ndio atalima hiyo shamba. So you'll find a lot of farms in my area are lying idle, not because that they don't need the food, but or because there's no rain. There is rain, but they don't have the money. But if you go to Kisii, my neighboring county, they don't have the land, but they have these small farms that they can do their small nyanyas and vitungus on those small farms that they have. The rainfall in Kisii area and Kericho are just the same. And Kisii and Homa Bay is maybe 20 kilometers away. They're just bordering Nyanza. So the rain pattern in that area is nearly the same. If it rains in my area, the probability that it is raining in Kisii is very high, and it is raining in Kericho is also very, very high. So we depend on the rain, but we don't have the financial muscle to tilt our land. You understand? So if these people, these communities, these small communities living in Nyanza can be facilitated, especially the farmers, to be given the fertilizers the way you are talking about fertilizer, or the seeds, because the land is there and it is fertile, it is not exhausted. This land is not very, very exhausted, because most of the time ni ile shamba inalimwa, inaachwa ipumzike, then inakuja inalimwa baadaye. If government can put a lot of effort in some of these areas where we have enough rainfall, then the issue of food security could be halfway solved. You understand that? Yeah.
Okay, Asante. Yeah, I think the government can do that, but I'm still asking myself one question. Does the government give seeds to the small-scale farmers in Central and Mount Kenya? I mean, in Central and do they come and give them maize seeds and Rift Valley? Do they really dwell with maize and those cereal things? They don't, Mzalendo. I think that is something that the rest of the country needs to take off from their minds. The other thing you are saying, they don't have the capacity to till their land. Does the government till land for the farmers in small-scale farmers in Central and Rift Valley? Does the government do that? They don't do that. The only people here who have benefited from the government of Kenya, I think we can say coffee farmers, and maybe we can say coffee farmers. We can talk about, I think we can talk about tea farmers, and the so-called large-scale farmers are also a small fraction. I think we can call those the rich. They can afford to have tractors and all that. If you go to Central Mzalendo, the land is so subdivided. Hata ukisikia nikisema 8 acres, you'll only find them in Nyandarua County. But you'll not find them in Murang'a. You'll not hear 8 acres. People have, you go to Kiambu, for example, people have quarters. Now, you talked about Kisii, but I think the production in Kisii is high. I mean, there's a lot of food in Kisii. And down there, Homa Bay, a different scenario. So I'm still attributing this to climatic conditions that now are beyond the farmers' control, that the government should bring up a lasting solution for the climatic conditions. That is my prayer, that these farmers in Homa Bay, these farmers in Siaya and the others, it is not that they cannot till their land. Just make sure they have enough water for their crops. How do we do that? Through irrigation. And you'll see the wonders these farmers will do. That's my take. Otherwise, tukikaa hapa tukisema ati hawa watu wamesaidiwa.
Julia, serikali imekuwa ikisaidia farmers, even livestock farmers in many places, Wasingishu and so many other places, by kutengeneza hata hizo habitats. That is work of serikali imekuwa ikisaidia.
Yes. That one I agree with you now.
Like yes,
making sure they have making sure, for example, the issue of Kenya Meat Commission, and then we also have making sure that, now let's talk about Nyanza. How can we help Nyanza people? It is not just if you give them seed today, you not give them seed forever. But we can start by saying, is there enough water to grow these crops in Nyanza? That is the question we can ask ourselves. Can these people grow crops from January to December? Can we ensure that? That's what we should ask ourselves. Because if we do that, you'll see the difference. Mzalendo, agree with me. If you drive from Kisumu, as you reach Kericho, you can see even the vegetation changing. You can see it. It is clear. So the problem is not the seeds.
Sasa wacha nikuambie the way you see the difference. If you drive and reach, ukipita Kericho, ujue sasa tumetoka kwa serikali, unaingia kwa opposition. Unasikia? Hiyo ndio ishara ya kwamba umeingia kwa opposition zone. Yeah, it is not because that there is no rainfall. Moroni inashikana na Rift Valley. Moroni ukae ukijua namna hiyo. Inashikana na Rift Valley. Kisii inashikana na Nyanza. So you cannot, maybe you would have been talking of places like Mbita where we have they depend on fish farming a lot. But these other areas that are just neighboring counties, you can see, and I have told you that people, if you are in government, there are some benefits that you get by being in government. If you are a farmer in Central Province na una livestock yako, there is some benefit that you get. If you are a tea farmer, if you are a coffee farmer in Kiambu, which walikata sikizi wanaeka estate, if you are a coffee farmer, there is a benefit. Even if you are not planting that maize, that benefit it reduces your expenditure on farming. You take it to maybe kupanda viazi na kupanda hiyo mambo ingine. So the government has been supportive of other sectors. That is what I'm
That one, I disagree with you very much, and I'm not going to agree with that, because are you now trying to say the Kisii is in the government?
We tell you, you've heard of the coffee and the tea and the livestock. When did you hear of the fish farmers in Nyanza being supported by government? Tell
Okay,
me.
that is we can discuss that, but I ask you a question. Kisii is very productive. Is Kisii in the government?
Just have you ever heard that? Just say yes or no.
Okay, for the fish, I don't know, but I'm asking you a question. Kisii is very productive. Has Kisii been the government?
Yes, they have always been in government.
So they have received support. That is why they can grow bananas. They can grow a lot of corn, a lot of beans.
Always received the support from the government because their people have always been in government.
No. Kisii has not received
Just tell me
that
when
support.
you are not in government.
Anyway, let me just
Then we go to Chaka. Yes,
okay.
then Alex.
Anyway, I'm just.
I had a point of correction. Just a point of correction.
Okay, Alex.
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Kisii is not next to Nyanza. Kisii is in Nyanza. You can't say that we are next to Nyanza. Nyanza is Kisii, Nyamira, and the 4 Luo Nyanza counties. We are not next to Nyanza.
Okay. So what I was Mzalendo has brought me to the topic of Raila ouster. Ameongea ameleta siasa kidogo, so let's go to Raila ouster. Amesema shida imekuwa baridi ya opposition. So let's go. Let's hit the nail on the head. So thank God Raila is retiring, and new people are taking over. If it's true, let me take it from him that opposition has a lot to do with it. Let's just assume it, because I thought the government of the day should be able to serve everybody, and they should. But anyway, since anasema it doesn't work like that, let's talk about Raila ouster. Because I did not contribute to that topic. Looks like Raila is leaving soon, and Nyanza, Luo Nyanza will take over the government very soon. They have a lot of very capable leaders, and I think Raila, the opposition part, it's been like a Raila thing. He has just crafted. He has made himself. He was always worked out to lose, and he has lost 5 times. I know Alex is there to hit my head. Anyway, going to Raila ouster. Raila ouster is not the ouster as it is. I think it's time for him to move out and retire, because if we are talking about 2027, he'll be probably 80 something. And it's time for new people to take over. It's not a plot to ouster him. It's not a scheme hatched by Ruto to ouster him. I think we have new leaders. We have a Wallo taking over. We have a Cheng, very vibrant people who are capable of challenging anybody in Kenya for the top leadership. And maybe that great part of the world, that great part of Kenya, the land of the learned, the land of the smart people, will also have a chance to lead. I feel it. It's good to have every sect, every ethnicity feel like they belong to. So eventually, 2027 and above, we can get a very competent leader from that region who outside Raila. Raila has not won. We have tried. He has not won. So to pay mtu mwingine, alafu we can balance and see how it goes. Okay, asante sana. Nimepaifu tu siasa kidogo.
So, Sam, I think you are just terrified of Raila's presence. And you people are praying that Raila goes home. But this ghost is still roaming around. And some of us are his staunch supporters. So, Raila may be not going anywhere soon. So, don't be surprised to see Raila ghost in 2027 coming back. Don't be surprised. Chaka, karibu Chaka.
Asante sana Julia. Hii ya mwisho kali. But kwa swala ambalo umelizungumzia kwamba shida ni kuhakikisha kwamba hatutegemei mvua. That's true, kwa sababu hali ya mabadiliko ya hewa na hali ilivyo lazima tuwe na njia mbadala. So nakuunga mkono Julia kwamba lazima serikali iweze kuhakikisha tap maji kilimo ifanyike. Umezungumza kuhusu Ukambani. Ukambani ni sehemu nzuri tu, iko na ardhi nzuri tu. Shida ni kwamba ni maji. Alafu kwa kaka mzalendo anasema kwamba labda Central ndo inapata zaidi msaada, kwamba labda wakulima kule ndo wanathaminika na wa Rift Valley. Kwa aina nyingine naweza nikasema ndio, maana amesema muulize Chaka kama ameweza kupata either support yote kutokana kwa serikali. Hapana. Ila tu mimi hapa ninapozungumza, mimi nasomesha wanangu na ukulima. Na tunashukuru Mungu huko tunalima mara 3. Sasa hii mahindi ambayo nilikuwa naangalia kima ni mara ya 2. Na tumeshapanda sasa hivi. Na yakitoka haya napanda tena kwa mara 3. So inategemea na eneo. Maeneo yenye mahali mtu yupo. Coast tumebarikiwa ni sehemu nzuri tu ya mvua, lakini si kumaanisha kwamba coast wote wanathamini ukulima kana wanavyothamini wengine. So kila sehemu ina mambo yake. So kwa swala kusema Kisumu hawatalima mpaka atakapopata mzee uongozi ama watakapopata urais wa falsified, huo ni uongo. Sehemu yoyote iliyotawaliwa na uvuvi, ukulima unakuwa mdogo. Sehemu yoyote iliyotawaliwa na uvuvi tu, basi ukulima wake unakuwa mdogo, na lazima tuzungumze ukweli. Si wote tu kwamba coast hapa, japo tuna ardhi nzuri na mvua huku kwetu inanyesha, sikumaanisha kwamba ni wote ambao wanatilia manani wa kulima. So for real, Julia, nitakuunga mkono kwamba lazima kuwe na mbinu mbadala. Tuhakikishe kwamba tumetap maji. Maji, maana maji ndio kulima. Hata tukipiana mbolea kama hakujanyesha, sili bado tutakuwa na shida ile ile. Kwa hiyo mimi namuunga mkono Julia 100% kwa sala kwamba tuwe na long solution terms. Tuhakikishe kwamba wakulima wetu wanalima mara 3 kwa mwaka, mara 2 kwa mwaka. Hapo tutakuwa tumemalizana na hii shida ya mambo ya chakula. Kwa sala la Raila kuretire, hiyo sidhani kwamba aende atretire kwa sababu kwa hiyo ni hii hayo ni maoni. Ni maombi ya wengi, lakini kwa sisi mashabiki bado mzee ana kazi kubwa. Babake alikuwa kwa serikali zaidi ya miaka 90 na kitu, ni kumwambia uzima tu. 2017 akiwepo bado tuko naye, hatuwezi toka hapo.
Chaka.
Asante Chaka. We are here to stay. Some Raila, Spain on your necks is here to stay. Alex, tell us as you talk. Alex, tell us something. Do the farmers in Kisii get any backing from the government? I mean, what support do they get from the government?
No, after I corrected Zalendo, I wanted to leave, but there's a young man here called Brian Richard ambaye amesema kitu mpaka nikacheka ati Simeon Nyachae helped Kisii. You need to go and see the history of our people. And I want to give you the small history. In 1997, when the NDP flag went down and Raila joined KANU and they made the new KANU, what happened was there were consequences because in that pact, people needed to get jobs. But because people were overemployed, there were people who were supposed to lose jobs. At that time, remember, Nyachae had produced a list of shame of people who owe Kenya National Bank. And what happened was we were the first casualties to get something called the golden handshake and tukaachishwa makazi. Tulipoachishwa, na nataka msikie historia vizuri sana. We were so desperate because we did not have anybody to help us, because we had never had a politician who has helped us within. They were very prominent, but they never helped us. What happened was Clinton had just started the green card, and Kenyans did not know what the green cards are. And because many people had gotten something called golden handshake, and I know, Julia, you remember what golden handshake, the people that were fired from the government, we started to seek alternatives. By that time, UK, you did not need a visa to go to UK. You did not need a visa to go to Australia. Our people started going out of the country. That's why today you find so many cases here in America, not because anybody helped us, because we were fired. We did not have anybody to help us, and we were looking for alternatives. That history must be known like that. The government has never and will never help us in many ways. But we can say this for sure. If there is a person that helped this time until tukashtuka is Matiang'i. Matiang'i alichangia more than 800 schools, 800 ama 600. Alieka taps over, I think, 300. The markets alijenga sijui over sijui ni ngapi. So if you can say there was a time that we really felt that we were in the government, it is from 2013 to 2017. But previously, our farmers were not supported. And the reason why, even if they would like to support us, they can't, is because we are squatters. An average Kisii person has a plot, does not have a land. Used to be that we used to have big lands, but we have something called population explosion. So tukawa wengi sana. So unapata sahi, ukipata land, you only get land where probably you are going to be buried. So if the government wants to support us, there's no need to support us, because what kind of farming can we do? There is no productive farming we can do, though our land is very, very fertile. So we do small-scale farming, Cheraini, things like horticulture, viazi, miwa, ndizi. That's why unapata ndizi na miwa nyingi inatoka kwetu. So like large-scale farming ya kitu kama wheat, kama maize, we are not able to do that. That's a fact. So the government rather take that help to somewhere whereby we can have more food production so that we can have food security in our country. For the government to give us money, it will be a waste of resources. So what we need to do is now a government program so that we can start seeing what can we do with our land. Are we continuing to be squatters, or we need a land policy that is going to move some people from the rural areas, build homes in the town so that we can find, because Kisi is very fertile, by the way, so that we can find a way to do large-scale farming. And I hope William Samoei Ruto has a land bill that is going to help us, we in Kisi. Because if we continue the way we are right now, itakuwa unapata tu shamba mahali unaenda kuzikwa. So there is no need for the government to help us in farming. It needs to help us with a land bill that will create more land, because that land is very fertile, so that we are able to grow more food that will help Kenya. So we don't get any help from the government, and I don't think now we need. The only things that Matiang'i helped us was the issue of education, and that's why he used to say education is the equalizer. And that's why you find many cases everywhere. If you go to Eldoret, we are there. You go to Kitale, we are there. In Nairobi, utafikiria Kitengela ni yetu, Kasarani ni yetu, because we don't have land anywhere. We are moving out. So we don't need any help in terms of money for agriculture. What we need is a land bill that is going to make sure that we are not squatters. Thank you, Julia.
Asante, Alex. So me too, I was on that view that these people, although they look, they are very productive, they have not received much help from the government. Chaka said something that I'm trying to capture. Sometimes it also depends on the culture of the people. Now, fishermen, to really try making them do farming, I think they may be doing farming just because they have no other thing to do. But really, I think the people of the lake region, the lake basin, maybe when in those days, the thing they were good at is fishing. But now we are saying maybe tunaweza kuza mahindi hapa na pale, ndio angalau kama when we have food crisis, somebody has food to eat. Now Chaka has said something about coast. Na ametuonyesha picha. His land looks fertile. I was looking at that. His land looks very fertile. But he's saying another thing too. Not everybody in coast will do farming. Now, I have gone to Mombasa and North Coast and South Coast numerous times. And Alex, the Kikuyu in me tempts me so much that nataka kununua shamba, especially in North Coast. Nilime mahindi na maharagwe. Every time I travel there, the Kikuyu in me, I feel like, no, I should buy a piece of land here. Because I find land with mangrove forests that and nobody is doing anything with it. But where I know it's not that they don't do anything with it, it's because it's not their culture to farm, you see? So what can we do? What Alex is saying, land policies. Maybe we could have people who are making these lands productive so that we have enough food in the country. This is what I think. But the other thing I want to say this to Kenyans. I want to say this. Hii maneno ya serikali ni yetu na itatusaidia. Nyinyi watu tuache hiyo kitu tu. I really want to tell even those who voted for UDA, nothing is going to happen to your life more than it is going to happen to me. Kama the prices of goods are bad, they will be bad to me and to you. But your life really depends on you. Really depends on you. Imaneno serikali saidia, there's another woman who has been saying serikali saidia every time we have floods. I think you have seen that lady. Now, you people, even the people in Rift Valley, the only advantage many of them have is that their land is very productive. That if you see a place where they are growing Irish potatoes, unaona one potato ni kama kichwa ya mtoto mdogo, that land is very productive. But if you talk about Elgeyo Marakwet, there's a parts of Rift Valley that have been neglected. Elgeyo Marakwet, parts of Turkana, part of Masai land. That is also Rift Valley. So we can't conclusively say that these people are okay. Now, you people go to Elgeyo Marakwet where they don't even have roads, where they are killing each other. One thing is because it's a place that looks like neglected for a long, long time. So what I'm trying to say is, the government has their responsibility to give us infrastructure So if there are any parts of Kenya that do not have good roads, the government is solely to blame. Kenyans need clean water. Clean water. All Kenyans have a right to access clean drinking water, irrespective of who they voted for, whether in Nyanza or Central or wherever. Now, Kenyans have a right to electricity. You know, Kenyans have a right to good schools. Alex, nakumbuka ile shule inaitwa Nyakimincha. Sijui kama mlibadilisha jina. Mlibadilisha jina.
No, tukubadilisha. It's the best performing school in Nyamira right now, because Matiang'i swore that it cannot be that is the Minister for Education and is announcing the school that is in his area to be number last. Right now, it's the best performing school in Nyamira County.
So question is, why do we have shule ya matope kule Nandi? Sam nitatafuta hiyo shule, nitakuonyesha. Shule ni ya matope. Now question is, where are the leaders we have elected for? We vote for. What are they doing? Now, so me, I'm saying this. I really want Kenyans to remove these things. Serikali ni yetu ama si yetu. Me right now, because I'm a Baba supporter, I really don't care about this serikali ni ya nani. That's me. But what I care is what the government is doing for all Kenyans. Now, if it is infrastructure, we need infrastructure for all Kenyans. We need somebody. What are you, DA akina Kuria? They were saying atukuri barabara. We need roads. Who is this atukuri barabara? We need good roads. We need to access our homes. We need to access the cities and the towns. We need water, we need power, we need infrastructure, and the government should. The second thing the government must do, we need education for all, equitable access to equitable education for all our children, irrespective of which part of Kenya they are. We need that, and we shall hold this government responsible. The other thing we need health facilities. You know, you come, some of you may be younger, most of you are younger than, all of you are younger than me. I don't know, I don't want to judge your age. But when I was growing up, we would go to a public dispensary and we are treated free of charge, free medicine, and there was never a lack of medicine when I was growing up. We would go to public dispensary, squeezy, akuna madawa. We need that to be addressed. That is what we expect the Ruto government to address. But things like we keep saying atutalima kwa sababu Rift Valley walipewa mahindi seed, sisi hatukupewa. I think that's not helpful. What we need to task the government, let us have dams for irrigation in these lands that are dry. Let us have water. Let us you people go to Mwea. Muangalie vile Mwea imebadilika. People are growing rice in Mwea. And we are depending on the rice production in Mwea in Kenya. Why? Because of the irrigation going on in Mwea. Supposing we did that in the rest of the country, how much more would we do in this country? So those are the things we need to address. So mimi mzalendo, I still disagree with you. Ati Nyanza haijasaidiwa, but good that Cheraisi hopes that one of these fine days we shall have somebody from Nyanza becoming president. But we cannot hope Cheraisi as he continues to steal elections from us. We have not forgiven you. We will not forgive you soon. Nyinyi ni wezi wa uchaguzi. I'm talking with cheaters for election. Cheaters. These are cheaters for elections. They steal elections, and
Julia.
Wait, I finish Mzalendo. I'm telling some. These are cheaters. They cheat in the election. Then they buy Mother Koome. You are cheaters. But tuko na mpango, ngojeni tu. Si mwache tu ni Mzalendo. Let me allow Mary to talk, then I'll give you a chance. Then Disha has been quiet for a long time. Disha will say something. Karibu Mary Wainaina. Uko mute. Mary Wainaina, you are mute.
Nawasalimia wote Wanakenya wetu, tunawapenda sana. Julia, I'll put a word on what you said about infrastructure. That is something very important to me as a Kenyan, because I lived in a place whereby we had land where we had these mashed potatoes. We didn't have roads. Any lorry that came around the area the person would even say that he's going to buy 15 shillings a bag. You can imagine a bag of potatoes going for 15 shillings. And we would sell because they get rotten because there were no roads. So we need roads. That is development. And that is what people need to live in a developed country. Roads are the means of how to get commodities to where they are needed in time, and also everything becomes clean because roads makes it easy to access good stuff. Okay, the other thing now, I come to Mozalendo. I don't know Mzalendo. I just want to put a word to you, please. My mom had a land of 5 acres, and she was able to raise 8 children on that land. We never got even a single penny. Even, I don't think even the government knew that we exist unless it was through the census. So this land we would till, we will do all the planting, and after harvesting, it's the same place we were getting our seeds. We would select the best maize, which we see they are strong, put aside, and then we will deal with the other one and sell it. So she would get even 400 bags from that 5 acres. So when you say that government should support farmers so that they can be able to do at least something, that one I doubt, because we survived, we went to school, good schools through that land, and we never had any hand from the government. So I would say government might not even come to rescue people because of doing farming. But what there is, maybe there is a way of government coming in to help maybe produce, help get water or these infrastructures for you to sell your goods in an easy way. Or if we are lucky, we get a government that can support the farmers, fine. But I'm telling you, Mzalendo, we lived with no government hand. Even we didn't know whether government existed or they can give any support. So for that reason, I just came in just to let Mzalendo know that you can do without the government, and you can do the best, and you can win your life without even the government coming in. Because even sometimes we have the government who come in and then make control of the price, and then maybe you are not selling your crop in the right price because you know how corruption goes. So for that reason, I wish you luck. I know I can do. If I get land right now, 5 acres, I know I can tilt and put my crop on the ground. Thank you.
Okay.
Asante Mary Wainaina, that is good. Let me tell you something, Mzalendo. If something happened to me and I end up going back home, I'll survive. Mimi?
Because you have money.
No, nitaenda kwa shamba, nitapanda some few, just 1 acre. I'll do with 1 acre only. I'll have some Irish potatoes, some peas, some beans. I'll have some few chicken and 1 cow and a few goats and sheep. Na maisha yangu itaendelea. I will live without any bill. But what is the difference? Because of the place where I am, the climatic conditions favor that. Kuna mvua. When I plant potatoes, they'll grow. When I need kales, vegetables, I have them. But do that in Nyanza. Nyanza people, si ati wako na uvivu. The only thing that does not favor them is the weather. I'm telling you, it is nothing else. But they can go places if they get support with water. That is my point. Yes, Alex, and then we go to Disha.
Why are you not allowing me to say?
No, I'm responding to what Mr. Mzalendo. You want to just respond. You want to respond all the time. Just respond.
So you've just spoken just a while ago about the Kisi and Nyachai. I was not saying anything. So
You are the
anyway,
one.
what I
You are
want,
the
because
one who advised.
Muzalendo is mentioned by
You
everybody who is
advised
coming.
last time that if you have something burning, you can talk. Didn't you say that?
Alex, I can hear you loud and clear. Now, can you allow me just to say a word and then you can say what is burning? Or I can allow you to say what is burning.
Yeah, I want to correct Julia on that. Julia, I was born and raised in Kisumu. There is this popular notion that the climate of Kisumu, Siaya, Homa Bay, and Migori is not good. And let me take you through a memory. The two biggest sugar plantations that we have in Kenya are Sony Sugar and Muhoroni. And why is it so? Because they favor good climate to grow very good sugarcane called sitting. Now, let me tell you the problem of Nyanza. And I hope we are able to have the courage to resolve it. When the British people left, they wanted to leave our people very poor. There's this policy that we cannot use water from Lake Victoria. Did you know that? So our Ahero irrigation scheme, which used to produce more rice than Mwea, cannot plant rice because we are not allowed by Egyptians to use the water from Lake Victoria. If you go to Mbita, Ahero grows rice, but not the same way it used, Cleopatra Mansa. It used to be big. I have relatives who used to work for Lake Basin Development Authority, and they will tell you, the moment you get to Ahero, all the way near Nyamasaria, all that was the plantation for rice. Nowadays, it is very small. So the other thing I wanted to help you is, there are places in Luo Nyanza that are more fertile than anywhere in Kenya. That's called Mbita and Gwasi. They're extremely, and these and they are inhibited by these people who are assimilated. The Suba people. The Suba people live there. That place is extremely very fertile. The only problem that it never had a tarmac road for many, many years. So you grow anything there, you can't transport it anywhere. Now, there are some places in Migori from Rongo to Ahero to Migori town. You go all the way to Kurialand. It is so fertile that the potatoes that come from there, the vegetables that come from there. So there's this popular notion that it's not like that. There was a problem between the government and these people for a very long time that did not allow them to create wealth. And I hope Ruto allows every Kenya to be able to create wealth and also give them an opportunity to have market for that. The Luo people can do very good agriculture. In fact, they want to do agriculture more than what? If you go to Siaya too, I've been to Siaya several times. There are some areas of Siaya that are extremely fertile. So the weather in Nyanza, in general, especially in Luo Nyanza, is good. But the political climate that we had, and all of you know that history. We are not saying it stopped sometimes back. But if we can allow these people to market their goods so that they can have profits, then you will start seeing more people do what? Farming. Sony Sugar Company has been killed. Muhoroni has been killed. And when these people used to do sugar farming, they were extremely rich. Because I was privileged to go to Kanga High School, which is near Sony Sugar Company. So that place is very fertile. Some places. And you have said you used to go to Maseno area. By the time you reach after Otonglo, you reach Maseno. Maseno is technically Luo and the other side, but Maseno also was, according to you, because you've been there, it is fertile, and you know that. So the issue is not the climate or fertility. It was wrong policies by the government. And I hope Ruto is able to resolve that once and for all.
Okay, okay. So
Alex,
question is,
Alex,
okay,
Alex,
Mr. 1 minute. Question is, Alex, so what do you think we can do about the water thing, that we cannot use Lake Victoria? So what next?
I think we must force that, like Putin has forced to annex. There are things that are so myopic and retrogressive. We don't even understand who signed them and why he signed them. That you have water next to you and you cannot use it. I mean, I can't understand why that was allowed. So Kenyans must stop that nonsense, start using that water so that the food production can go up. There is nothing else. We don't need to discuss with these people. That water is in our territory. The Egyptians are very far away. What will they do? Nothing. So I think we must be ready, hata kukosana with some countries, and start using our own resources, because once hiyo maji can be treated, and Kenya will never have a problem of water. All the way of Nyanza, all the way to Kakamega, all the way to Kitale. That water can be transported all over so that people will never have a problem of water. But because of that, Kisumu itself has a problem of water. Taps are dry 24/7. So I think we must force it. We can't negotiate with Egypt anymore. Because Egypt does not want to negotiate with us. And there is nothing we can do. That is my thoughts.
So if we are able to use the River Nyando water for irrigation in a Zoya thing, and we can tap water all the from up hills and have our dams. Let them do what we will not even go for the water in the lake. Let them do what they want with the lake thing. But let's tap our water from up hills and irrigate these lands, because Maseno is very fertile. I realize that is really fertile, and there's a lot of rain there. Maybe we can also tap rainwater, Alex, and have our dams from rainwater. Sasa mvua pia watatuzuia kwa sababu mvua si Mungu ametupatia. So instead of having our rain carry our soil to the lake through soil erosion, then we can build our dams and help these people. That's my take. Another question, Alex, is Mbita Road there now? Do you have a road to Mbita Point?
Fortunately, yes, because all major elected leaders in in Homa Bay, and that's why they are having a problem with Gladys Wanga, are now coming from that side. The senator, this lady, what's her name? This lady, the legislature, the senator, the governor. Anaitwa nani, that lady, Milia Dhiambo. Yeah. All major leaders from Homa Bay now are coming from that side. John Mbadi was coming from there as an ODM. So they have really developed the road now to go to Mbita, all the way to Gwasi, all the way now to Rusinga, all the way to Mfangano, to the island. If you go there, you will be impressed. 10 years of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, courtesy of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That's why the people of South Nyanza loved him, because he constructed a road that nobody was willing to construct. So I think they have a road now. Now you can see vegetables coming. I want you to go and see a documentary, not a documentary, it's a documentary of a young girl who now grows only pepper and sell it to the German military in a large land where they make pepper spray. Imagine, now you can see, because of the road openings, now somebody is able to sell millions of pilipili to the German military so that they can make pepper spray. That's how much the benefits now they are getting. And I know so many other people who are getting benefits from the Sukuma Wiki. Now they can plant French beans and many other food products, which before they couldn't. So the road has been opened, and now you can see business has started. People are building homes now. People are building homes for the first time. And it's very impressive. People never used to build homes because mchanga ingefika huko.
Asante, Alex, that is
Anyway.
very encouraging. That's very, Mzalendo, I beg we wait. That's very encouraging, Alex. It's good to hear that. I went to Bita some years back and we almost drowned because the place we drove through, when we came back, there was a seasonal river and the road had been swept away. So this is good news. So we are saying that we need infrastructure. We are saying we need infrastructure. We need infrastructure. This is a question the members of the panel, they can answer me, those who knows. Is it true that the Ruto government has withdrawn the contract given to the person that was making the Mau roads in Aberdare region? Is it true? I think I can call that allegation. I don't know that it's true. Lakini Disha amenyamaza sana. Disha, kama kuna hiyo habari unaweza tujibu. Say something, then I welcome Benson.
Thank you, Julia. Regarding the Mau, I just heard that mimi kama vile ulisikia tu kwa, I think I heard from the deputy president akisema imewekwa hold and they are getting a new contractor, but I don't have the full information about that. Let me agree with Alex in terms of easy story tulisign na Egypt bana, not using the lake yenye tuko nayo bana. I think those things need to be renegotiated bana. How do we sign something for like 1,000 years or how many years yet to? In fact, Ethiopia defied that and there is nothing. We thought there could be war between Egypt and Ethiopia, but they never did anything. Ethiopia is using the water. So I think we need to do something about it. And the same thing is the thing tunaambiwangu ati kuna contract tulisign na independent power producers in Kenya. Enye ukipewa bill zaidi ya tunaambiwa sasa we are overproducing power, but yet the cost of power because of those independent power producers wenye wanatumia mafuta kugenerate power that they must sell it for how many years. We need to look at those things na tukatae. Those who are generations walisign huko kitambo, they don't need to tie us up for 1,000 years to come. Let me say also vile Alex amesema in terms of land policy, we need to address how land is utilized. Sometimes I look at my neighbors back home and naangalia mashamba vile ilikuwa like 20 years ago. It is way different. Unapata familia ilikuwa na shamba kama 20 acres, lakini sasa juu watoto wamekuwa, kila mtu ameshagawiwa, sasa kila mtu akona kama eka moja, hakuna place ya kulima tena. I remember our family, wakati my elder brothers walikuwa na kila mtu anataka kugawia yake, my father alisema hakuna mambo ya kugawa shamba. Ukitaka kujenga, jenga hapa juu, huko kwingine kutabaki ya kulima. Because tukiendelea, population is growing on a daily basis. Kila mtu akidemand share yake ya shamba, na uende ujenge nyumba yako, sijui unataka ka toilet, sijui unataka sijui ya kuku, tutakuwa left. Alex atakwambia vile how Kisii is. Hakuna place ya kulima tena. We need to watu wa embrace ile mambo ya jenga place moja, leave some farm ya kulima. Kila mtu akitaka kujenga place yake, ama tukue kama vile Americans, kila mtu watu wengi wako in the towns, so that we have farms ya kulima. Ukiangalia ukisema ni mkulima hapa America, unajua ni mkulima kweli. The land is big, so unaacha space ya kulima. Alafu hizi story kila mahali siku hizi ukienda ni plot for sale. Look at how moving from like Kitengela uende mpaka Kajiado imekuwa plot for sale. We continue, population itakuwa hivyo, tutabaki na mashamba. Hata hii Rift Valley watu wanasema mashamba ni kubwa. Give it some few years uone pia. Tusipokuwa na policy ya how to utilize land, tutafikia tu hapo, hatutakuwa na place ya kila mtu atakuwa analima yake, hakuna place ya kuuza. I think that is what I wanted to raise. Thank you.
So I'm asking myself why Ruto is due the contract. I hope he's trying to do the right thing, or he's not sabotaging the road construction. And some people from our Kenya region were saying, "Kuli barabara." They should go to places where there are no roads. They will stop talking carelessly like that. They will appreciate that they have the roads they have, and they will appreciate that the government took steps to have those roads. So I think infrastructure. We need that so much. I see Benson earlier. I heard you saying something. Maybe you can help me understand this. You said something about. First, I want to agree with you with what you said earlier, that there are so many drunks. Chika Madisha ni wa Mount Kenya. There are too many drunks in Mount Kenya region. Watoto Mount Kenya wamelewa kweli kweli. And there are lots of illicit brews in Mount Kenya region. I think the rest of the people can tell me what's happening from where they come from. And my take about this, Benson, is the corruption thing, the corruption mentality that is in Mount Kenya region, that people get away with everything they do just because they can buy their way out. So there are people producing cheap liquor in Mount Kenya region, and they bottle it. It's in bottles, so it's sold in the bars. So it's like it's licensed, but it's cheap, destructive liquor. So, and you also said something, I agree with that ni kama watu wamewacha masomo Mount Kenya region. So maybe people who wonder why Mount Kenya is behaving the way they are behaving, you may begin to understand why. I don't know where Mary Wainena people are behaving like this. People have stopped taking their children to school, and they think that they can get rich quickly and they think that the end justifies the means. While the rest of the country is trying to wake up and take their children to school. It's a shame that Mount Kenya has more schools. Let me say this. If you want to talk about Mount Kenya has advantages, then you can talk about the schooling. Yes, Mount Kenya has lots of advantages. I think coming all the way from the days of the independence, the governments, and maybe even that the fact that the British settled more in the Mount Kenya region. Yes, they have advantages in the schooling system. The schools are good. They have the facilities. In fact, Alex, watoto wetu wako na tabia mbaya sana. So you would, some of them behave like American kids. Wako na tabia mbaya sana. If you teach in Western Province and you are posted to Kirinyaga, you'll quit your job and go back to Western. Because hawa watoto wako na tabia mbaya sana. They don't appreciate what they have. They don't appreciate the facilities, the resources. And the parents are so disrespectful. Some parents are so disrespectful. So now you can see the society that Mount Kenya has created. I think that's what Benson was trying to say. I was agreeing with that, Benson. You also said something about Uhuru. I don't know that I should bring that up about what happened to Uhuru in 2017. I think you don't know. You said he called the MPs and picked a fight with them, quarreled them, and then that is why people now appreciate Ruto in Mount Kenya region. My take is why Uhuru behaved like that. He has where he was coming from. It is because of the relationship he had with Ruto before 2017. We should ask ourselves, what was their relationship? Saa zingine tunapenda kulaumu mabibi. Ati bibi yako ametoka hapo nje, amepiga nduru, amekutukana, amekuita all those names. She's not crazy. She's coming from somewhere. There's something umemfanyia for her to behave like that. So Uhuru is not crazy to have abandoned his Mount Kenya MPs. Is where he was coming from. And he's not crazy to have decided to work with Raila when he had support from Mount Kenya MPs, is because he was feeling threatened. So we should ask ourselves, where was he coming from? Si ati hao watu ni wazuri sana tu walipigwa kelele bure. They're not so good. Why was he picking a fight with them? And then that goes, you said something about that Ruto said you'd have slapped the Uhuru. Why did Uhuru want to give up with the presidency? Because he knew there was something very wrong, even with the elections. And I see Uhuru, what Sam said. Uhuru is a sport brat, and he's not dying to become president. He has lived in State House all his life. He was born there. So if it meant giving up the presidency, then Uhuru maybe he may have said, I'm giving up that presidency. But for Ruto, hawezi kata hiyo presidency, hawezi. Hakuona vile watawacha hiyo presidency. He didn't see that. He didn't see that. So this thing that Uhuru was picked a fight with Mount Kenya MPs it is because he knew where they were going, and he knew who they are, and he knew he could no longer trust them. And if I were Uhuru, I would have done I would have done the same. And if I were Uhuru, I would have done worse. I would have given Baba presidency there and there. Kama mnanisumbua, but let Baba become president. That is what I would have done if I were Uhuru. Because they were full of themselves to make Fanyia campaign. Now you see that it is a relationship between Uhuru and Ruto that made him do those things. So it means the things had fallen apart by 2017. So some I know hapo nimekanyanga, lakini siwache Mary aseme kitu. No, Budhia was to speak, Mary. Na waomba, please, you people allow Budhia aongee. Amekuja, I know he was here, but I know you want to respond to what I've said and maybe respond to other issues that we have discussed. Then I can give Mary and some nafasi. Karibu Benson Budhia.
Thank you, Julia. Three things. One, I want to start with the Mau Mau. We all know that most of the infrastructure projects due to the financial constraints have stopped, including the Keno Marwa, the entire sections of Mau Mau have stopped. But what was cancelled was the section between the forest section between the road that was passing from Jabini all the way to Kangare, because there were some ecosystem issues were raised by Kenya Wildlife Services, because you know that is the track for the elephants, and the Abadeas Conservancy team players raised some issues around that road. So actually, it is true that a section of Mau Mau have been cancelled. It is 46 kilometers from Ndonyo Jeru all the way to where Giri School is. So that is the only section. But the other sections, once they get resources, there will be the other sections will continue. That road is a game changer for Mount Kenya, because it eases the Thika Road, Keno Nyeri Road, because the people from the upper side, people who borders the forest, be it Mount Kenya or Abadeas, they will be able to use the upper part of the road, and that will open up some of the agricultural areas where what Mary was talking about. Number two, let me agree with Alex. The 1958 treaty on Lake Victoria and Nile need to be reviewed. And I think while Ruto is doing all these trips, those are some of the things that they need to go back, because the treaty, which was way before we got independence, ties the East African countries from using the water, and the water is supposed to be used onward. Sudan, Egypt, and I think later there was some addendum that allowed Ethiopia to use that water. So I agree with you that there's need to open up that 1958 treaty. Number two, I spent 3 years between 2015 and 2018 in Nyanza counties, what I would call Nyanza counties. Siaya, Homa Bay, Migori, and Kisumu. And as Alex is saying, that basically there have been a lot of infrastructure development since the time of, when Kebaki and Baba was minister for public works and the prime minister, and Uhuru have also done a lot of infrastructure work during the handshake. So the entire Nyanza have really opened up. And mentioned in a section of Nyanza, there are major roads that open up, including those areas of Bita that were very difficult to access in early years. What I think about that region is it is one of the high productive area that have never been exploited. Actually, when you look at the entire Kenya, I think Nyanza and Malindi, those belts are the ones that have not been exploited in terms of agriculture. I did quite some work around food for future and market-led agriculture for that region. And when you look at Homa Bay, there is no area in East Africa that can produce the best millet, the best sorghum than the belt of Homa Bay. You know, all that region of, Kendu Bay, Homa Bay, Ndiwa, all that region. If there's a good value chain from seedlings, from planting, from harvesting and post-harvesting, avoiding post-harvesting losses, and ensure that the market for millet and sorghum, that will change the economy of the women in that region. When you go to the regions like Mbita, Mbita, all the way to Sori or Muhuru Bay, that region, they are very sweet watermelon that grows in that belt. Actually, that's one area that Gladys Wanga can really exploit by producing, and low-hanging fruit, what I would call low-hanging fruits, like watermelons in that region. The other thing that is coming up there, but it have not been exploited and is not structured, it have a lot of guns and brokers and auctioneers, is the fish farming, the fish cage farming. It's coming up. It have a lot of cartels, but that's one area that we have not exploited. We know our section of Lake Victoria doesn't have a lot of fish compared to the other two countries. So basically, if there is a good value chain around cage farming, that would open up. Everyone know that in Migori, you have the lower side of Awendo with a lot of sugar, and you have we have Kuria, which produces a lot of maize. Actually, Kuria is a highland. They produces a lot of maize. Then you have all these other region, Suna and a lot of maize. Then Kisumu, you have mentioned about
and the best potatoes in the world come from Korea. The best potatoes.
From Korea. Ahero is dead. That irrigation scheme is shrinking. You actually don't need water from the Lake Victoria. You just need to get water from the rivers there. There's a lot of water around that region. But I think no strategic investment have been put into that irrigation scheme. I'm still hoping they can do what they have done in Kirinyaga, where you do reservoirs and allow farmers to do 3 or 4 seasons. Then you go to Siaya. Siaya, in terms of dairy farming, that area is comparable to Mount Kenya. If they can exploit dairy farming, Siaya is very good. But Alex, let me tell you, having worked with the governors there, politics is bad, because if there are governors who have misappropriated money with tyranny, forget about the ones in Mount Kenya who have been impeached. It is the governors from Ruo Nyanza. Awiti was anarchy. The one from Siaya is anarchy. Professor is trying. So it also points on political leadership. At what point do we separate development and politics? So I think that is one area that needs to be addressed, so that governors governors in that region can actually help people. We talk too much in that region. There is nothing happening. Actually, Awiti have killed the entire of Homa Bay in terms of everything: health, agriculture, everything. Zero. Finally, Julia, unajua where we come from, me, you, Mary, and a few of us from Central Province, tunasemanga kisu ikiwa kali sana inakukata na inakata mwenzako. Kahiuko hikagatemaga mwene. I can tell you, the capitalist thing in Central Province and the inequality between the rich and the middle class and our local boys. And I say this with a lot of respect to our people. I am a farmer. I spent, during COVID, I spent almost 2 years in my farm. I was working from my farm, this online thing. I was working from my farm. And I can tell you, Central Province, if we are not careful, the next 10 years, that community will be gone. There will be few of us talking, and the entire populace will be gone. And I'm saying this with a lot of respect to our people. The illicit beer, I will not call it illicit, the second generation beer that is being manufactured in Thika and all this region, it's actually killing our boys. I used to work in my farm with an average of 10 to 15 young people every day. And let me tell you, they can't survive without beer. They don't, you get my age mates, people who are in early 40s, they have never married. Those who married, they don't have families. Central Province is in its deathbed. We are our own worst enemies. So also, as we talk about infrastructure and all these politics, Yagashagwa and whatever, we need to do ile tunaita turudi nyuma ya hema. For Central Province, we need to really look at our issues huko nyuma ya hema before even we talk. Otherwise, the country, that section of the country will be wiped. Thanks a lot, Julia.
Asante Budhia, I agree with you. And actually, let me say this. Mount Kenya has actually ruined Kenya. Mount Kenya has ruined Kenya because we really stand behind leaders that have issues because we are okay with them. I mean, Mount Kenya is okay with them because according to them, the end justifies the means. And that is why our youngsters don't see why they should go to school. And we are not even taking time, they're not even taking time to take their youngsters to school. We have the schools, we have wonderful schools, we have all the kinds of, we have schools. I taught in a school and the other fence was a secondary school. I was asking myself, these are secondary school. Pande ingine ya ukuta ni shule ingine. Hii shule iko na majengo mzuri. This other one has facilities. I mean, those schools are well built. Lakini watoto wamekataa shule. And the parents don't see, the parents who are my age mates, Mbuthia and me and you, we don't see why we should take our children to school. And we are like, after all, I was able to buy a plot. Somehow I acquired a plot, nikajenga nyumba. Somehow I was able to do 1, 2, 3. Why am I nagging my son? I mean, that's the bad attitude in Mount Kenya region. And we are the ones who are ruining this country because we are backing leaders that are corrupt. Benson Naumba, Emmanuel Chombo.
Yeah.
So, and we are the source of all these issues of corruption because we are just okay with all that stuff. So, in the next generation, somebody played, I guess I played something. Emmanuel, nakuomba mute until your time comes. Now, in the next generation, somebody played a clip here. I don't know whether what Benson has to say, he can tell me his views about that when you get the opportunity to do so. Somebody plays, kama uliona ile clip Wekesa played, and somebody was in ile bunge la wananchi was saying that Central will struggle to get power. My prayer is I hope that happens. So that next time that we get power, we'll appreciate that power so much. I hope that happens. So we'll go back penye Benson umesema tutajiita kamkutano. Tujiambie, when did the rain start beating us? Because we swayed, we began thinking that the end justifies the mean. These shortcuts, the people who complained about Kibaki so much was Mount Kenya region. Because Kibaki came and withdrew all fake. Somebody is dressing in studio. Ni nani huyo? Anavaa nguo kwa studio. So Kibaki withdrew all the fake licenses. He akapunguza hizo shortcuts. Lakini when Uhuru Ruto government came, what happened? We went back to square one. So that is a sad thing about Mount Kenya region. Mary, what is happening where you come from about your area of Mount Kenya region? Ni nini kunaendelea?
Hello. Hey, okay.
Siwache Mary aongea alafu utaongea. After Mary. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we have got a lot of bad things happening because, let's say, for example, I will say this time that this guy called Didi Nyoro spoke something like tutakula barabara. So the youngsters who are following him, like listening to him, of course, they will act the same. Tutakula barabara. Without sitting down and realizing that this is something that really will bring some development within the place. And also even Didi Nyoro himself, he wouldn't like to pass his V8 on a tarmacked road. He wants tarmacked road so that he can go smoothly and clean with his V8. So the youngsters adopt those kind of behavior, and they feel like they have got nothing to lose if they follow such kind of politics, and not forgetting that they are ruining their own life. I feel very saddened because those youngsters will not make it to the end because they have no money, but they are following the steps of somebody who has already acquired money. And they have got that ideology in their mind, thinking that that is the life they will lead, following about how Didi Nyoro was talking. Instead of these politicians being humble to listen and even tell those youngsters, this does not come easy. You have to go this step and this step. They are like, throwing words so that whoever will listen, whatever they will do, they don't care. But they forget that these are their children. These are the followers who should develop and have good way of life. But they don't care about that. How about tomorrow? Everybody will be poor. You'll be on top there. How are you going to help those many people, being you yourself? We are trying to make Kenya so useless because of our mouths and our behaviors, instead of humbling ourselves, especially the politicians. I feel very, very much saddened about this, because when I look at those young people who does not look forward or think about their future, it is not going to be easy. It's going to be very hard. The other thing Benson mentioned is about what location a crop can do well. That one can be very well utilized. If I have my land that I can produce watermelon, and the other person in another area can produce maize, and the other side of the country is producing tea, we have got something that is very good, and we can blend all these things. Like, I have watermelon, you have maize. I can sell my watermelon and then buy maize. We will have a rich country with each and every kind of crop. But if we depend on saying that unga will not
Afford the high
unga will not come from all corners. Unga will come from where the crop grows well. And watermelon will come from where it grows well. If we do that in our country, we'll live rich and we'll eat everything. We'll get everything in the market because we are using the soil where the crop can do well and the other one does well on this side. If this what we are talking about, there now the government comes in. and support those people to see that that crop is growing there. Let's have water. If that crop needs a lot of water, they can support them. If this crop needs a lot of fertilizer, support that. If this crop needs a lot of sunshine, if they produce sunshine, support that. But when we say that everybody wants unga from all corners of the country, it won't work. So what I'm trying to say is that if we can have counties whereby things are grown this type and the other county grows better this crop, we'll be rich. We will not be getting these GMOs coming in our country, and we'll live healthy. So for me, I am for the counties be checked by the governors who are there, because they are there to do that work. We have got all these big people who are around the area to undertake this seriously, and the country will heal, and we will have a better life in our country, Kenya. Thank you.
Asante, I wonder whether Didi Nyoro can defend his wealth. I wonder whether he can account for all what he has. I wonder whether he can tell us if he's the role model of Central Kenya youngsters. Who are the role models? Didi Nyoro, Kuria, who are the role models of Mount Kenya region children? Who are they? Ni akina nani? What can they tell us about their character? How have they acquired? Ni akina Waitito? Now you can see where the Mount Kenya region is going to. Now, I want to ask a question as the rest of us discuss. I want to welcome Zalendo. Who do you think will take the leadership of Mount Kenya region after Uhuru Kenyatta? And whom do you think, the topic here is Raila ouster scheme hatched. Who do you think is taking over from Baba if Baba decides to retire? Mzalendo, and then Alex. I think Alex has some, then we go to Emmanuel. You are mute, Mzalendo.
Thank you, Julia. I want to thank Alex. Is it Alex? For elaborating the infrastructure projects that was started by Raila and Kibaki during the Nusumkate government. And now Uhuru started a project of about 200-kilometer road network within Nyanza. It has really done a lot of marvelous things to the farmers around that region. Just as you spoke, the only place I want to correct you is that Mbita is not a farming region. The areas of Suba, meaning Guasi, coming all the way to Ndiwa. Ndiwa has also a sugar factory. So the climatic condition in that area is very, very good. It's called Sukari industry. Then all the way down to Awendo, you still have the Sony sugar, then Moroni. Those areas are opening up, and I want to thank the president for coming to Woma Bay to launch a few of these projects. The major project that is coming our way now is the housing project, the cheap housing project that is being launched by the president in Homa Bay. Uhuru Kenyatta also launched the blue economy, the blue economic region in Kisumu. That will really open up the areas of Nyanza. When the blue economy is implemented in Nyanza, then we'll have tourism. You know, people talk of Nyanza like fishing alone. We have very, very beautiful sites in Nyanza. We have Mufangano Island. We have the white sandy beaches in Lake Victoria. Those are areas that the previous governments was exploiting, and I believe that the current government will still continue to implement the projects that Uhuru and Baba initiated. One of them being a major shipbuilding factory in Kisumu that will service Uganda and Tanzania. You know, those are things that people don't talk about. This shipping and repair factory was started by Uhuru Kenyatta through the handshake. Now you realize that the handshake brought in some development in Nyanza, and people have had started feeling that they are part of government, away from the normal opposition positions that we have always been. Benson mentioned that the major problem is the leadership in Nyanza, especially Luo Nyanza. The governors there in Luo Nyanza have really exploited the electorates. We don't get good services. The people of Siaya, for example, I'll give you a very good example of Siaya County. Siaya County got an American investor in the name of Dominion. They started a factory in Siaya, and a rice irrigation farm in Siaya County. It was called Dominion. Dominion was finished by bad politics, and it was employing over 4,000 people. Today, the structure is just standing in Siaya. They had built a school and they had built hospital. Dominion factory relocated from Kenya because of corruption to another country. So these are the sad scenarios of our politics and bad politics. So sometimes it is governance. So when we say that who is inheriting from Baba, I think sometimes I say maybe Baba's shoes are too big for somebody to come in and just fit in. And the reason why I'm saying that is Baba himself has not groomed anybody to inherit his position. I believe that is, again, another big problem coming from the ODM leadership. There is nobody that is lined up to take over from leadership from him. But there are leaders who are capable of leading Luos, and there are leaders who are capable of leading the country. If any of you take time to listen to people like Dalmas Otieno, these are very bright Luos, and they've been in government and understand how the government works. So if you don't have those kind of people close to you, even the presidency becomes so elusive, like it has been eluding the community. So most of the leaders in Luo Nyanza, I want to say that they are more of loyalists to Baba than the community. They serve the party and Baba other than just the community. That has been the biggest problem and challenge. And the Azimio leader has not addressed his own backyard. The people that he is supposedly, who are supposedly supposed to represent him, and to what is the right word for this? These leaders who are elected, they are either given direct nomination so that they represent the party manifesto, what it really talks about, and what the Azimio leader wants, because most of them are affiliated to ODM party. So this has always been a challenge. Alex mentioned Awiti, Benson mentioned Awiti. Awiti is somebody who I think should be in jail by now. Yeah, he should be in jail by now, because it is very, very sad to see that a governor, having served for a decade, cannot point at even one project that he has completed to completion. It is very, 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 very sad. So these are the scenarios that when you visit Homa Bay and when you visit CI are the same. We have a governor who was the former governor, now senator. He was given a party ticket and now is the senator of the same county. And while he was governor, he implemented nothing. So Kisumu governor is really trying, but the previous governors have done a lot of nothing. It would been a complete mess to the community. So those are some of the areas that Julia, even if we want to talk about who is the next closest ally to Baba who is going to fit in his shoes, then you look around and you see the people who have been around him. There is nobody who has done a good job. Yeah, there's nobody who the community can look up to and say, in your sector, you really succeeded. But the people who would have helped Baba and the people who would have helped the community are not in ODM. That is the sad reality. The faces that you see that represent the Luo region are people who have been selected on the table of Canaan, the table of hope, where Baba sits with his friends and gives them chairs. Wewe kuwa governor, wewe kuwa MP, wewe kuwa sijui nini, hiyo meza. So if you are not within that then I can assure you that you will not be anywhere close to leadership in Luo Nyanza. Thank you.
Alex, is Simba Arati taking over Nyanza province?
It's too early to say. It's too early to say. And I don't, he's my personal friend. I don't want him to even think about it. I want him to concentrate. Simba is only 41 years old. He has a long way to go. We want to groom him right so that when he takes over leadership, he does not make the mistake that you have seen leaders make. You see, we trusted Ongwae. We loved Ongwae. We did not know what kind of mess that guy did until Simba revealed to us. So we want him tested. And testing does not mean that we don't want him to be a leader. All we are saying is, because you asked the question, who should take over from Baba? I don't think that question is the right question. The right question is, who is going to work so hard and produce the results that we can look and surely say he is capable of being our next leader? Hii maneno ya kuchagua watu kabla hata hawajafanya kazi ndio imetuletea shida. Your work, the next leader or the next presidents are going to be governors who have performed. I think that is going to be that way. And people are going to vote. It's the same way you have been telling us here. The record of Matiang'i, whether you are in UDA or you are in Azimio or ODM, shows very clearly that Matiang'i was a performer. He may have made political mistakes, but any ministry was given, we saw a transformation. So I don't want, right now, if we have succession talk, we are going to give Ruto an opportunity to come in and install a person for us. So what we should do, we should now start giving our governors grades for what they are doing every month or quarterly. In so doing, they are going to start working hard and realize that the politics and the future of them in politics is not going to be usual. We must now take over because I think we've started blaming these politicians, but it's because of our fanaticism. Sangine tunawapenda and we don't question what they do. You see, there's a Mzalendo, there's a time a picture of Homa Bay mortuary surfaced online. And there were only 3 stretches, and the fridges, I don't even want to go there because it was gross that the people of Homa Bay did not even have a mortuary, okay? And yet we kept voting for him because Baba has said so. Now, we need now to start blaming ourselves because you cannot have somebody for 10 years, they have done nothing, and then all of a sudden, they are still very close to Baba. What we must do is also speak to Baba as an elder and tell him that on this, our party made a mistake. If we are not going to have that conversation, my friend, if we are not going to have that conversation, it is not Baba suffering, it is not anybody suffering, it is ule mama mboga na bodaboda ambayo Ruto alikuwa anatuambia akienda hata, as Julia said, we used to go to dispensaries when we were in primary school because we couldn't go to big hospitals. Maybe we could go to dispensaries, but tungepata nini? Dawa, tungedungwa shindano, and then sometimes tungelala huko. Unaona? Now we have district hospitals that cannot even give us basic services. Lazima ulipe pesa ya kadi. Usipolipa pesa ya kadi, unakaa kwa laini mpaka unakufa. And yet we have a governor and we have a minister for what? A minister for health. So what I'm saying, whoever that should take over Baba must be a person who has proved himself through sweat and blood that he loves his people, and through development that is seeable, not something that is a hawkat. Kuna kitu ilifanyika hapa, kuna kitu ilifanyika hapa. That is the conversation we must have. We don't want to choose somebody. That person must choose himself by working hard. Now, Luo Nyanza ilinikasirisha sana because I love the Luo people. When I saw our senators impeach Sonko and also impeach Waititu, but they could not even bring a motion to impeach Awiti of all people. That was very sad. That was the saddest moment to me, because that is hypocrisy. Okay? That is total hypocrisy. So our senators also must be blamed that they played politics. They did not take care of the money in our counties. So if our senators don't work, impeach them. If our governors don't work, impeach them. Let us not come here, we start talking about parties all the time. We start talking about nini. And yet we are talking about Kiambu, we are talking about Nairobi, how we want them, they must be impeached, while we have somebody called Awiti who could not even build a toilet for his office. Every time he wanted to go to a toilet, he had to kupanda gari yake, aende kwa nyumba yake. That's how bad it was. And when you look at least in Migori, because Obado did not have a good relationship with the ODM and also with Raila, he tried because he had fears. Those fears made him do a little bit of job. Now, you people are saying that my good friend Professor is doing a good job. Professor is not doing a good job. If you go to the county assembly of Kisumu, hooliganism, they can't even pass a budget. They were fighting throughout last time, 24/7. We need to get to a point also, if our leaders are not working to pass a budget in the assembly so that it can start, it can be used for development, they all need to go home. Rasanga did nothing, and that is the headquarters of Baba Siaya. He did nothing. You go to Siaya, Keroka is better than it.
Alex.
No, relax. It's my time. It's my time. You go to Siaya, you may think that Siaya should be this big city whereby Baba comes from. My friend, you may look for a hotel to sleep in Siaya and you may not find. Tell us the truth. Don't lie. You may look for an hotel, and that's not the right thing. We must get to a point whereby if people like Orengo are able to impeach Waitito, and they spoke most and loudest, their counties were just, let me not use what Trump used. Some counties are shithole. I don't want to say which are, but some counties you go, they are just shithole. It is our duty after election not to play politics. We say the truth so that we can get development. So if Luo Nyanza, with all the good weather it has, with the roads now we are seeing, with the best human capacity development that we have ever seen, the brightest people, if today they wanted to open the best hospital in Kisumu, na waambie wajaluo wote kujeni the doctors, utapata kila mtu anakuja huko. But you know what? Leadership failed them. But we blame ourselves. So let us not be sycophant to these people. We have elected them. If by 6 months they are doing nothing, wacha tuache kuimba juu yao. Hata kama wanajua kizungu kama wakina Orengo. We need performers. That's the only way we can move forward. If we don't do that, my friend, 10 years from now, like Nyamira, we have nothing because we were singing songs to somebody who did not even understand what he was doing. And it's unfortunate, all the MCS, all the elected leaders, all the people who work in the county assembly, when they finish their work in the evening, wanatoka Nyamira, wanaenda kulala wapi? Kisii. That's how bad it is. That there are no housing, there is no water, there are no roads, so they must go to access. Why should we do that? So I think, as you said, leadership failed our people, and that leadership, we must correct it, and it is us to correct it. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's good to hear someone from Nyanza talking like that. And I think now, with or without Ruto's government, let our governors work. Let's see what they are going to do for us. Let us hold them responsible. So, as we say, there is a leadership vacuum in Mount Kenya region. Siji Benson ameenda angetuelezea anaona ni nani ataingia, but there's really a leadership vacuum in Mount Kenya region. Alex, you said a good thing. Let them work for this leadership. And Matiang really did a good job. Emmanuel, naona wajichangamsha na kinywaji, lakini waweza akatoa maoni yako. Karibu Emmanuel.
Asante. Good morning. Mimi sitaongea Kiingereza maana si msomi sana, na labda nitachanganya lugha kidogo. Na kwa sababu mimi hapa nilipo niko pwani, mashambani huku. Tukiangalia nani atachukua nafasi ya baba Raila kisiasa, ni mapema sana. Ni mapema sana kufanya hivyo. Kitu tunataka tuangalie ni, je, hawa magavana ambao wana represent hicho chama cha baba, are they wanafanya kazi vizuri? Kama mtu anafanya kazi vizuri, kwa nini asipewe hicho kiti? Tukiangalia watu kama wakina Rasanga, tukiangalia hao wengine wakina Profesa Anyang' Nyong'o na wengineo, je, kuna matendo gani waliyofanya kiwango cha kuwa wanaweza kuchukua hiyo nafasi kama walivyosema wenzangu? Kama msemaji aliyetoka hapo hivi sasa amepeana evidence nzuri sana kwamba kama kuna mtu ambaye hakujenga hata choo, akisikia haja ndogo anapanda gari lake anaenda kwao, je, tunaweza mpea kiti chochote eti ili arithi baba kwa sababu alikuwa ni kipenzi cha baba? Hapana. Mtu ambaye tunaweza kumpea uongozi ni yule ambaye tunaona matendo yake yakitendeka hadharani. Tukienda kwa Waswahili walisema chanda chema huvikwa pete. Na tukiangalia hivi, hao wote wa makelele hakuna kitu wanafanya. Maana hata tukiangalia huku kwetu Coast Kwale, sidhani kwamba kuna mtu ambaye aliyeingia madarakani anaweza kufanya kazi nzuri aliyoifanya. Maana tukiangalia kazi ya Mvurya inaonekana kila pahali, inaonekana. Tukiangalia mashamba yanalimwa kwa matingatinga vizuri. Laiti angekuwa mkakamavu kisiasa, maana Mvurya hakuwa mwanasiasa, Mvurya alikuwa mtendakazi. Na ambao wanaingia sahihi ni wale madomokaya kama kina Rasanga. Sasa basi, acha tusiongee maneno mengi. Nataka nirudi hapo nyuma. Dadangu aliyezungumza mara ya mwisho amesema mahindi yanapatikana mahali kule mahindi yanapandwa, kwenye mchanga mzuri, na kama na avocados kupatikana kwenye mchanga ambao avocados zinafanya vizuri. Hivyo basi hata huo uongozi, mrithi atakayerithi kiti ambacho baba alikuwa amekalia ni yule ambaye alikuwa anafanya kazi vizuri, haijalishi alikuwa kwenye ODM wala wapi, provided ni kwenye muungano huo wa Azimio, lakini awe anaonekana matendo yake vile alikuwa akifanya kule nyumbani anakokaa. Wacha nirudi tu hapa nilipo nyumbani kwangu, hasa I'm the president of my house, na kama mimi ndio rais kwenye nyumba yangu na makamu wa rais ni mke wangu, je, mawaziri wangu ambao ni watoto wangu watakopi nini kutoka kwangu, ili kwamba hata nikifa mtoto wangu mkubwa akiwa vice president, president akiwa mke wangu, watakopi kila kitu mimi nilichokifanya. Kama nilikuwa naenda shambani, watasema baba alikuwa akisema tunaenda shambani sote. Je, kama mimi mwenyewe sikuwa naenda shambani, nani atasema hivi? Hivyo basi uongozi hupatikana kwa kazi yako, vile ambavyo unaifanya kutoka grassroots.
I think amepotea. Mary, ulikuwa na bali nisho ndio nikaribishe Roba. Okay, Mary, 2 minutes.
Yeah, this was for Alex, and the time he was trying to stress that people used to go to the hospital, you get injection, you get your medication, and if you are admitted, you have somewhere to sleep. It has become like a habit now that in Kenya, once I'm installed as a governor, I will start like doing what the other governor did not do, but it's a wrong way. Let's say, for example, if the governor who was there previously had dealt with the bad people and got them out, like let's say, for example, in a hospital, there are doctors who have not adopted to work for the public. They have adopted to be spiritually in the hospital, but physically in their clinic. So the public are not getting any service from that doctor, and that doctor is employed by the government. And when the governor who was there fired those doctors because of their bad contact and bad performance, when the other government come and the governor is installed, the governor installs or brings back those doctors back to the hospital. Is that really how Kenya will move forward? That is why we'll live with this problem forever. Instead of that governor, the new governor who has come, first dig out to know what was the problem of these doctors being out of work. Why were they taken out of the hospital? Why were they fired? Instead, because they have become like friends with the new governor, and the governor is being promised this is what's going to happen. I'm speculating anyway. But because the governor is a new one, and the doctors had been out, they form a group and goes to see that new governor, and the governor bring them in to go back to the hospital. That problem will never end, and that Kenya will never move forward. We are wasting time. We are wasting money with the people who are not ready to work. And yet people are complaining, we don't have a doctor in the hospital, we don't have a service in the hospital, we don't have medication in the hospital, just because those people who have been, who are supposed to be responsible of the hospital are never there. They have got their own business and they are getting salary, don't forget. They're getting salary from the government and they are doing their own business. That won't work and the country will never get rich. We are done and will be finished like that. So for me, I was putting this point of having that we have hospitals, we have got no service. And the service is supposed to be chaired by the governor, who should foresee those doctors working in the hospital. But because they are friends, they are gone. The other point I want to put through is our central province. We have problems, and people, if they are not careful, will head nowhere. Right now, they are struggling to know where do we go, whom do we choose, who is going to be our kingpin or whatever. I don't know. Things are becoming harder and harder every day, but people don't realize that until when that point comes. So Central Province, they have to think twice. They have to know which directions they are following. Otherwise, that's all I can say tonight. And the Central Province, I wish you the best and crack your heads to know where you are heading. Thank you. Have a good night.
Asante, naona Roba ameingia. Roba, I think utatupatia mawaidha ya mwisho. Naona watu wameenda kulala. Karibu Roba.
Yes, some of the people who went to sleep, people like Musarendo, Amba, have been listening, narrow fuse. I wish he can come back, because I think they are the people who, to my opinion, they are the problems to Kenya. So I've been listening to our program. At least a lot of time I tried to get in because I think my equipment had some issues. Thank you, Julie. Thank you to see you. I mean, I don't know what happened with this network. It's just like once you just see people just disappear. But at the same time, thank you for being there. Let me just say one or two things here, maybe before we can just call it a day. Musarenda, I've been listening to Musarenda, and it was my target, and that's why I came to the studio, because I think you said a lot of things which I came to realize most of them were against Papa. I know from him when we started, but they are the people who were supporting Ruto, and I know he did. But the problem is they are not telling us so far what has happened. And I'm telling you, the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, this country is going to be the same, even more worse. That's the truth. And at the same time, the same people will go on and vote Ruto for the second term, just because of our stupidity and the way we see things. And some of your guests, including Jeragai and other people who were here before, the people who are supporting Ruto, they are coming here and telling us there are some of economic problems UDA promised to solve. They are in the process of doing that, and nothing has happened. As long as we are relying on a government solution, as long as we keep on saying the government is going to fix all this, we are just lying to ourselves. Here's what I think. Kenya is not going to move from where we are until the private sector, our private sector, becomes the main economic, is something we can depend on economy. This idea of just saying, oh, where places with the climate, where they can grow maize, we have them. We have all these things. And I'll tell you where we have failed. Look at places like Mumias, Sony. You guys were talking about Sun Sugar a few minutes ago. You know what has happened? The government has come in, instead of these things being private. So what they do, they put money in there. I don't know how many years, people come in, they waste the money, then they wait another help from the government. And this one has been continuous, maybe 5 years, 10 years, and nobody's saying what the solution is. Most business we have in our country,
the government is controlling or the government as are saying, and that's where we are going wrong. As long as we have a government who is interfering, or a government who we expect or we want them to be the people, the engine of producing economical jobs in our country, Kenya, we are just lying to ourselves. And that's what we are doing right now. I was for Papa, and the Papa had a solution, but you know what happened. Most of you know what happened. They stole from him, and that's a fact. It's not like we are trying to bring some goons here. That's the bottom line. So these people here call Ruto and these people, I'm sick of them. I hope they will come to a reality and say, let us go to the drawing board, or let us go to scratch, and we start to grow this economy. They said bottom up. For me, what I'm seeing right now, it's nothing, or it's middle, what, up or down. They don't know what they are doing. They are confused. You know their excuses, what they say? The first president say, oh, when we went, when we came in, there was nothing in the bank, or there was no money. But the problem is, Mr. Vice President, the first president of our country was William Ruto, the last 10 years. Now you come here and tell us there was no money. What happened to the money? Yeah, what happened to the money? So that's why we go wrong. Already they have started some excuses. Instead of them just coming here and telling them go to scratch. This man is just like they say, he has been how many countries now? 25 days. He has been, I don't know. And he's been wasting money. He has been wasting money all over the place. And the same people said there was no money. I don't mind him just going to other countries, like when he went to the United Nations or what. I don't mind. And I'm not a person who just say he should not go there. But right now, our people are on need. They need some help. But the same people who told us when they come in, the unga is going to go 70 shillings. The fuel prices will go down. There's nothing which has happened. And all those people who are here shouting on us, saying we didn't know what we are doing, it's too early to charge them. But I'm just telling you, this is not going to change. It's not going to change. And I'm come here before, and I'll just say it. Until we stop this kind of recycling, if we stop this kind of recycling, and we go there as Kenyans and we say, you know what, let us get the right people. Being a president, no matter what community you come from, unfortunately, we have some people who believes, and I'm sorry to say that, we have people who believes that we should have certain community to have presidency and the vice president. That's what they did, 10 years. They changed it, and that's why we went wrong. If Papa could have had a chance, even 2007, even it's that, if you could have had a chance from the beginning, Kenya would be not on the same. But because we are a country who's built, we are lying to ourselves. I'm about to finish. We are lying to ourselves. The problem is we have a generation now who believes as long as you steal, as long as you go in the government sector where everybody wants to go and get whatever you get there, whatever you everybody's here. I'm just telling you, you have not seen nothing yet. You have not seen nothing, because I'm very, very sure with what happened this election, our corruption will go up, and it's watch on that. It's going to go up because people think that we have built a generation who believes as long as you get the money, nobody cares where you got it from. You are the people who you can praise in a community. And I say that I'm very sorry for what's happening. But as somebody who has come here before and we tried to help our country, and we tried to have it through the right way, people were against that. That's okay. To be against it, that's everybody's right to do that. But at this point, I don't expect much. It's going to be the same thing. 5 years come, 5 years will go, and this nonsense we have in Kenya, it will continue, and our people will be suffering going on. So that's what I have for now. But Jude, thank you very much. I wish I saw some surrender here because I didn't like his views, more especially about Raila. I think he has lost it, and I wish next time I can debate him. But he saw me and he was scared, and that's why he ran away. Thank you.
I hope mzalendo umesikia hiyo message, hiyo ujumbe wa Roba, na next time ukiwa na Roba hapa utakuja pengine mjadiliane. Benson, we want to close. Do you have any final remarks that you'd like to give to the audience? Karibu Benson, so that we close.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. I think my closing remark is Kenya is our country. It is where we call home. It's a place that we will all go home. It's a place that we play. It's a place that it stands to be a good environment for our children and for our parents and everyone back there. So while we are debating about Kenya, we must be careful not to throw it to the dogs. We only wish well. We provide more positive feedback, so that also, because even when you are in an opposition, you also want to be an opposition with substance. So my point is, Julia, as we continue with this debate, let's provide more balanced criticism. I am happy that more and more people are getting into issues. We can sit here and talk about agriculture. We can sit here and talk about pinpoint governors who are not doing well. Mary can tell us about the 5 acres of potatoes and what can be done well, so that we don't spend a lot of time throwing tantrums, but being more positive and more agenda driven. That would be my call to the people as we come here. Let's debate these things with a hope that there is a country. Politicians are politicians. Actually, every time I engage politicians, they tell us, wewe ukiamka uende ofisi huko kwa ma-NGO, sisi tunaamkanga tunaenda kupiga siasa. Nyinyi ndio mko na shida, mnakuja our space. Sisi kazi yetu ni kupiga siasa. Nyinyi mko huko kwenu. So my point is, this forum can become a very strong, powerful forum to help our people down there with information, with experiences, what we have experienced. Most of us are out of the country. What are the experiences that we can help our people? If we are talking about agriculture, what is it that we have seen here in UK or in US, rather than just bashing and spending a whole day bashing each other and all that. That will be my take going forward. Thanks guys, and enjoy the rest of the day, and enjoy your night if you are in that space. Asanteni sana.
Asante Budhia, pia mimi sina maneno mengi. Nataka kuwashukuru wenye wako kwa comment section, Posira, Kevin, Black, Kezea, Nyakindu, Irene, Ayumba, Victor Kiplagat, Geoffrey Ruto, Advocate Brian, tunafunga, we will not send you the link now. Martin Mwema, Lucas, Fatma, you are watching us from Saudi Arabia. Asante. And others, we thank you so much. We hope you'll have another show. Robert, you said, I don't know what's, I think Bernard will tell us what's happening. I haven't seen him for some time. That's why we've not been having the show, because Bernard huwa anaanza show alafu sisi watu wa jioni tunachukulia jioni. So we hope to see Bernard soon, and maybe we can resume to our shows as we used to have. I think this is a good platform that we are deliberating on our Kenya, and like Benson says, what way forward, what can be done to improve the lives of Kenyans. Mary, you have something?
Yes, I have something. Benson, when I was talking about the 5 acres, I was trying to put a point that it's not that when you have a land, the government must come in. There is way of you working on your way, on your, with your ideas of how you can bring up your land to have a crop grow. It doesn't mean that government will come in for everybody to support you to do what you are supposed to do on your land. So for me, I will tell those people who have land, do the best you can. There is no way the government will stand and help you to get what you want to achieve from that land. That's your land. You have to use it. You have to utilize. You can even change your land if it is not productive to something else. You can have, like, let's say, you can have chicken. You can be, you can have big area of chicken if that can bring you money. You can change your land to something that you feel that you can do better than the other one. So I was trying to put the point that the person who was saying that the government has to come in to support us or finance maybe, I don't think that happened to our time. We were working hard to put everything up through our own ideas and thinking. What we see that is doing well, that is what we were putting under the soil, whatever, under the ground. So for that reason, I was trying to put to perspective that you cannot depend on the government. The government is doing other things which sometimes even may not reach you, but you have to use your initiative to see that you get something from your land. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Asante. I think we want to close. Robert, I don't know whether you had any question. Ama.
Let me just, my sister made what she has said. I read about what she's just said. Those who will think the government will come in and help them, they are wrong. At this point, because I was listening from the beginning, some of the people were here before, they were talking about how the US is trying to intervene, more especially the way, like, they have all this kind of oil in their country, but they're not using it. They are depending on other countries. You see, that's what we call smart. That's being smart. And for Kenya to grow at this point, if we depend on the government, it's not going to happen. All this government, we have been having this since independence. Ask yourself, how comes nothing has changed? Okay, there's a few things which have changed, yes, because the world is also changing. But how comes the people who started with some countries, like in Asia, they are more developed than countries like Kenya? It's because of corruption, and it's because our people have been relying as a government as a solution. The government is a solution. The government is there to create environment for business. The private sector. If our country has to move on, it's the private sector. Look at what's happened with Safaricom. Yeah, look at Safaricom. Because the government is not there. Look at Equity Bank. So how it has grown. But look at what happened to Kenya National Bank, where the government was involved. The thing has corrupted. We don't even have more Kenya National Bank. I just came to realize Kenya National Bank is part of Kenya Commercial Bank. It's because of the government. So, like I said there, Jules, before, we have some industries, more especially in Western Kenya and some parts of Nyanza, those industries should be left to go private. This idea of government coming in, putting some money, people are getting used to it, taking the money, and nothing happens. But if there was private, right now a lot of people would be working in Kenya. They will get employment. Some of these places. Let us try to limit the government from our lives. The government is the worst enemy of us. That's the way I can just say it. Thank you, Maid, for bringing that point up. I really support what you just said.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Boniras from Norway. Thank you, Advocate Brian, and everybody else who is watching us and who joined us this evening and this morning. Hapa bado upstairs hapa ni asubuhi, but we are tunaenda kulala kidogo ndio tuende kanisani. Wenye wanaenda kanisani waende kanisani. Wenye walienda jana najua mlituombea. So thank you very much, and let's meet next time when possible. Asante.